Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Here's C.J. Stroud at the 47-yard line of Houston. Ready to take a knee. He does. It's over. The Texans blow out the Chargers on Wild Card Weekend. 32-12. And they move on to the divisional round. What a playoff performance. 4 interceptions. The Texans winners. A game we will never forget.
Mark Vandermeer on the call. Texans 32, Chargers 12. And I will pile on with everybody else, including DeMeco Ryans, after that game, where I say to you, Seth Payne, how about that bye week?
How about that bye week?
Yeah, man.
This was what a fun game. And even when the Texans were down and the game seemed like it was at its drunkest, and even when I had almost zero expectation of the Texans winning, there was a point there before what I'm going to call a designed fake fumble where everything turned around that I started to feel like, you know what, man, the way the defense is playing, because they took a couple punches earlier. They took a punch to the chin and then a punch to the nose on the first couple of possessions. But I thought there was a chance that, man, maybe this will be one of those games where the offense doesn't do anything at all, but the Texans defense gets a couple of turnovers.
Yeah.
And it ended up delivering to a huge result. The offense showed up, and Justin Herbert's, he's never thrown more than a single interception in a game.
He's never thrown more than 2. Never thrown more than two in a game, yeah.
Somebody wrote it wrong in the Chronicle.
Yeah.
But this year he didn't throw more than a single interception in a game. He threw 3 interceptions all season long. He gets 4 interceptions. That was just that was awesome, man. That was so much fun. Eventually,
yeah,
it wasn't fun at first.
No,
it was a whole lot of fun eventually.
Well, it was fun, and I think like to me, okay, there's a lot to unpack here.
Do it in the next 90 seconds.
You said, I think it was after the Dolphins game in Week 15 where the offense was really bad. I mean, honestly, I know they won the game, and DeMeco was still trying to talk them up a little bit, like they did some good things, but the offense was not good in that game. But Derek Stingley had the 2 picks. The defense turned the Dolphins over 4 times, and I remember coming in the Monday afterwards, and you said it right out of the chute. You said, this might be the formula for this team. Like, if this team is going to make a run in the playoffs, the formula is probably going to be the defense making plays and setting the offense up. And to a degree, that's what this game was, except the offense finally showed up in the second half of this football game. The first drive of the game looked like the beginning of the Ravens game. The first drive for the Chargers in that game, I mean, they were just slicing and dicing going down the field. And the biggest thing the defense did early in this game was get 2 third-down stops. The Chargers didn't have a third down until they had a 3rd and 1 on the first drive, and fully fought a couple to get in backfield and stop them. So it's a 4th and 3 instead of a 4th and 1. You know, like it's a no-brainer field goal attempt. Mechie turns the ball over on the first play from scrimmage offensively, and the Texans get a sack and a stop there. I thought early in the game, holding them to 2 field goals, which stood until the game was out of reach, was absolutely huge. And kudos to and we'll get to this in a second, what triggered the offense. But I think, to me, like, I come in this morning and I say, man, this was a deluxe version of the formula that you were talking about after that Dolphins game, because the offense did show up in this game. Yeah. They had over 400 yards of offense. And to me, like, the emotional part of it coming in, I'm like, okay, I don't care how we got here. This is how I expected to feel after the wild card round of the playoffs, say at the beginning of the season. Like, with a little bit of confidence that you can go on the road and play with Kansas City on Saturday.
Right, you've got to you're going to have to try to turn the Chiefs over at some point. Yeah, and look, even if it hadn't ended up being a landslide victory like this, even if they hadn't picked off Justin Herbert 4 times, the really encouraging thing on a more like kind of substantial part of it was that, hey, the defense kept the offense in the game. Like the defense kept them in the game when it could have easily gone side. After that John Mechie fumble, I mean, it could have been disastrous. And the fact that they stood up in that moment and then just kept it a 6-0 game when it felt like it should have been 21-0.
Yeah.
That was really good. The other thing, multiple different players talked about Aziz Elshire's influence as a leader on this team. And Will Anderson told you guys that, they were kind of talking about what kind of defense they wanted to be in going into this season. And as he said, we want to be the kind of defense that can take a punch and it doesn't affect you.
Yep.
You just keep fighting.
Yep.
And that's exactly what that was. That was just a gutsy effort by the entire team. Offensively, I also did like that, man, the offensive line, they had some rough moments, many of them similar to what we've seen this year, where they just can't pick up games, like all those kinds of things. But they counterbalanced it at least. They ran the hell out of the ball in the second half, not just with Joe Mixon heroics, but with actual blocking and actual lanes and holes and all of that. So there was a lot to hang here. This wasn't like, it doesn't feel like a flukish victory.
No, at all.
It feels like a crazy victory, but it doesn't feel flukish.
Because they made a lot of mistakes, too. I mean, if you had told me before the game, like, I like doing that thing, Seth, where I said, if you just tell me 5 things about this game blindly, do I think they would have won the game? And if you had told me before the game that they would have fumbled on each of their first possessions of each half, the first play of the game offensively, and then Mixon fumbled in the red zone, if you had told me they would have fumbled on their first possessions of each half, given up an 86-yard touchdown pass, and had 80-plus yards in penalties, I would have said they'd probably lose this game. They won by 20. That's a crazy. You're right. It was an absolutely crazy game. Now we got to talk. And the last drive you're talking about when they ran the ball, they possessed the ball at the end of the game. We haven't seen the defense has been the one that's had to close out games at the end of the season. 14 plays, 74 yards. They held the ball for nearly 7 minutes and scored a touchdown at the end of it.
That's a big. You had a closeout.
Huge.
It was a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah.
And one that I can't remember if we had a closeout drive like that by the Texans offense at any point this year.
Well, the Colts game in week 1, that was it.
Well, that's right.
That's it.
So that part was really cool. And even on the Ladd McConkey, the Ladd McConkey one. It took the breath out of the stadium, obviously, for a little bit, but then you immediately counterpunched. But that play specifically, the weird thing about it was Kalen Bullock was in position to make a play.
Yeah, they were covered, yeah.
And Kalen Bullock is a guy that knows how to go up after the football. He kind of pulled what we saw last week where he's just kind of sitting, waiting for the ball to come down.
Oh, Yeast.
High point.
Russ
Yeast.
Yeah.
He kind of pulled a Yeast.
Yeah.
And without realizing that there was Ladd McConkey, the guy you shouldn't lose track of.
Yeah.
So in hindsight with the victory, I look at it and I'm like, all right, you know what? They had it covered properly.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock just kind of made a rookie mistake on it.
Yeah, on 3rd and 28. That was wild. But they win the game by 20. So, it is what it is. The play that flipped this game.
Thank you for remembering Yeast's name.
The play that flipped, number 25. The play that flipped this game, and might have flipped the postseason for C.J. Stroud. Texans down 6-0. It's 3rd and forever. This is at the beginning of a 99-yard drive. They spent 4 minutes jimmy-jacking around inside their own 25-yard line, getting penalties, running the ball. They were in a swamp.
Was it 10 yards in 10 plays?
It was something crazy like that.
It was absurd. It was nuts.
Titus had a tripping penalty that put it back. It was wild. So it's 3rd and 16, and they're inside their own.
After having been 2nd and 20 or 25.
Yeah, and they're inside their own 10-yard line, thereabouts, and this happens.
Stroud calls for the ball. And the ball goes through Stroud. He picks it up, scrambles out to the right side. Can he get rid of it? Airs it out downfield and caught at the 45-yard line and taken to the 50-yard line. X marks the spot. An amazing play for the Texans on 3rd and long.
It was undoubtedly one of the most, if not the most important plays of the game. If they go on to do more this postseason, beat the Chiefs, and then see whatever happens, it'll be looked back at as one of the most important plays, certainly of this whole season, and maybe in the history of the team if they go further than they've ever been. That play as I said before, they were just swamping around in their own territory for 4 minutes. They went down in about a minute and scored a touchdown, got the ball back, and then scored a field goal. Like, they scored 10 points in the last 2 minutes of the game after this play. And if you missed it, if you saw it, you know it was C.J. Stroud. The ball goes through his hand, so it was his fault. I said this in the postgame.
He said it afterwards.
Yeah,
he's checking the defense.
Well, let's hear from CJ's. Here's CJ's thoughts on that play.
Yeah, even if I made the play, I was kind of mad at myself for my eyes. Like, I didn't look at the snap, so it just went straight through my hands. And so I'm trying to see the defense, and it went through my hands, and luckily it bounced right back up to me. And, I tried to just save the play. Hush did a good job. I trusted me, and, I trust him. So he kept on the move. And, that after we made the completion, I looked at the sideline. Everybody was turned up, so that turned me up because I was still kind of mad at myself. But, yeah, those are the type of plays that change momentum. And that's when, a team can, rally around plays like that. So, shout out to Hush for making a great instinctual play. And, I just try to do my best to savor the play.
That play undoubtedly flipped the game, and it flipped C.J. Stroud because before that play, he was 9 for 16, 83 yards, a horrible interception, and a passer rating of just over 44. Then he had that play, big 34-yard catch. After that play, C.J. Stroud was 12 for 16 for 164 yards. He threw the touchdown to Nico Collins. His passer rating was nearly 130. He averaged 10.3 yards per attempt, which 8 is exceptional. He was at 10.3. He was using his legs after that. He had a 27-yard scramble on the next drive that felt like he was shot out of a cannon. This play, you cannot overstate what this play meant to this game.
I told you that sometimes as a lineman, I'm guessing this is frowned upon these days, but you don't feel right until you kind of take a knock in the noggin, like you headbutt somebody before the game or something just to try to get it going. It felt like it to put you into that. Yeah. It felt like that play put him in that mode. Yes. And it ended up being also, we talk about, it was 7 plays that they had taken to advance 10 yards, 11 yards. They started off at the 1. They ended up at the 12 after 7 plays. So because of that, though, you also gave the defense a break because the defense had been on the field forever in that half. And you're just feeling like at some point, man, they can't be out there without at some point the dam breaking. So it helped in that regard, too. It was almost like all the negatives turned into a positive on that play because of that. And you're right, with CJ running, CJ, and he also talked about, there was an opportunity earlier in that game where it looked like, boy, he could have run the ball. Mm-hmm. But I think sometimes with CJ, it's weird, and you see that with young quarterbacks sometimes now. They've gotten all this advice from these older guys their whole life about how, like, hey, be a pure passer, be a pure passer, be a pure passer. You don't have to be a... That NFL doesn't exist anymore. No. There are very, very few stationary dudes, man. Like, the game has changed to the point where when the easy yardage is there, nobody second guesses Pat Mahomes for running like he does. Yeah. It's part of the game. You got to just let it flow to you.
He had 2 huge runs in this game, CJ did. The 27-yarder that flipped the field position to go get 3. That run got them the 3 points. And then the scramble on third down that should have been a first down but set up 4th and 1, and then he sneaked it on the next play. C.J. Stroud was absolute from late in the second quarter on. That was 2023 C.J. 2024 C.J. let the ball go through his hands. 2023 C.J. picked it up and found Xavier Hutchinson. It was outstanding.
Or 2025 C.J.
Hopefully. Let's hope so, right?
Did they play? Was last week's game in 2025?
It was.
Well, he had a good game there, too.
He did, yeah, he did.
2025 CJ has been a different dude.
CJ 3.0, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The receipts. I was told it was a bye week. Let's go through the receipts. There was an apology for one of them. We will see. Do we accept this apology? We will put it through the Payne and Pendergast apology rater coming up next. But first, hey, get on down to Sugar Land and get yourself a brand new Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land.
to Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here's how it lays out, all right? We're going to do headlines at 6:45. We're going to look back at the 3 times the defense really bailed out the offense. The offense was very good in this game, so we got to give them credit. 429 yards of offense. They showed up, especially late in the second quarter and throughout the second half of this game. We're going to do that at 7 o'clock. We're going to do Acknowledge Me at 7:20. We got a lot to get to. This is a very exciting Reaction Monday. And we had Will Anderson Jr. on the postgame show, and as usual, he was outstanding. He said in the postgame show, he said, man, they were playing with our name this week.
Our mentality was like, man, we got to go out physical. Like, they playing with our name, man. Like, we're attack front, so we pride ourselves on being dominant up front and being physical up front. And I think that's one thing that we really took personal this week.
When you said they're playing with your name, are you talking about all the noise outside the building?
Yeah, like I just, and I thought we did a really good job of handling the noise this week. Like, at the end of the day, it's about us. And, we said that we have to execute better, be mentally sound. But, of course, some way the noise is going to slip through. And I thought we handled it really well. Like, we went out there and we proved them that we belong here. Like, we're a playoff team, and we got the guys to do it, and we just got to keep rolling.
Yeah, so like we said, I mean, you can delete your social media apps and everything else, but when Rex Ryan has such a good soundbite on ESPN, it's going to make it through. Like, somebody's going to send it to you, text it to you, tell you about it, or you just see it because it's on in your doctor's office or something. That's going to come through, but that's almost the perfect way. Is the old school way where you're not flooded with it 24/7 on your phone as you're perusing social media. You get that one little nugget and you're like, oh, okay, Rex Ryan. Oh, it's a bye week for the Chargers, is it?
Yeah.
And even before the Texans turned it around in that game, I was happy to see like what we had talked about, which was, listen, Rex Ryan, even if the Texans don't win this game, the Texans defense is going to get their pound of flesh. Yeah. They're gonna come up, and the Chargers are going to feel it. They're going to feel very much like it's not a bye week.
Yes.
Even if they'd won by 21. The Texans defense, these guys are not punks.
Yeah.
All right? And that's the big thing. If I'm Will Anderson and I'm hearing Rex Ryan say that, and mind you, Rex Ryan was once upon a time an awesome defensive coordinator with opportunistic, aggressive, hard-hitting defenses. And now that fat old man is saying this is like a bye week. Yeah, I'm going to go out and just, go die. It is. I'm going to go out exactly who we are. And they did. Good job.
Can I give people a peek behind the scenes a little bit? You and I during the break, you can tell you're from all the excitement of the game.
I got some post-nasal drip.
Yellow post-nasal drip. And so you were talking yourself through managing it through this 2-hour show during the break.
So my voice doesn't go. Yeah.
Right, and you're like, I think I'll just kind of manage the octave level I get to. And I'm paraphrasing here. It took all of 3 minutes for that to go out the window. Rex Ryan did it to you. Yeah.
I didn't yell though. That's right. As long as I don't use my normal radio voice, I'll be okay.
Here was Rex Ryan. Here was Rex Ryan doubling down, Ben. Here was Rex Ryan doubling down on his bye week take.
Rex, the Chargers are a road favorite in Houston. Are the Chargers the better team?
Greeny, I heard somebody say it was a bye week that the Chargers are going to win. You know who that was? That was me. I'm doubling down. Come on, Chargers.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, Greenberg, you're suspended for 2 weeks. Anybody that says any TV or radio personality that uses Houston, we have a problem, suspended for 2 weeks. That's the new penalty. It's the lane.
Yeah, suspended for 2. No, just not allowed in Houston.
Yeah.
Not allowed in Houston.
Banned.
Yeah.
Banned, yeah.
Remember I was standing behind that lady waiting in boarding an airplane once, and I was going to compliment her. She was with her husband. It wasn't going to be like a creepy compliment or anything because she had really cool shoes or something like that. Yeah. And like just as I was about to, she was like, it is too hot here. Houston, we have a problem.
Get out.
And I hope the plane crashed after
Get out.
Yeah, so Greeny, not allowed in Houston.
Not allowed in Houston.
No. Yeah, and Rex Ryan. You know what else angered me? There were people out there that thought that when Rex Ryan said originally that it was a bye week, that he actually was confused and thought they did have a bye week.
Okay.
And that's why he was saying, like, no, that was a setup for a joke.
Yeah.
Like, don't Don't let Rex Ryan ridicule you even further.
Yeah.
No, Rex Ryan not allowed in Houston.
I can't speak for those. If you didn't get the joke, I've nothing.
Rex Ryan and Mike Greenberg not allowed in Houston.
That's right, banned. If you're wondering whether or not the Texans heard this noise during the week, here was Joe Mixon in the locker room with a gigantic stogie. I mean, lighting this thing up with what looked like a blowtorch after the game.
I thought that boy said a bye week. That boy said bye week. Who's smoking on that?
He's smoking on that Rex Ryan bye week. Come on, Rex.
Okay. I mean, it was funny. That was Joe Mixon. We're going to get to Rex again here in just a second. The next time that DeMeco Ryans says, we don't listen to the outside noise, we don't hear the outside noise, just remember this cut right here.
Hey, man. Hey, outstanding job by everybody. How was that bye week?
I mean, I'm not mad at him or anything like that. I'm just saying from now on, DeMeco, just when it comes to the outside noise and we ignore that, and I understand maybe you don't take it to heart like it ruins your confidence or anything like that, but nobody cares if you're taking it and using it as rocket fuel. You know what I mean?
You want to. It's about finding balance.
Yes.
You know, you don't want it to distract you or anything, and it is, like we said, it's old school. It's old school bulletin board material. It's one thing, and you're like just enough to raise your cackles a little bit.
Yep. All right, now Rex Ryan on NFL Countdown on Sunday, after the day after the Texans mopped the floor with the Chargers, tried to apologize to the Texans.
Who had a worse day? Me or Justin Herbert? It's probably right there. But I got to tell, I mean, you got to tip your hat to them because that team played their absolute asses off. Look, if you guys were going to play like that, I would have taken you to win the Super Bowl. But I'm seeing the games going up into it, 1-5 against playoff teams. I'm seeing all that, and sorry, Houston.
Oh, we got one.
That apology sucked. That sucked.
He doesn't have he's too much of a blowhard to pull it off.
Yeah.
It is everything I feel like ever since he said that, I feel like, well, you're just disingenuous about everything. So why would I accept your apology? He's disingenuous.
Well, I don't even think he should have to apologize. You know my feeling on that, Seth. Like, you should have to apologize for sports takes. You
just
know?
own your take. Yeah. Well, but again, though, like you said, that's where I honestly. Like, I was getting offended on behalf of the Texans defense because I love those psycho freaks.
Yeah.
I love the way those guys play football.
Yeah.
My God. My favorite play in the game, it wasn't even DeMeco Autry doesn't get a quarterback hit or a sack out of it or anything, but when he destroyed the right guard, he snatched his soul. Oh, my gosh. That guy's soul left his body and departed through the patch in the roof. It was he just bull rushed the hell out. DeMeco Autry, what a game.
Yeah, he had a great game.
Oh, my gosh. He had a good game. And he had precisely the kind of play that defense has been playing all year long. And not to mention, the Chargers were bad against playoff teams too, Rex Ryan. They'd won 2 games. They were 2-5 against playoff teams, and those were both against the Broncos. So don't sit here and tell me, and that was the thing that was so stupid about that take. It wasn't like the Texans were facing the Ravens or the Chiefs or the Bills, who the Texans have beat earlier this season. They were facing another wild card team that had its flaws and blemishes.
I thought this one that we're about to play, we're going through the receipts from last week from the people who disrespected the Texans. I actually thought this one was worse than the Rex Ryan one. I think Rex Ryan's just kind of – first of all, Rex Ryan's in football, so I value his opinion more than, somebody who's not been in a locker room before when it comes to stuff like this. But Ian Rappaport, man, like multiple shots at the Texans.
Everyone sort of laughs about the Texans getting the Saturday early game. It's kind of the Texans' side. Everyone sort of assumes that they're going to come out and lose. And I know that the Texans have looked uneven this year. But if there's one perfect opportunity for them to give everybody the metaphorical middle digit, this would be it, right? I mean, the Chargers are good, but surely the Texans have been just as good. The Texans have been a little uneven offensively. C.J. Stroud has thrown too many interceptions for anyone's liking, but the talent for sure is there. It is a perfect opportunity for the Texans to come out and get a win that absolutely no one expects them to get.
No.
It's again, they're disrespecting the defense. You can't even bring up the fact that the Texans defense has been phenomenal against most quarterbacks at NRG Stadium this year, other than Lamar Jackson and some of us. So.
Right, exactly. You and I were talking, like, Seth and I were talking in the press box, And Seth goes, have any other quarterbacks had a good game here in NRG Stadium this year other than Lamar Jackson? And I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to block it out too, Seth, but Will Levis had a good game here. Can't explain it.
Whatever. No, so that part of it, and so much of it played out the way we figured it would have to for the Texans to win, is that you're really going to have to ride the defense and those turnovers. I didn't expect the offense to, especially after being so lethargic for 1.5 quarters, I didn't expect them to all of a sudden show up in the way that they did. But the defense the defense keeping them in the game, even before they started getting all their turnovers, like just keeping that a 6-0 game against all odds, that was the part that it's not as dramatic, other than the 3rd and 2 stop on the first drive. And that was the defense's own doing. That was why it was scary. Because when the Chargers came out and just drove down the field on the defense, it just felt like, oh goodness, what is going on here? If the defense isn't showing up, what the hell are we going to do? But they took that punch, and then they rolled.
Yep, they sure did. I wonder if Jason Kelce ever ended up watching the game.
The one that I'm definitely not watching is Houston versus Chargers. I don't know why. That one's that's the least interesting game to me. Is that fair?
I'm watching it because I think that's probably who you're playing. Teams I'm going to play.
Yeah, right.
This was right. And Jason, you missed a hell of a game, man. You missed a hell of a game.
Also, Jason, I don't know if Jason's aware of his job responsibilities yet. Yeah. Dude, you're on Monday Night Football. Like, what? You're not going to watch the game? What the hell are you talking about? I'm just going to read the Cliff's notes on this.
Yeah,
and, maybe I'll let AI kind of synopsize it for me.
I'm going to watch the cut up of it.
I'm going to go shove down a college kid somewhere. That's
pretty recent.
I'll be too busy beating up college kids.
I'm going to the college football playoff to beat up on some kids in the parking lot, throw their phones on the ground and stomp them.
I hope nobody's recording any of my slurs.
Do you think that the Texans are going to get the same level of disrespect this week that they got going into that Chargers game?
Oh, 100%.
I mean, it's the Chiefs.
And I would say also, I think that, again, with guys like Jason Kelce who don't watch playoff football games, or Rex Ryan who obviously hasn't watched football all year long.
Yeah.
Like that first Chiefs game in Kansas City, yes, it was in the regular season, but it wasn't like that was a competitive game. And C.J. Stroud ultimately kind of got them to a point where they could have tied it up, but then also made a couple of really bad mistakes, and they had a game management issue that knocked them out of contention in that one. But it was a 3-quarter game there. Mm-hmm. So yeah, the Texans, I'm not surprised that they're 8-point underdogs, but I think some of that is perception that kind of built into it. I would bet on the Texans this week with those points.
You would take the points. Yeah, I think so too. More than a touchdown, I think I would too. Made this season betting or taking the points against the Chiefs. They played a lot of close games this year.
This is the playoff Chiefs too.
It is a playoff Chiefs, but I think the Texans, man, I don't feel like the offense is completely right, but I feel like they figured some things out this week, and I feel like they're going to be playing with a little more confidence in this game than they've been all year.
They've been attacking the entire field more effectively. They've gotten Nico involved in the short game, and in some respects, I think part of that is that the pass protection still is not pristine, but you can rely upon it a little bit more. I think they feel a little bit more comfortable with it. So I think you might get a different version of C.J. Stroud and then the offense in its entirety.
It's supposed to be 19 degrees. The high is going to be the high, at least as of yesterday. On Saturday is going to be 19 degrees. So
this is where the benefit might come in CJ having been under-recruited as a high school prospect. The fact that he's spent time. He's had to wear a winter hat before.
Yeah.
Like all these things that at least he's not going to be like one of these SEC kids that has never played in cold weather before.
That's right. All right, let's do some headlines in the next segment. We'll continue to break down the Texans' win over the Chargers on Saturday. That was good to see. A little hardware for one of the best players on the field on Saturday, and what happened around the league in the NFL playoffs. We'll go through all of that coming up next in headlines. But first, you heard me talking about Westport.
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Here's C.J. Stroud at the 47-yard line of Houston, ready to take a knee. He does. It's over. The Texans blow out the Chargers on Wild Card Weekend, 32-12, and they move on to the divisional round. What a playoff performance. 4 interceptions. The Texans winners, a game we will never forget.
4 interceptions, more interceptions thrown by Justin Herbert on Saturday than he'd thrown all year long. He had 3 interceptions all season. Texans picked him off 4 times in them, absolutely huge. And the Texans go on to win 32-12. Joe Mixon was asked after the game, did you guys feel disrespected?
I mean, man, when it comes down to it, bro, like, obviously, you get whiff of outside noise, and it just is what it is. Everybody got an opinion about, a team, but when it come down to it, bro, like, when it come down to it, when you get to them white lines, for 60 minutes or more, like I said, it's a playoff, no stat matter. Only thing that matters is the win. You got to go out there, put your on tape, and we displayed that today.
Yeah.
Love Joe Mixon. I mentioned the interception stat. More interceptions thrown in those 60 minutes Saturday than Justin Herbert had thrown all season. Did you know, this is from my notes I get from Robert Hensley after the game. Robert takes great notes. And one of the notes, they had 9 turnovers as a team all season long. 9.
Yeah, right.
That's crazy.
I had that in our pregame notes, but
Did
I
you?
won't get offended by it. Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah,
it wasn't just Justin Herbert not turning the ball over. Yeah. They were very careful with the ball. They were top 3 in the league in giveaways, and the Texans were top 5 in the league in takeaways.
Yep.
And it was strength versus strength. There was wondering who's going to crack, and they cracked. The Chargers cracked.
They cracked, and it looked all the things we were hoping would happen in that stadium. You and I have brought up in the pregame and throughout the week. I know others have talked about it too, man. Like Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Tua Tagovailoa. Like these are the heads that they had on the wall of quarterbacks that had come into the stadium with dynamite numbers and walked out of the stadium having a game that was not at all indicative of how good they'd been all year. And Justin Herbert might have had the biggest dichotomy of any of them between what he looked like Saturday and what he looked like during the regular season.
I'll tell you what, so far, and it was not looking like this 1.5 quarters into the game, but you look at it at the end of the weekend, and man, the young quarterbacks like Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud, Bo Nix, I almost want to call Justin Herbert a young quarterback. He's not, but he's got a new coach. Of those 4, CJ's the only one who came through.
CJ, I'd add Jaden Daniels last night in the late game to that.
Oh yeah.
But I was doing the same exercise last night, Seth. As I'm watching Jaden Daniels, I'm going, all right, Jaden's doing it, CJ's doing it. What other quarterbacks who are kind of in that young phase still? And you're absolutely right. Your point is well taken. Like those, man. Like be glad, Houston. You got one of the young quarterbacks who, so far is standing up in the big moments here at age 23.
And ultimately, I think in hindsight, you're going to look at this year, no matter what happens this week and in the playoffs, that ultimately I think it's going to have been a really good year for C.J. Stroud because he's had a whole lot of adversity. Some of it's self-imposed, but also some of it with his surroundings, that he learned some really, really hard lessons this year. And hopefully, maybe there was when something just kind of clicked for him after he botched that snap. And it looked like he was letting the game come to him, and at the same time just going out and snatching it, snatching the opportunities.
That Xavier Hutchinson
good snatch game.
That Xavier Hutchinson, man.
I'll tell you another thing with Joe Mixon, since we just played his audio.
Yeah.
I kind of went into a rabbit hole with Joe Mixon yesterday of just his celebrations in Cincinnati. And I guess I never really appreciated his personality before. He's a dog. He's just got.
What'd you see? I have no idea. What is he? Was he like a?
Oh, his celebrations.
His energy.
But then, I had forgotten that he tried to do the Lambeau leap at Lambeau.
In Green Bay.
Yeah, you remember he tried to jump up. It was that one of those Texans fans that's always at the away games and everything with a big costume on.
Yeah.
He tried to jump up into his arms. Some other Packers fan blocked him.
Oh, hit him in the head.
Yeah, there was another scene from going back to the Bengals days. One is just all of his dances.
Yeah.
And a lot of his dances are kind of taunts where he'll get into the end zone and he'll kind of do a dance from that region, which I'm not quite up to speed on a lot of that stuff, Sean.
Sure.
But then also, there was a Bengals fan that had dropped his phone as everybody was celebrating in the end zone, and Mixon picked it up and started doing a dance as a selfie,
That's
for the guy,
hilarious.
and then handed it back up to him.
It's fun having Mixon on the team, man. Hey, by the way, real quick, I said it was going to be 19 degrees in Kansas City as a high on Saturday. That's actually Sunday's high. Thank you, meteorologist Texter. It's 30. It's going to be a balmy 31 degrees high on Saturday at 3:30 in Kansas City, and that's when the Texans are playing. By the way, people may be waking up not knowing when the game is on this weekend.
Yeah.
They got the Kansas City Chiefs should be nervous. Have their favorite spot Saturday. 3:30, baby.
I'll have to check with my favorite meteorologist, Owen Daniels, on this. But the only thing I'd worry about is that enough of is the difference between 31 and 19? Does that mean a cold front's moving in, which usually comes with kind of some dicey weather?
I don't see any precipitation.
You don't see any?
Yeah,
okay,
I don't see
good,
any.
Good,
I don't see any. Derek Stingley Jr. named first-team All-Pro after we got off the air on Friday. He and Patrick Surtain are the two cornerbacks. All-Pro is the best of the best. Pro Bowl's AFC, NFC. This is the best. Derek Stingley Jr., according to the AP, is one of the two best corners in football. Second defensive player in franchise history to be named to the first-team All-Pro. We know who the other one is, J.J. Watt, 5 times. First Texans player since 2019, DeAndre Hopkins, to make first-team All-Pro, and the 8th player in franchise history to be named at least once to the first-team All-Pro. And he showed why on Saturday.
Yeah.
He was. I mean, there are a lot of guys who are in the argument for best player on the field in Saturday's game. Stingley had 5 pass breakups in that game with the 2 interceptions. Like, he was insane. It was crazy. Most DBs don't get 5 in a season, you know?
Yeah, I know. His ball skills are incredible. We had Jonathan Joseph on in the pregame, and it was fun talking to Jonathan about Derek Stingley. And Jonathan made a really good point, which was that, the third year as a cornerback, you're really coming into your own in terms of technique and understanding the game and everything, but you're still at your most athletic, and it's kind of the sweet spot. And, offenses maybe don't respect you as much as they should,
right?
So they'll test you still. Might be the year, like Derek, because you see this with
Stingley's going to be like
Yeah. You see this with the Hall of Fame cornerbacks. Their interception numbers go down as their career progresses because teams just don't test them anymore.
Tell you what, though, man, from what I've seen all season and what we saw on Saturday, testing Kamari Lassiter ain't a great recipe either,
The other thing about it, though, is, too, and not to take anything away from the defensive backs, those interceptions were more about those guys' ball skills than they were about the coverage. Like, they were forced errors by the defensive line.
Yeah.
It was a lot of the pressure was getting to Justin Herbert, and the DBs were just in the perfect position to take advantage of it.
It was such a good defensive effort on Saturday. We're going to dig into that at 7 o'clock today.
Don't worry, everybody. Cheetah Craft is not going to be offended that I put Owen Daniels above her in the power rankings.
No, and for those who don't know,
meteorologist.
Owen Daniels is a meteorology major at Wisconsin.
Yeah.
That's why you
Cheetah,
said that.
I can't put number 1 because her husband's too good looking.
He's a good guy, though.
He's an awesome. That bothers me too.
I know.
He's the whole package.
He's probably listening right now.
I know.
All right. Playoff scores. We'll go through these quickly as we head towards the top of the hour. Ravens pounded the Steelers in the game after the Texans on Saturday, 28-14. Denver scored first in that game in Buffalo yesterday. They were up 7-0. Buffalo scored the next 31 points, 31-7. The winners in the NFC, the Eagles, in an ugly game, beat the Packers 22-10. And then last night, on a last-second field goal off the upright, the Washington Commanders upset the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And the Rams in Glendale tonight for the right to face the Eagles next
I do
weekend.
feel honestly bad about leaving Jaden Daniels out of the young quarterback conversation earlier because he's been impressive as hell.
Yeah.
And a guy that was lightly regarded by a lot of people. Man, he's been everything. And Cliff Kingsbury.
He's this year's C.J. Stroud. Number 2 overall pick, and like you said, a little disrespected, and he's had an amazing season. Mike Vrabel is the new head coach of the Patriots. Deshaun Watson tears his Achilles again. I don't know if we're ever going to see him play football, but those are your headlines from the weekend that was in football. All right, up next, we do as we do after every Texans victory. 7 o'clock gets rung in with the DeMeco Ryans locker room speech, get you pumped up in your car, and then we'll go through the highlights. The 3 times that the Texans defense bailed out the the Texans off. Offense was really good on Saturday, but there were 3 times the defense stood up for the offense that were absolutely huge in turning this game. We're going to go through them through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. Acknowledge me at 7:20. Stay there. Big Monday here on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, we are very concerned about our short-term future as football fans.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Both sides of the ball, all three sides stood up for the Texans on Saturday. Offense, defense, special teams, all ultimately had really good days. The defense, really, really good day. We'll get into the defensive bailouts of the offense, the three mistakes the offense made and what the defense did to make it right. We'll get into that in just a second. Here was DeMeco Ryans. Hopefully get you fired up, taking you inside the locker room with DeMeco Ryans right after the game.
Hey, outstanding job by everybody. How was that bye week? Hey, man, you talk about complete team football. We've been talking about all year. Talk about playing complementary football. Everybody, O-line, D-line, CJ, great job, man. Great job. Hey, the play we needed to get us going, the play to Hutch, man. Excellent job. Keep leading that way, man. Outstanding job by you. I got so many guys, man. Joe, way to run the ball, man. We needed it most. Joe, way to close it out. From my man, Sting. All-Pro Sting. All-Pro Sting. Hey, best in the business, man. Keep going. 2 picks a day. Man, put the team on your back. Outstanding job. Everybody, D-line. Keep spinning, baby. Love the way you guys hunted right there, guys. Man, you talk about pressure. Talk about a quarterback who didn't throw picks. All right? That's what it looked like right there when that pressure was on. Great job all the way around, man. And you talk about redeeming the time, we get more time. All right, we get more time together. Special team. We got a special team. Let's keep it going, man. Everybody, keep giving everything you got, man. All right, one more week. Whoever we got, again, it doesn't matter. It's about us. When we play ball the right way, that's what it looked like. You guys are a dominating team, all right? Keep believing in each other. Keep giving everything you got for each other, man. Outstanding job.
Yeah, special teams good too, man. We should throw them in, man. D'Angelo Ross with the blocked punt and the return for the 2-point conversion there, the 2-point after.
You know, I think the one guy that I feel like has almost been kind of neglected, at least in the stuff that I've seen around and kind of the gushing praise over the performances. And it's weird. I don't know why it would be this way, but Nico Collins. He had 122 yards receiving, 29-yard touchdown drive, had 3 receptions by him, including the touchdown. I mean, Nico was a machine.
Yeah.
And did everything that you want to see out of him in moments like that. There was just some big. That was the most encouraging thing about that was, man, you had big time performances out of the guys that you need to get big time performances.
Yes,
out of.
This offense will go as far as Nico Collins and Joe Mixon can take it. They both had over 100. Yeah, you know what, Nico? I'm looking at acknowledge me, and I don't have Nico in here. I'm going to acknowledge him right now. Early acknowledgement of Nico Collins. Here was Will Anderson Jr. after the game talking about the defense picking up the offense when they needed to.
Coach asked us this offseason what team we want to be. Speaking of Aziz, and, I was saying, I want us to be physical. I want us to be fast. And Jalen Peach, and Aziz was like, no, I want to be the defense. When something wrong go happen, how we gonna respond? You know what I'm saying? How we gonna pick up? And he's been giving us that, we got to be that defense. And I feel like all year that's the defense we've been trying to be. It don't matter how we get on the field, how we getting off the field. When them bullets get to flying, how we going to respond? And I thought we just did a really good job of that today.
Well, and the really cool thing about that was that first drive, which was scary as hell, because as you pointed out, the Chargers didn't even have a third down on that drive until the 3rd and 2 where they got stopped. But they were just carving the Texans up over the middle of the field. The pass rush wasn't really getting there. And the fact that all of that built and got better as the game progressed, that was fun to watch it unfold. Because, man, the pass rush started up. I thought DeMeco and Matt Burke did a good job of selectively blitzing. And when they blitzed, it worked. Eric Murray, good. That was really nice to see. But then, one of our texters earlier said, hey, the Texans have to worry about the middle of the field. Yeah, I think versus the Chargers, that's exactly what I was worried about. The Chargers are really good throwing the ball over the middle of the field. One of the best, I think we saw the fact that they had their 3 starting linebackers out there for the first time all season. It made a difference as the game went on. With Aziz Elshire back there, he kind of got the calm voice in the room, keeping everybody in line, making your adjustments, paying attention to the keys. And it was a really professional performance by the defense. They did all those things you wanted a unit to do, which is figure out how they're trying to play you, and then make your adjustments as the game goes on.
I do think one of the things to keep an eye on today, or keep an ear on today, because DeMeco Ryans meets with the media at 11:30, is the status of Christian Harris. Christian Harris, ultimately, I didn't realize this. I had a few people hit me on Twitter about it, like, hey, man, how many snaps did Christian Harris play? He played 7 snaps.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Like, I was just like, Aziz was such a monster out there. They were playing so well defensively. You're not when they're playing defense like that, you're not taking attendance out there. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. No. I didn't realize it was only 7. I knew that they had. So the health of a few of those guys, because this is a hard hitting game. Even Stingley at one point looked like he got up a little slow. Yep. I felt like he had just gotten the wind knocked out of him. I don't know. Maybe it was more than that.
He wasn't moving great on the interception that looked like it could have been a pick six. I don't know if he was just kind of setting up a juke move or something like that. But like he was, Stingley. I said to you in the press box after the first pick, I'm like, Stingley. I think Stingley might end up being like one of those guys like limited with whatever it is he got hit with on Saturday. I mean, he's going to play obviously, but all right, let's get into these. There were 3 turnovers by the offense for the Texans on Saturday against the Chargers. And I thought one big theme of this game, we just heard Will Anderson talking about it, the defense picking up the offense. That's been a theme all year. Now, the offense showed up on Saturday. I want to make that point. This isn't me picking on the offense. This is me praising the defense. But the very first play of the game from scrimmage for the Texans offense, this happened.
Stroud all alone in the backfield. Here's the snap to C.J. C.J. throws underneath, got a man, ball wrestled out. Mechie had the catch, and it was stripped out of there. Is it an actual fumble? The officials say yes, and the Chargers recover.
I mean, just a horrific start for a playoff game here. The Chargers go right down the field, get a field goal. The Texans, Mechie fumbles that ball, and now the Chargers are set up at the Texans' 30-yard line, and they've got to thereabouts 30, 33, 30, somewhere in that range. They get a first down immediately. They look just like they did for the first 2 snaps, like they did on the first drive, Seth, where they get 8 yards on the first run by Gus Edwards. They get a first down on the next play. The big play, though, that held the Chargers to 3 ultimately was this.
First down, charge out, Easton 23. Herbert under center, fakes the give. There's pressure. He's sacked. Brought down deep in the backfield. Will Anderson Jr., Mario Edwards getting into the backfield and bringing down Herbert at a big time.
That was huge because 2nd and 19, boy, the Texans dodged a bullet. 2nd and 19, the tight end for them, Will Disley, drops a ball that could have been a walk-in touchdown. Then on 3rd and 19, they hold them, they keep them to just 10 yards. So they hold them to a field goal there. So 2 drives now where the Chargers get well within striking distance. The Texans were able to keep it at 6-0, which was massive early in this game. Massive.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, Sean. I'm trying. My nasal spray was going. The biggest thing about just all of that, the fact that you were talking about complementary football, the defense bailing the offense out, which CJ acknowledged afterwards. The cool thing was to hear CJ talking about the fact that, man, instead of the defense, wondering or getting mad at the offense, they're giving the offense pep talks the whole time. Mm-hmm. They're like, "Hey, we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna get it. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. You guys are gonna click. Don't worry about it."
Yeah. There's no division on the sideline. So that was number 1. That was Mechie fumble. Defense holds them to 3. That was huge, and that was all they'd score until that McConkey touchdown in the 4th quarter. Second mistake, and this was CJ pre-Hutchinson catch. Right, this was the early version of CJ. CJ threw a pick that was just seen a few of these this year. This is what it sounded like.
CJ stepping up, looking, firing downfield to his left, and it's intercepted along the sideline. Oh my goodness, nowhere to go. He found the defender and not his own receiver as Leonard makes the pick.
And that was a hell of a job by Leonard from the Chargers, keeping his feet in bounds.
Yeah.
that was a hell of a play.
And that was the play, too. It ended up paying dividends, at least, in that CJ, he could have run on that play. And I don't know why he did what he did instead of running, but
threw it for grabs.
He saw that, okay, I could have run there, and they don't really spy the quarterback, which he had noticed in film study, and that ultimately paid dividends because he ended up running really effectively a few more times in the game.
Yep, CJ's going to get acknowledged. Don't worry about that. But literally the very next play, this is the defense again picking up the offense in this game when the offense couldn't get it going.
Herbert fakes the give, rolls out to the right, throws back to the left side, and Lassiter has the pick at the 10-yard line. Plucked it out of the air. INT for Kamari.
That was a hell of a pick. Kamari's a hell of a player. Justin Herbert really fell in love with his arm on that play. I mean, he literally runs all the way to his right and throws it 45-degree angle back over to the left.
It was there were a lot of moments in that game, and again, that's where you credit the pass rush for just get him into that mode where he's making bad decisions and feeling like he had to make hero plays in a game which didn't necessarily demand it, it just built and built and built as the game went along. There's just the defense got better and better. Herbert was under more and more duress, and the complete defensive effort of having those guys just take the defensive backfield, being able to take advantage of that pressure was really cool.
Yep. Third time the defense bailed out the offense in this game. Very first drive of the second half. The Texans had just hit a 41-yard catch and run. Stroud hits Nico. Nico gets it down to the 24-yard line of the Chargers. And then on 1st and 10 from the 24, this looked like it was setting up to be a trick play of some sort, of kind of a throw lateral to Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon tucks the ball and decides to run it, and here's what it sounded like.
From the 24, here's a throw behind the line of scrimmage to Mixon. Starting right, fumble, and the Texans, do they have it? There's a flag down. And it looks like the Chargers have this. It's a turnover.
Why get cute?
Joe coughed it up.
Why get cute in a close game?
I don't know.
They had, for what it's worth, they had set that up. When they showed that look previously, one of the DBs had abandoned his coverage, and that's what they were hoping for. But credit to the Chargers for making the adjustment. He did not bite on it that time, so it fell out. Bobby Sloak has run some really good trick plays at times this season, and people gush with praise. The Stephon Diggs touchdown early in the year. I don't have an issue with it. The red zone's a great place to run trick plays, but you just got to be able to execute when you do it.
Well, Mixon's got a hold ball.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's what ends up making it a disastrous play.
Yeah. So now the Chargers have the ball. They've got a little momentum. The Texans were up 10-6, looking to go up either 13 or 17-6. And now the Chargers probably feel like they've got a new lease on life, but they get to a third down. Let's see, where was the third down? I got to find that here. The Chargers turned it over on downs. It was 3rd and 2 at the Houston 34. So the Chargers move the ball back down the field. McConkey gets a big chunk play. They've got 3rd and 2 at the Texans 34. So they're on the cusp of field goal range. And then you get a big Azeez Al-Shire stop.
3rd and 2, they feed Edwards, and he's stoned! Azeez Al-Shire at the 33 stops the first down. And then, Texans celebrating, but the Chargers are probably going to go for it. Everybody's got to get ready for another snap.
Yep, good call, Vandy, because they went for it on 4th and 2, and here's what happened.
On 4th and 2, Herbert's going to throw. Herbert airs it out right side and caught, but short of the first down as Stingley makes the stop on Quentin Johnson. Hung on to the ball, but Stingley made sure he didn't get it. Turnover on downs. Houston gets it back.
That was a great play. Both Stingley and Kamari Lassiter in that game had plays on 3rd or 4th down where they went for the pass breakup but also secured the tackle.
Yeah.
The one play with Lassiter that I'm thinking of, Daniil Hunter had a beautiful pass rush. Just was a 16th of a second away from getting Herbert. Herbert throws the ball Lassiter in perfect position, bats the ball away. That same thing with Stingley. I mean, he broke the pass up and secured the tackles short of the yards, the first down marker in both of those.
Yeah, it was.
And they would have been a bad spot with a reception. There were some bad spots in that game.
There were. But this was like those 3 instances. The Texans had 3 turnovers, and the Chargers got 3 points off of those 3 turnovers. That's absolutely huge. I thought the Texans defense and honestly, the first couple came at a time where the Texans offense was doing nothing. So the defense's ability to not only atone for the offense's mistakes, but allow the team to hang around in that game until CJ could kind of get things going, I thought was immense in that game on Saturday.
Yeah. And also, the other thing about the defense too, going up against a team that's super physical, super just old school in a lot of ways. And they got big dudes. Like they got their fullbacks and tight ends and everything. Like they're just big. They look like they're just you plucked them out of a cornfield. The Texans were in nickel a lot. That's one of the reasons Christian Harris only had 7 snaps was they were just out there with 2 linebackers on the field. Mm-hmm. So to hold the Chargers to 2.5 yards per carry running while also being physically lighter on defense, that was just a really gutsy effort. I would say I'll use another anatomical part, but it's early.
Well, had they not given up that touchdown to McConkey on 3rd and 28, that 86-yard touchdown, it was about as perfect a game as you can play in a playoff game against a good offense.
Yeah.
I don't care. I know it was very McConkey heavy on Saturday. I think that's an accomplishment. I think that's an attestament to how good the Texans were defensively. That was all they got was McConkey. Nobody else did a damn thing in that game. Their long run from scrimmage as a team, their long run was 8 yards. 8.
Yeah.
That was really good.
And Vandermeer in the postgame made a good point, which was almost, it felt like in basketball when, back in the day, the strategy the Rockets used against Kobe Bryant and a lot of other teams would be like, okay, Kobe's going to get his touches, but let's let him, we don't have to double him because we just need to make him inefficient.
Yeah.
And Kobe might get 40 points, but on 40 shots. So it felt like they did that a little bit with McConkey, where all right, they're gonna try to feed the ball to McConkey as much as possible, but as long as we just hammer everything else down, we'll be good. And it's unfortunate that McConkey had that long touchdown reception because it was defended well, except that Kalen Bullock he just didn't make a very Kalen Bullock play. Like Kalen Bullock can go up and high point a ball like anybody, or better than anybody, but he just kind of sat and waited for the ball to come down when he could have made a play on the ball.
Yeah.
But the coverage was right.
Yeah.
It was just a poor play on the ball.
Well, and you're the last line of defense if you're Kalen Bullock, too. If you don't make that play, nobody's catching McConkey, which is
right. Yeah, I think it's just his eyes got kind of big, and it's like I'm not overly worried about it. It's good. It's good that he learned that lesson in that moment without it actually hurting the team.
All right, let's do some acknowledgments here. Let's do Acknowledge Me. We love doing this, especially on a Monday after a big win like that. 32-12, the final score. The Texans beat the Chargers. A lot of folks to acknowledge. Let's start with the guy you could argue best player on the field. I think ultimately you could argue he's been the best player on the Texans this year. Ultimately, he's the only player on the Texans to get All-Pro acknowledgement from the Associated Press. Derek Stingley Jr.,
acknowledge
me. We will acknowledge you. You're the best cornerback on the planet right now, my friend. Here's what Derek Stingley Jr.'s first interception sounded like on Saturday.
At the 39, 1st and 10, Herbert. Underneath he goes. It's picked off by Stingley across the 50. 40, makes the move to the inside 30, the 25, 20, and dragged down inside the 15. Unbelievable. Back-to-back possessions with picks.
Wow. Yeah, back-to-back possessions with picks. Now, that was Stingley's first. Stingley would have another one later in the game that was just vintage Stingley. He looked like the receiver on the play.
Right, yeah.
But the other one they're talking about, we should just real quick, Seth, we've been quick impromptu acknowledgement for Eric Murray.
Acknowledge
the pick 6. That was the other one. 2 straight interceptions. The first one was Murray taking it to the house.
Yeah, it was, and Murray, it wasn't like he had to make an incredible play on the ball or anything. It was just guys were in position. And the pass rush had by that point turned Justin Herbert's brain to mush, and the entire operation was shot. And the Texans were just kind of sitting back and waiting to pounce. And Eric ended up with another big play in the game when he came off the edge on that run stop.
TFL, yeah.
Yeah. They got great performances out of the name brand players, but they also had a lot of guys like Eric Murray step up, guys that you were worried about throughout the course of the season. Came up huge in that game.
The others. Shaq likes to call them the others in basketball, like the guys, the role player guys, the guys that don't normally pop like that. Murray had a really good game.
I think I've caught parts of the TV broadcast, and I think Charles Davis basically said that Surtain and Stingley were playing the best cornerback in the NFL this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no question about that. And that's what the AP said, for sure. Derek Stingley, first-team All-Pro. 4 tackles, 5 pass breakups. I mean, I don't know if people understand how astronomical a number that is in a football game for a DB to have 5 pass breakups in a game. Stingley was second in the league this season with 18. So that gives you an idea. Like, if you get 1 per game, that's really, really good, you know? 5.
It's a nice thing about if you can keep these cornerbacks healthy. You know, we talked earlier about how usually great cornerbacks get fewer and fewer interceptions as their career goes along because people just don't test them. But with Kamari Lassiter playing the way he's been playing as a rookie, and as long as he continues to develop, you're running out of people to test. And, you know, you can do things with scheme and whatnot to get your best play out of your nickelback. It's a really nice development, especially right this moment in the postseason.
Slot corner is an underrated shopping item for like Jay Petrie down there, kind of using him as that star, but like an actual cover guy on slot.
Well, Miles Bryant is an actual cornerback. There's times where you want to have an actual cornerback playing your slot instead of a safety who does pretty well at it, but we're not so sure. And then Derwin James is a freak of nature.
Yeah.
He's just in a different category of human being.
Yeah, no, Bryant had a good game too on Saturday, no question. All right, CJ Stroud.
Acknowledge me.
This play flipped the game and might have flipped the postseason for CJ Stroud.
Stroud calls for the ball. And the ball goes through Stroud. He picks it up, scrambles out to the right side. Can he get rid of it? Airs it out downfield and caught at the 45-yard line and taken to the 50-yard line. X marks the spot. An amazing play for the Texans on 3rd and long.
Just a great call right there by Vandy. That was really good. You know, we talk a lot, Seth. We've talked a lot this morning when we brought up this play about the stuff going on with CJ. You know, the fumbled snap, he scoops it up, got a very fortuitous bounce of the ball. Like, it bounced right up into his hands, and he still had the awareness to throw it downfield to Xavier Hutchinson. What was the Chargers secondary doing on that play? I mean, there was nobody within 10 yards of Xavier Hutchinson on that play.
It's like one of those things.
Like they stopped.
When things break down, well, it's a rhythm breaker.
Yeah.
It's very similar to when on a kick return, when the receiver or returner muffs it, sometimes when it bounces straight in front of them, it just screws up all the angles, all the rhythm, everything else. And if you can take advantage of it, you end up breakaway plays. I think they kind of guys think like, oh, he's rolling out, I'm going to get to my. It all worked out for the best. It was beautiful mayhem.
The Texans would go on to score a touchdown on that drive. That was part of a 99-yard drive, and they went down and scored quickly after that. Nico Collins had another big chunk play. Ultimately, Nico would score the touchdown. Before that play, C.J. Stroud, 9 of 16 with a passer rating of 44. After that play, 12 of 16 with a passer rating of 128. Like, that just, for whatever reason, man, that was the punch in the face right there. And that was a different CJ.
Real quick, as far as CJ on that, what I'm going to call is a fake fumbled snap. It reminds me of the Jared Goff play they had a few weeks ago where Jared Goff pretended to stumble.
Yeah.
Like, that's, you're in the defensive backfield, you got your eyes on the quarterback, and you've got your kind of, you're keyed in, you're looking for your reads and everything. And I almost would credit the Chargers defense where they did end up staying deep, but they stayed too deep.
Way too deep,
Yeah, and everything just kind of fell apart after that.
Yeah, and CJ not just throwing the football, but running the football. Texans were able to get the ball back. The Chargers got the ball with 58 seconds left in the half, and they threw incomplete 3 times. So the Texans got to keep all 3 timeouts, and they got to drive back down and get another 3 points, and this was the big play on that drive.
2nd down and 6 from the Houston 36. Stroud in the gun, Dari in the backfield with him, everybody in tight. CJ takes the snap, CJ stepping up, CJ's going to run across the 40, 45, 50, 45 of the side of 40, and they're in field goal range.
Timeout, bang the timeout.
They bang the timeout with 13 seconds to go. CJ with the arm and with the legs, getting the Texans in range, and he's fired up, and these fans are right behind him right now.
That was big. I think people were more fired up after that than they were after the Hutchinson play.
Yeah,
they were fired up for that, man.
CJ understanding, and I think in that game kind of almost allowing himself to run and to take the easy money and everything. There were a couple checkdowns to Cade Stover and others where sometimes, take the easy money. Don't make it harder on yourself. And some of these young quarterbacks, I feel like they've got guys my age who have been telling them all these years, listen, people are going to try to tell you you're a running quarterback or what have you, this, that, the other thing. Be a pure pocket passer. That NFL doesn't really exist anymore.
Right.
Nobody's going to begrudge you or think you're a lesser quarterback if you run a bunch, especially when it's easy. That's what Pat Mahomes, Pat Mahomes and CJ are probably at about the same level of athleticism.
Yeah.
It's just that Pat Mahomes has a really good, almost uncanny feel for okay, I know what the coverage is. I know I can run fast enough to take it. Take it.
And a willingness to do it. Yeah.
Right, because it also helps set up the passing game later on. The old, there's only so many stationary, immobile dudes anymore, and they're few and far between. Just take the easy money.
Yep. Will Anderson Jr.
Acknowledge me.
Will Anderson Jr. sack.
Aziz in the middle of that defense. Empty backfield for Herbert. First down from the Charger 30.
Aziz looks like he's coming.
3 receivers to the left side, wide side of the field. Aziz drops back. Here comes Will, the Terminator, with a sack on Herbert.
All right, so that was a sack. That was followed up by the Mario Edwards sack. That was actually the drive that ended in the Ladd McConkey long touchdown. But Will coming off the edge, untouched. We asked Will Anderson Jr. in the postgame show, hey, man, take us through that. Take us through what that's like when the tight end runs out in a pattern and the tackle ignores you. How's that feel?
What is that like when all of a sudden you go, oh, my God, there's nothing in between me and that guy right over there?
Well, let me tell you something. A couple of my teammates and coaches said, one, I should have took the ball. And then another one said, I took it easy on him. And then another one said, what he say? He said, I took it easy on him. I should have took the ball. And then I already almost missed. So I can't win. I was like, I got the sack.
So nobody in the press box was saying that.
No. Yeah, that's true. Nobody was.
It's scary. Now, Will Anderson is, 8 times the athlete I ever was. But I tell you, one of the scariest things in the world is a quarterback completely alone in space, because all it takes is a half step to the left or the right, and all of a sudden you've turned into the biggest fool on earth. So you gotta, and especially the way Will Anderson is wired, he's kind of a hyped up dude.
Oh, yeah.
He knows that you gotta settle. You gotta consciously slow yourself down a little bit.
Yep.
Like you want to just go in there and blast him, but he's got so much room to that he played it exactly perfectly. You just got to secure the sack first and foremost.
He was so good, man. He was so good, Seth, when he was kind of when the tackle was kind of riding him out, but he was still able to get a hand in there and disrupt Justin Herbert a couple of times. Those were big plays back early in the game when the Texans offensively weren't getting, like on third down a couple times where Will was able to get his paw on Justin Herbert's arm, and the passes were getting thrown. He's throwing ducks out there because of that.
These guys do a really good job, and I credit the coaches for this, for probably drilling the hell out of it. Just like with defensive backs, when yes, you want to break up the pass, but you want to secure the tackle as well. For pass rushers, you want to cause that fumble. You want to get that strip sack, but you never want to get to the point where that's all you're doing.
Yeah.
The Texans have had times in their past where even when they've had good pass rushers, it almost feels like guys are comfortable getting washed past the quarterback, but they're going to swipe at the ball.
Yep.
I think that the Texans pass rushers, the edges specifically, do a really good job of just trying to win the rush, but then also having a good feel for going after the arm.
Yeah.
But you never feel like they're going just after the arm. They balance that out really well. And there's a lot of quarterback pressures in that game where you could see Danielle Hunter had a couple of them where, man, you were about like a 1/64th of a second away from a strip sack.
Yeah.
But it at least caused a bad pass.
Got to bring it again this week, man, no doubt, against Kansas City. The receipts.
Acknowledge.
Yeah, we're going to do. You, Rex Ryan, you were the best thing that ever happened to the Houston Texans and the worst thing that happened to the Los Angeles Chargers. Ben, let's skip down and play Rex doubling down on his bye week take.
Rex, the Chargers are a road favorite in Houston. Are the Chargers the better team?
Greeny, I heard somebody say it was a bye week that the Chargers are going to win. You know who that was? That was me. I'm doubling down. Come on, Chargers.
Houston, we have a problem.
Greenberg.
Houston, we have a problem.
Seth banned you from Houston. I only suspended you for 2 weeks. Seth banned you from inside the city of Houston for life.
Banned from Houston.
For life.
Sorry about it if you like actual Tex-Mex.
That's right.
Which I doubt he does.
Greenberg? No.
He's like, guacamole is
Yucky.
slim.
Yucky,
It's kind of, I don't like the texture.
Icky poo-poo. Here was Joe. You know who heard Rex Ryan's nonsense? Joe Mixon.
I thought that boy said a bye week. That boy said bye week. Who's smoking that?
We smoking on that Rex Ryan bye week pack. Come on, Rex.
They had a Seth. I don't know how much footage you saw of in the locker room. I mean, Joe Mixon's actually smoking a cigar there and lighting it up. They had a table in the middle of the locker room with like a cutter and a big, like a humidor box full of cigars. Like they were. How do you feel about them smoking cigars after a wild card round win?
I'm cool with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I am too.
Listen, like back in the day, there were people that didn't like Club Astros.
Yeah.
Because they felt like, oh, come on, what is this Pop Warner stuff? Like, listen, it's a game. Like, you want to treat it like remember to have fun and great and do all the things you're supposed to.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think it's like this, having a champagne celebration after one good play in a game or anything. You just want a playoff game.
Well, if it were baseball, there would have been a champagne celebration because they celebrate after every round of the postseason. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a big problem with it. I mean, it's social media, so all the opinions are out there. I saw some people like, are they getting a little too hyped for winning a wild card round game?
No, man.
Be happy, man. Life's short.
Look, CJ said it in his post game a little bit, where like talking about playing with that joy and everything, but it's hard to do when things aren't going well.
Yep.
It feels forced and contrived, so you almost tamp down your emotions. So, but when things aren't going well, go ahead and celebrate when they're going well.
Text message: where are all the should have drafted Sauce guys at? Good question.
I'll tell you what. You know what they need to do is find the guys on the team who have the nicest feet.
Yeah.
And just go ahead and I'm sure Rex still has a fax machine.
Troll him.
Just go ahead and take some pictures of your feet and send them to Rex's wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
As long as they shoot video of them actually doing that, it winds up that we all get to see them doing this. If it's some private thing they do just to get under Rex's skin, it would be awesome. But I need to.
The problem is too, I don't think it would bother Rex as much. And now that I think about it.
He wasn't bothered by being wrong.
Doesn't his wife have a tattoo of one of his former players?
That I don't know. Yeah, that I can't corroborate.
Right. Well, this is the thing, though. It's not a matter of him being wrong. It was a genuine and actual insult to the Texans' defense, and I think evidence that Rex Ryan doesn't actually watch much for. Call it a bye week for the Chargers when you're facing a defense who, does feature Azeez Al-Shire.
Yeah.
It's not going to win or lose.
Yeah.
Texans could have lost that game by 21.
Yeah.
The Texans defense they're going to try to snatch your organs, man.
Yes.
They're going to make you bleed.
Hey, can I do a couple personal acknowledgments here real quick? Yeah. Chris Newton.
Acknowledge me.
Listener who came up to the pregame show yesterday and gave me a super nice Joe Montana Notre Dame jersey. I think Chris is a big Notre Dame fan. Like with the sewn on letters and numbers. That was really nice, man. I was totally floored by that. Like it was really generous.
Yeah, I saw you. That was a lot. That was a much nicer gesture than the curious package I got the other day. They sent to the studio. Did I show it to you? No. I didn't show it to you. It's an old Seth Payne jersey, but it looks like it's been in a house fire or something.
Oh, it's beat up. Huh?
Yeah, with no note or anything, and I don't know.
Jeez. Okay.
I don't know what
feels
to
like
make
more
of
of a
it.
threat than a gift.
Yes.
Okay, well,
I don't know what to make
Chris
of it.
was there. I could see him. He handed it to me.
Yeah.
And I got his number, and we've been in touch. And I just thought that was a really nice gesture. So, Chris, if you're listening, he's a diehard listener. If you're listening, thank you again for that. I also need to thank a family friend, one of my wife's maid of honor, and a great friend of ours, Terry Hennel.
Acknowledge me.
She made Grizzly Hood News this week, Seth, or last week. Grizzly Hood News.
I have no idea what that is,
Grizzly
but
Hood
I'll
News,
watch the video.
Yeah, Grizzly Hood News. They got some fight videos on there and things like that. She lives in League City, lives in a nice neighborhood, but made Grizzly Hood News because I think it was her house video got footage of her pulling a crackhead out of the back of her car in the driveway.
Yeah, it was a young lady that she pulled out of the back of her car who had apparently made camp in there for the evening, and then held the squatter by the hair like she was a dog on a leash.
Right. While calling the cops.
While your friend was calling the cops with her other hand.
Yeah.
It was impressive.
It was a baller move, no doubt about that.
She looked like Foley Fatukasi on that 32 stop, where Fatukasi was holding the dude off with his left arm.
Yes.
Like, she Foley Fatukasi'd that squatter.
She did. Yeah, she's Foley. The arm was the crackhead was the dude that Foley's holding off, and her phone was the ball carrier, I guess, in that instance. So yeah, Terry, good job. Terry, it's sweet as could be, nicest person ever that you're going to meet, but she comes from a long line of law enforcement, so she knew what she was doing. Yeah, her dad was a cop down that way for a long, long time, so she knew what she was doing. But good for her, man. Hey, that's the rule, man. A crackhead comes and sits in the back of your car in your driveway. You go out and pull him out by the hair and call the police. Be more like Terry.
Crackhead as much anymore, or more likely just meth or fentanyl or something?
Yeah, I think crackhead was more used as like a colloquialism here. Like
I feel like we're old saying crackhead.
Maybe.
Might be like making a Seinfeld reference.
There's probably a newer designer.
Fill us in on the text line.
Look like
Sean and I haven't done crack in decades.
She didn't look like the designer drug type. I'll just say that. A little rough. All right, that was Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge big performances both on the field and in people's driveways during that segment each and every week. All right, this is what a call to the postgame show should sound like after a Texans playoff win. We've got that. We'll hand things over to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris here at the top of the hour on what should be a really, really fun Texans Monday here on Sports Radio 610.
It's a sharpest John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I will say this, one thing that's really improved year over year with my Texans experience, we've gotten way better callers to the postgame show this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we've just gotten better callers. I don't know if it's because Ben's doing a better job of screening them, or we've just, we've weeded out some of the really bad callers. But the callers have been excellent this year compared to last year. If you're going to have a better football team, you got to have better callers to the postgame show,
By the way, I feel like I have to explain something where my voice started off this morning sounding like it was going to be a train wreck and a disaster.
Yeah.
For people watching on the YouTube stream, there's a risk like into autoerotic asphyxiation right now. Mm-hmm. I'm basically giving myself compression against my throat.
Yeah.
Almost like I'm choking myself. But I think it keeps the mucus from kind of coagulating around my vocal cords.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that.
I'm like, and my voice is, it's hanging in there.
Yeah, no, you're doing all right.
As unsettling as it is for you to look at me look like I'm choking myself.
For 4 hours, or 2 hours.
It's good,
Yeah. Didn't need the description of where the mucus is located, but that's just me. So hang in there. We're going to hand things over to Mark.
I don't have to hang in there. Wait until the lady at the drugstore sees me walk in like this.
Yeah, that's a big turn on. Here was the reason I bring up the postgame show. This was Mark in Pearland. This was the best call we had to the postgame show, and I thought he captured the energy and the mood really, really well.
I'm blessed. I'm highly favored. Look, I'm going to bring some energy to this. Everybody talk about let's celebrate. Let's go, boy. I'm telling you what. I'm juiced. Boy, I'm telling you, man. That's what's going on. That's what we saw tonight. That's what's going on. I'm 166 years old. I've been watching football before I could walk. Let me tell you something. I just came back from FedEx. I had to drop off some pepper going to Rex Ryan out there at CBS or wherever he is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but anyways, wherever he's at, because he's had enough salt all week talking about it. I thought he might want a little extra seasoning to go with that crow he's eating right now. Okay, you know what I mean? Absolutely. And my boys, okay, I'm still wearing the jersey right now, number 51. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And Mr. Lassiter. And everybody else on them team, boy, the Neil Hunter, boy, them boys, I'll tell you what, when you look over on the sideline of the opposing team's coach, and he looks like Elvis because he's all shook up, you know you got him. When the coach is going down, the rest of the team, it's a wash, man. And I just wanted to say thank you to both of you gentlemen. I listen to both of your shows first thing in the morning and the last thing in the evening before I get off the road. Thank you. Thank you for the information that you give us on a daily basis. I've learned so much from both of y'all, man. And I want to say God bless you. One more thing. Go Texans. Let's go!
That's a phone call. That's a phone call right there.
I thought, speaking of the postgame show, I was listening at one point where Clint was talking about time in college when he just ended up having a really bad game and how he just kind of he felt like he didn't handle it emotionally well, that everything just kind of spiraled downward. And that was probably one of the most encouraging things about that game itself was that, man, C.J. Stroud looked like he could have easily gone the route of Justin Herbert in that game. Things were not going well at all. And credit Draw Johnson and Bill Lazor are the two guys that work with C.J. Stroud the most. I think for them to work with him this year where he's had so many challenges and so many things have not gone according to plan, man, that was in the long-term development of C.J. Stroud, I think one of the best things that could have happened. Thank God they're in the playoffs because he didn't have a moment like this this year. He would have gone in without the playoffs. He would have gone into the offseason probably beating himself up and wondering just with all these questions. I think this is a real shot in the arm for his confidence and maybe his understanding of, man, just let the game come to you.
Yeah.
Don't make it any harder than it needs to be. He's got circumstances around him that make it tough. And some of those circumstances have improved. And I think that one play, that throw to Xavier Hutchinson, I I don't think it's overly dramatic to think that might have been the turning point, not just in that game, but for a lot of things. No matter what happens this week, I'm so grateful that he had that moment.
And had
for
that
the team, but also just for himself and his development.
Yeah, absolutely, and had that second half. There were a lot of parallels, I thought, between that game on Saturday and the wild card game last week. Just in some ways, in how the game unfolded. Remember last year, it was the second half. It was 2 pick sixes that put the game over the top. Similarly, this game kind of got put over the top by all those turnovers and interceptions that Justin Herbert threw in the second half. CJ was better like bell to bell, wire to wire last year in that Cleveland game than he was in this game. But CJ had really good performances in both of those games. And I think there was long-term, to your point, Seth, I think there was long-term importance in both of those games. Like, that game really, I think, put the crowd. The Cleveland game last year, I think, really got the fan base totally re-engaged with the franchise. It was influential in getting Danielle Hunter here for sure. He was in the stadium that day, and I think you make a great point. Regardless of what happens in Kansas City, CJ having a couple of plays, and then from then on a game like he had CJ from that Xavier Hutchinson throw on. I think you could argue he was almost a deluxe version of what he was last year when you add the rushing into it. He was doing things with his legs that we've never seen him do before after that Hutchinson play.
Yeah, and one of the things we talked about last week was when Caserio had talked to us and we were kind of talking about load management and everything. Caserio said, "Hey, when we work, we're better," and I think a lot of that was in a time like this where you've had injuries, you're in the playoffs at the end of the year. CJ talked about how hard they worked in practice this week with a padded practice. A lot of teams don't do that this time of year. There's some old school football sentiments that played out for the better, and I think it was a blue collar approach they had to take in this game.
He talked about it in the postgame, and he talked about it on the field with, I forget who the sideline reporter was for this game. In the interview they did right after the game on the field, he brought that up too. Unprompted, that they practiced in pads this week. That's something Nick Caserio had brought up with Seth and I on Wednesday last week when he was on with us, so that was good to see. And then the last thing, Seth, the closeout drive in this game. There were so many facets of the Texans that we just haven't seen in that version of CJ, and then them 14 plays, 74 yards, 7 minutes to score a touchdown to close out that game was just absolutely massive. All right, get some rest, my friend.
Oh, I'm good. I've got my new strategy of choking myself.
That'll be good.
I'm going to go experiment with some things.
Okay. Randy! All right. We're done.
It's for the show.
We're out of time. Hey, we'll see y'all tomorrow at 6 a.m. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, they're up next with Texans Monday. Should be a fun one. Stick around. But before we do that, hey, Prize Picks, really fun way to maybe watch.
Time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Stroud calls for the ball. And the ball goes through Stroud. He picks it up. Scrambles out to the right side. Can he get rid of it? Airs it out downfield and caught at the 45-yard line and taken to the 50-yard line. X marks the spot. An amazing play for the Texans on 3rd and long. Stroud dropped the ball, but he picked it up and found Xavier Hutchinson for a first down at midfield as we hit the 2-minute warning. 33 yards, the Texans in business, down 6-0. And everything changed at that point. That was the play that did it. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. Andre Ware is going to join us. ND Kalu, John McClain. You'll hear from C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans, all of them as we bring you Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. And Johnny, that play needs a nickname. That needs a nickname. I don't know what it is. I put on X last night. Where does it rank in franchise history? That's all debatable. Maybe that's an off-season thing, and it really factors into where we go from here. And, of course, we're going to talk about that. But it needs a nickname like, oh, snap, or snap to it, or snap out of it, or something.
I am not raining on that at all.
Okay.
I would contend, this is just me, that play happened right at the 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
Warning. It's kind of like the excitement maybe died down during the 2-minute warning. A great play, and I do think it kind of gave a little bit of a kickstart.
Yeah.
I think the true emotion in that game happened when he scrambled
on the next possession.
On the next possession.
Field goal drive.
The field goal drive. When he scrambled, got hit, and got up, and he pounded his chest a couple times, and he did the flex.
Yeah.
And the entire sideline went crazy.
I'm the hair standing on the back of my neck right now thinking of that. Benny, could you pull that up, the C.J. Stroud, I think 27-yard scramble?
That, and look, the play, you'll hear my interview with DeMeco from Postgame. I said to DeMeco, I described it as C.J. dribbling the ball in the backfield. Because he it was almost like he dribbled it because it kind of came right back to him. As soon as he got
that was a big factor right there that it came right back to him.
As soon as he gathered it, I thought, okay, it's not dead, but somebody get open. And I think what's interesting.
I was just hoping he could get rid of it and not take
a big loss.
And not, obviously, the turnover avoided because he had it. Now, get rid of it, get out of the pocket, get rid of it. But he did something incredible with it, and it turned things around. Now, the play you're talking about happened on the next possession, and I agree that this had its moment, too. There's no question, because at that time, they had scored the touchdown, taken the lead. Now they're driving for the field goal, and Stroud does something. Now, we've seen him run with the ball, but this was a really significant. You're out of field now, basically in field goal range, and the whole crowd erupted on this. 2nd down and 6 from the Houston 36. Stroud in the gun, Dari in the backfield with him, everybody in tight. CJ takes the snap, CJ stepping up, CJ's going to run across the 40, 45, 50, 45 of the Chargers inside the 40, and they're in field goal range.
Timeout, bang the timeout.
They bang the timeout with 13 seconds to go. CJ with the arm and with the legs getting the Texans in range, and he's fired up, and these fans are right behind him right now. 27-yard run.
Listen to that. Listen, as you're describing the very end of that, I'm getting chills because listen to the crowd react to that.
Yep.
It had to die down because you're going to 2-minute warning. And
after the Xavier
Hutchinson one. Now, it's a big play. There's no doubt. It kind of breaks the seal. But to me, what really it's like a Diet Coke and a Mentos.
Yeah.
You know, you take the play for the start of Diet Coke, you opened it. That was a throw to Xavier. Dropping the Mentos was the run. Because you know what happens when a Mentos goes into Diet Coke.
Does it blow up?
Yeah, it's like this huge explosion.
So you do this often? I didn't know this.
I know of it. It's a science experiment.
Listen,
so I've done it.
I understand your point. I acknowledge your point.
I know I'm on a thin limb here. I know a lot.
No. It's fine. I think it's valid. It's valid. But what that play did for him,
yes,
the 1-2 Xavier,
yes,
because
you're right.
From that moment
going on? CJ was back. And not that he went away, but we haven't seen that fluidity in the passing game for a while. Because right after that, he hits Nico moments later. He hits Schultz on a shorty.
Yep.
And then he hits Nico on the 37-yarder.
That was a big one. That was big.
And then for the touchdown, which was no easy throw. And the touchdown gives them the lead, and the universe just changes. The earth spins in a different way on its axis in Texansville, and here we are with the lead in a game where you felt like you weren't out of it, and you were never out of it at 6-0, but it felt like you weren't going anywhere offensively, and now you're going somewhere. And the rest of the game, look, I know they had the fumble with Mixon early third quarter, all that, but the rest of the game was a completely different vibe, situation. The defense balled from the get-go, no question, but to get that phase of the game going, Mixon over 100 yards, Nico over 100 yards, Stroud throwing for over 280. Bang. We are so back, and now you're in the divisional round for the second consecutive year, and it's a very different feeling.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that. It is a different feeling. Why? I remember we were with the Browns last year, and I felt like, man, we are playing with house money. House money. It doesn't matter what happens in Baltimore, man. We are playing with house money.
What, against the Browns?
Against the Browns. Now, there was a big reason why I thought that. One of them was we were not healthy defensively last year.
Right. Will and Grenard hobbling around.
The whole defensive line was like hanging on by a piece of duct tape.
Yeah.
I mean, Rankins was banged up. Malik Collins, you didn't even know there's not. Will and Grenard each of them had one ankle that they barely could walk on. I remember seeing Will in the locker room after the game, and I don't know that Will should have been playing that game, but you weren't going to hold him back. And you weren't deep, relatively speaking, on the defensive line. Offensive line, obviously you're playing without Titus, and so you didn't have your full complement of what you had on the offensive line. I think two big things. Number one, you're healthy and deep up front on the D-line right now.
Right, which DeMeco thinks is the most important position group on the team. He doesn't say that literally, but basically he says they set the tone.
The offensive line combination that they have going right now, I think, is the best one they have.
Yeah.
There was one sack that the left side gave up. Titus and Laramie got caught on a T stunt, and that was one sack. After that, it was not much. I think Bosa may have gotten there one other time just going one-on-one with Laramie, and it's going to happen. I mean, Bosa's a good player. Mac's a good player. And he's thinking about retirement, which is crazy. But then they ran the ball, and they moved guys around. I mean, Poona Ford was hurting them early, but they kept at it. And then it went from Joe's making a good cut and the line's doing okay to they're opening lanes. If you watch the touchdown run of Joe at the end, Laramie and Titus have caved in the left side. Schultz and Irv Smith are kicking out the safety, Derwin, and a linebacker. And there's a whole – it's not Joe, okay, bouncing a run all the way outside or taking a run that's supposed to go right and going all the way left because he saw something. It was the hole's supposed to be in the C gap. He ran into the C gap, and it's wide open, and now he's off into the end zone, and we're scoring more points than we scored in any one game in Energy Stadium this year, which is crazy to think about.
That's crazy. You know,
that's crazy to think about.
Right. It's not just 4th and 1, we got the first down. It's 4th and 1, we got a touchdown.
Right.
And a sealer.
Yeah. And you got 2 4th and 1s on that drive, on the final drive. So, and I remember you threw it down to me. They scored the Ladd McConkey touchdown, which is incredible.
Yeah, that's wild.
It was wild. And then, of course, you know, D'Lo gets the block by Autry. I thought it was Will when I was looking at it. And then I saw I don't know, that was Autry. Anyways, Ross gets it and takes it for 2. So it really kind of nets out as a 4-point touchdown, really. So, like, you don't want to give up but it was like you gave up a field goal, essentially. So, okay, but now you got to answer because there's still life in the Chargers. And you knew there was going to be. But then you threw it down to me and I said time and points. I didn't really know that you needed a touchdown, but you just needed
something.
3. Because 3 would have put you up 16. Now they've got to have 2 touchdowns and 2 2-point conversions just to tie.
Right.
That's a tough road. That's a tough road, especially against that defense. So just points and time. Just if you can run clock and get points, that is the ultimate. We said that I don't know how many times in games, and you get one or the other. You get some points, or maybe you get run some clock. But this time they did both. It was like a 7-minute drive, something of that ilk. And you ran it down their throats, key throats. I mean, everything you wanted, you got. And then you finished it with Damian coming in and getting that last first down and, just hammered over the left side and say whatever you got to say about the Chargers at that point. Maybe they'd stop playing or whatever. But you got the first down so you could take a knee and then just really, truly celebrate the last minute and a half.
But check this out. That drive, okay, almost 7 minutes. They started Stroud to Stover 5 yards.
Yeah.
We talk about loosening up the defense.
Right.
Okay, great. 5 yards. It's like a nice run.
Oh, you mean the run by Stover?
Basically.
Yeah, basically.
It was a short right pass to Stover.
A run by Stover.
Mixon 7, Mixon 7, Mixon 2, Mixon up the middle for 6, and bang, bang, bang. You eventually matriculate the ball down the field and get the touchdown on 4th and 1. That was awesome. Also awesome, after the game, DeMeco Ryans, this is him in front of the media. Here's what he had to say about playing that game, winning that game at NRG Stadium. Back to the divisional round we go.
No, just to start, man, this is just, first off, as always, want to give glory, honor, and praise to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Man, what an awesome opportunity we had to play a playoff game here at home, and we're just thankful for all of our guys and the effort that they played today. That's the complimentary football that we've been looking for and we've been needing as a team, and it's just an outstanding performance on all 3 phases. Really proud of all of our guys. I can go through each position group. Everybody stepped up and made a play we needed to make. Best players stepped up and made big plays for us to win this game. And none other than CJ. Just want to make sure, he gets the love that he deserves, like the play that he made on the fumble snap and throw to Hutch. Like, that's the play that just sparked our entire, not our offense, but our entire team. Right, seeing the way all of our guys responded after he made the play, and then to come back with another big scramble on the next drive. Just outstanding performance by CJ.
Outstanding performance indeed. And, look, defense, incredible. 4 interceptions on Herbert, who had 3 the entire season.
Jeez.
Stingley with 2 picks. Lassiter becomes the only other Texans rookie to have a pick in a playoff game other than J.J. Watt, who had the pick 6 in 2011. Where does the play rank?
The dribble play?
The dribble. The snap dribble. I don't know. That's not a good nickname.
I know it's not.
Because nicknames, look, we have nicknames for bad plays in Texans history. We do.
Rosencopter.
Like Rosencopter.
Hasselbeck in a diaper.
That's not a play. That's a game.
That's a full game.
That's a full game in 2015.
What do you call the meltdown in Kansas City? Okay, I don't want to talk about that.
Taiwan Jones. That's what I'll call that play.
Yeah, the Taiwan Jones.
Games.
It's just the Taiwan Jones.
Is this now? I was thinking, because after the game, you can't categorize things. Now it's 2 days later. It's still tough.
Yeah.
But as far as Texans playoff games go, last year was a big party. That was awesome against the Cleveland Browns, and it was amazing because you were an underdog statistically, or of course in the
yeah, exactly.
Underdog, and you came out and did that. 2 pick sixes. We were all there. What's interesting about that game is I felt the week before, 17-game season, this is the first time in the 17-game era, which had just started in 2021, where you were in the postseason. And that 17th game last year was a playoff game with the Colts. I mean, that was for a spot.
For sure. Yep.
And it was an amazing atmosphere. It felt like a playoff game. So that felt like our second playoff game at home to me.
Right.
But clearly it was wild card weekend, all that. But this, with all the expectations preseason, everything you've been through in the regular season, going through the gauntlet, and we'll talk about that because the team that was in the middle of that gauntlet is the next opponent, but going through the gauntlet and not handling that as well as you wanted.
Right.
Ravens on Christmas, but I said it last week. I said if they win this week, meaning the game we just played, we'll talk about the week of prep they had against the Titans.
That's right.
The positive result that followed, a win over the Titans, however they got it, and the fact that starters were in, CJ in, 6 for 6, all of that, everything we talked about last week. I think that set the tone for a really great week last week, and obviously set the tone for an excellent game against the Chargers. I know the offense got off to a slow start. Hey, whatever, it happened, And had the offense been playing, lights out all year long, you might have said, all right, slow start, they'll wake up.
Right.
We weren't sure. Are they going to come out of this? Are they going to come out of this? Are they going to be able to perform the way they want to perform against this Charger team? And that strike to Hutchinson just sparked them. It's similar to the game they had against Buffalo in the playoffs in 2019 where the Watt sack on Josh Allen kind of woke everybody up. And they were able to get the victory somehow. But this was far more dominating. This is still in the first half, and you took the lead by the half. And in the second half, even though you fumbled on the opening drive, stopped them on the ensuing possession for the Chargers with the 4th and 2. Derek Stingley Jr., my gosh, an all-world performance. 2 picks, and that 4th down stop on Quentin Johnston.
The 4th down stop is the one. I was driving in. I was taking my wife to the airport. She's on her way to work in New York. So we're listening to Sean and Seth, and they brought up that 2-play sequence because I was trying to remember what happened after the fumble. And then I think there was an exchange of punts, and then they got the ball, and then they threw to McConkey, and then as Sting was going down, he slipped. He grabbed McConkey's face mask. So that gave him another 15 yards. So I'm trying to think, how did they get down there? I was like, oh man, I'm telling you right now. That 3rd and 2, where Azeez hits Edwards, like you heard it, because I literally I was like, oh, because he hit him so hard. And I'm like, that dude has been running free on us. It was like Gus the Bus just, got in the HOV lane. It would run us over from his days in Baltimore.
That was
notable. Azeez hit the absolute bejesus out of him. And I was like, and you said it, they were all kind of excited, and I knew. Good reason. I was like, they're going for this, guys. Get ready for another play. And then they went after Sting, which I think is a bad mistake.
A bad idea.
It's a bad idea.
Can you pull up those 2 plays? I know you just ran them on the Sean and Seth program.
But they are phenomenal.
But the 3rd down play, Azeez makes a play that, you're right, I think I heard it from upstairs, even with headphones on.
I mean, he blasted him. And the thing about it is,
this is the play right here.
3rd and 2, they feed Edwards, and he's stoned. Azeez Al-Shire at the 33 stops the 1st down. Texans celebrating, but the Chargers are probably going to go for it. Everybody's got to get ready for another snap.
Good verb usage there. That was good. Stoned.
Yeah,
that
was
good.
What? That just came out.
No, that's the perfect hit. That's the perfect way that
I like this. Is that a thing? Yeah.
I use that word a lot when I'm watching, draft stuff. Like,
I think that's where I got it.
Oh, he stoned him.
Yeah.
That's exactly. I mean, he blasted him, and then of course Sting makes the play right after that. Ben, you got that one?
Yeah, he does.
All right, here we go.
4th and 2. Herbert's going to throw. Herbert airs it out right side and caught, but short of the 1st down as Stingley makes the stop on Quentin Johnston. Hung on to the ball, but Stingley made sure he didn't get it. Turnover on downs. Houston gets it back.
I think I said, I know it's Johnston, and I didn't hear the T quite. Never mind. I'm not going to get upset now.
But
I'm not going to get upset.
Let me clarify, too.
What?
Because at the time, we thought it was a catch. They actually called it incomplete. They actually went back and complete.
Oh, that's right.
They called it incomplete later.
That led
no,
to
it was later. It was later that they said it because it looked like
because the ball's kind of coming out.
Yeah, it wasn't going to matter.
Well,
but,
whatever.
Yeah,
if Sting's not there, it's a catch.
So then the weirdest drive of the game happens. The weirdest drive of the game is we get the ball and move down, throw what looks like an interception to Derwin James.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't. He runs it back. Joe gets a 15-yard penalty, I guess. I don't know what was happening there. I was on the far side of the field. I couldn't see it. We get the ball back, but now we're like 2nd and 40 or something like that.
Yeah.
And we do enough to get into Kyrie's field goal range, and we get it to 13-6. So instead of them having the ball and it's 10-6, we kick a field goal, make it 13-6. Murray then turns around and then has the pick six.
That pick, I just assumed that was a good pick, and they took a long time looking at that.
Oh, James?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
thought it was over.
We thought, they'll move the ball back to the 20 because Dalton touched him down.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking about.
Yeah, and then the 15-yard penalty we tacked on. So now it's at the 35. You don't like it, but it'd be a lot better than where they ended up.
Yeah,
15 yards on top of that. It was a hell of a play by Derwin, but he actually didn't catch the ball. And I saw a couple of people tweeting after the game saying that kind of changed back of the momentum where the Texans went down and then kicked a field goal after that. That was huge. But to me, I don't want to say we're bearing the lead, but I do want to say this. Albert Breer put this out in his article today, and I tweeted something to this extent out. I'll add one more to this. Tua Tagovailoa threw 7 picks this year, 3 of them against the Texans. Jared Goff threw 12 picks on the season. 5 came against the Texans. Herbert threw 3 picks in the regular season, then 4 against the Texans.
Wow.
And Josh Allen, I will throw this in, completed 9 of 30 against the Texans. The guy that everybody thinks is going to win the MVP, 9 of 30. Now, the common thread in all that is home game, home game, home game, home game.
Yeah.
Now it's time to take the show on the road and face arguably the best of all time and take this guy out.
In 27 degrees, north winds 10 to 20 miles per hour on Saturday, 3:30 kickoff, and you're going to hear it right here. Now, C.J. Stroud on the play. I've heard a lot of different names, like a friend of mine said, snap out of it. This is like Cher in Moonstruck. That's a dated reference for some of you.
Snap out of it? That's good.
The snap out of it play. Maybe that's how we reference that. I mean, there's so many in the history of Houston. How about for the Oilers? Stagger lead, that's another one. But that's a negative one.
Yeah, that's
a negative one. I want, I want positives here. So let's go. Watt pick 6. You know what that is, but it immediately describes what it is. So maybe there's a better one. But here's CJ talking about that and how things turned around and him playing football at a high level in the postseason.
Yeah, I was kind of, even after I made the play, I was kind of mad at myself for my eyes. Like, I didn't look at the snap, so it just went straight through my hands. And so I'm trying to see the defense hands, and luckily it bounced right back up to me. And, I tried to just save the play. Hutch did a good job. I trusted me, and, I trust him. So he kept on the move. And, that when after we made the completion, I looked at the sideline. Everybody was turned up, so that turned me up because I was still kind of mad at myself. But, yeah, those are the type of plays that change momentum, and that's when, a team can, rally around plays like that. So, shout out to Hush for making a great instinctual play, and, I just try to do my best to savor the play.
So this happens a lot of times with a fumble, especially a botched snap, is your natural defensive instinct is go get the ball, right?
Right.
So there are 3 guys that take off after CJ because they kind of take off after the ball. So now they've already all committed. There wasn't a single Charger defender anywhere in like a 35-yard radius.
They were all deep.
Because they were all deep, or they were chasing after CJ where they actually probably should have been in the middle of the field. So Hutch is actually the number 1 wide receiver. So you always count wide receivers from the outside in. So 1, 2, 3. So there are 3 receivers. He's the outside guy on the far left. So his route is just a dig. I can't remember what the 2 inside guys are doing. His is just a dig. Well, he's running a dig from almost the opposite numbers.
And he runs all the way
across.
across?
So he runs the dig, and then he sees CJ. So he's like, I'm going to keep going with him. And eventually, and I've said this before, Hutch had a great preseason. But one of the things that you always know, he sprints out to his spot. He's got a sense of urgency about everything he does. And he's going to make a play during a game where you go, damn, Hutch, awesome job. He's going to make a play. So when he was on the receiving end of that, I was not surprised. And I remember thinking as we were in a 2-minute warning, like, man, can that be the play that gets us going? And I remember we were talking about it during the breaks. We were like, is that the one that gets us going? And it did. It really got us going. And it really kind of, it was the Mentos going into that was the scramble, as I said. But you pop the top on a Diet Coke like, okay, now it's time. Because what does that drive, what ends up happening at the end of that drive?
You take the lead.
But think about it. We get stuffed incomplete. It's third and 11 from the 13.
Yeah.
You're going to have to settle after all that for a field goal?
Field goal, right.
No, bleep that. And then it's a
that's a great point,
The best throw that he has made, I think, in a long time. Maybe this season, maybe both seasons. We all remember the throw to Nico in the Week 18 game, for sure. I mean, it's a deep throw. It's great. He throws this ball into about a 6-inch spot where only Nico can catch it and catch it on the run, and he speeds into the end zone. I'm telling you, if you end up with a field goal there, okay, great. Dang, got the field goal. Okay, good. All right. Got the field goal. Awesome. If you then get the field goal at the end, now you're tied going to the half, as opposed to you're down 6-0 with 2 minutes left to go in the half.
Yeah.
And you score touchdown, field goal, put them away. I mean, that was
the way it was going. I mean, the snap, snap. snap play occurs with 2 and change left in the first half.
Yes.
This is a 99-yard drive that changes the entire game around and maybe the entire postseason. I mean, it did so far. And now you're going to Kansas City. How about that? A week ago, if I'd said we're going to Kansas City next week, you'd say
taking it.
You took care of business against the Chargers. Now it is time to take them on again. And we'll talk about them with Andre Ware. That's coming up next. What's it going to take? Look, if you're getting sick, we all know this is not an option in your life, and you got to deal with it. Houston Methodist offering 24/7 on-demand video visits to help check you out. Same-day sick visits and quick access to primary care doctors for existing patients. Log on to houstonmethodist.org/care options, and you can get more information there. It's the official health care provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect.
Hughley here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
CJ in the gun on 3rd and 11 at the Charger 13. Here's the snap. Stroud looking, throwing over the middle. Hits Nico. Across the goal line he goes. Touchdown, Houston! The Texans tie the game and can take the lead with the extra point. Oh, yeah, that's the throw that Johnny was just talking about. And Andre Ware joins us now on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. Our playoff coverage all weeks long, because we want this thing to go for a while.
Yeah, let's
presented
roll.
by Houston Methodist. So, Andre, good morning, my friend. Let's talk about that throw, that drive. 99 yards, CJ, the Xavier Hutchinson play. He really got going. What do you think's going through his head at that point as he found a rhythm that we haven't seen consistently this year? It's been there at times, but, man, it was really there rocking from that point forward.
Yeah, I would equate it to a basketball player that, struggling in a game shooting, and then all of a sudden you hit a shot that gets you going. And I think that's what the errant snap over his head and then him grabbing it and going to X with it for the big gain, that kind of got him going. That was the wake-up call. He started throwing dots after that. It was just kind of fun to watch. He and Nico fully take advantage of a matchup, and that may be the first time in 2 years that I've seen Bobby Slowick actually go after somebody. Fulton was the guy, number 7 for the Chargers. They just started to target him. They knew they could get inside on him anytime they wanted. Nico was just too physical for him to handle, and that got CJ going as well. And it was fun to watch the entire second half of how they played football on both sides, along with special teams.
Do you remember what I said, Mark? You and I were kind of talking. I can't remember if you're on the air or off, and you asked me about Fulton. Do you remember what I told you about Fulton?
Not as good as he wants to be.
Yeah, I said
something
of
that nature.
I said it probably in a different way, but we having seen him with the Titans, we're like, okay, well, let's go after him. But yeah, Dre's right. Dre, the scramble. I said earlier, and not to be contrarian, but I'm like, I felt like the scramble a little bit later really charged up almost as much as the throw to X. I felt like the scramble, because the way that CJ got up and he flexed and the crowd fed off of that, it felt like there was this crescendo of crowd noise after the scramble that was almost even more than when he dropped the snap and then found X. How much do you think that play kind of charged up everybody on the sideline when he took off, which is not something he's done a ton. He does it, but not a ton. But how much do you think that play, the scramble, kind of charged everybody up as well?
Well, I think, it was needed at the time. And so when everybody's kind of watching the game at that point, there's always a point in the game where the defense stops just being the defense and they become the team, and and vice versa. And by that, I mean, you're on the sideline and you're going over with DeMeco and whomever else and your position coaches. Now they're watching the game. And so they want to know what the offense is doing. And all of a sudden, they see CJ break a play like that. Now it's like, okay, we're playing well. Let's take it to another level. It feeds and permeates through the entire team. And so that's what that play did. I don't know if it charged him because he needed charging before the completion to X. And once that happened, it allowed all the other stuff after that to follow.
Dre, this defense, what they did to Justin Herbert, my goodness. Ooh. And it all starts up front with the pressure, right? Those guys just collapsing the pocket, making life a little bit less comfortable for him. How did you see it?
Yeah. And there wasn't a whole lot of blitzing being done. It was just, I'm going to beat my guy to the quarterback. They're getting tremendous push in the middle and then from the outsides. And we talked about this ad nausea, that we felt like the team with the 2 best edge rushers that gets home the most was going to win the ball game. And I tell you what, if they weren't getting home, they were close to getting there. Where he got uncomfortable, he made throws late. They clouded his vision. They did everything they needed to do up front in terms of dominating the line of scrimmage. And by the way, we talk about the pass rush so much. They didn't allow very much to go on in the ground game as well either in the second half. So it was just a fun game to watch after they finally got that thing kick-started. You're trying to rev up the old motorcycle and it won't start. And then finally, you kick it one more time, kick-start it one more time, and it fires. It was a beautiful sound.
Hey, did you guys know that Kamari Lassiter ran a 4.6 at the combine? Did y'all know that?
Yeah, he's too slow.
He's slow. He ran a 4.6.
So was Everson Walls. You know that? I hate to use a Cowboy reference, but he only went down as one of the best corners in the league, and that's the fastest he ever ran was 4.6.
You know, Dre, I felt like that play he makes, he's done that twice now. Because I want to say in the Lions game, we turned the ball over, and he picked off the very next pass or something close to it. In the Lions game in the south end zone, he did it again. But the play to me that he makes on Darius Davis, Herbert swings it out to him, and there's really one guy that can make the tackle. And Kamari makes as good a form tackle as you're going to make out in space. I think it ended up being for a TFL. But what this guy is doing opposite Derek Stingley, because we're finding out teams aren't going to challenge Stingley, but they're going after or going to try to go after Kamari, and he's answering the bell. Dre, how important do you think that has been to this defense that Kamari has stepped up and given them both run and pass the play that he's given them this year?
Yeah, I think the run has come along as the season's progressed. He is a willing hitter. I will say that. He does not shy away from contact. He likes explosive plays. I played with a guy at the University of Houston. I bet you he couldn't break 4.6. And Johnny Jackson went on to the San Francisco 49ers and won a couple of Super Bowls while he was out there. But you talk about a tremendous athlete, hand and eye coordination. Kamari reminds me of him. So you get him on basketball court, he's going to make all the steals. He's going to make plays in whatever game that he's in because he's so dang athletic. And I think they've gotten it right on both sides, obviously with Stingley and now Lassiter. Bullock is a stepping stone. Murray, when they needed a play, he stepped up and made a play. So everybody in that secondary, not only Kamara, it was everyone making plays in the secondary while the defensive line and the front seven were doing their things. But you need a player like that where you just can't explain how he gets from A to B, but guys that can play with pads on. It's why the 40 isn't a necessary the end game when it comes to can you play or not. If you can get from A to B with pads on, you can play as fast as a guy that runs 4.3, and that guy that runs 4.3, put pads on him and he turns into a 4.6, 4.7 guy because he doesn't know how to carry his pads.
So this was the #1 scoring defense in the league. You put up 32. Now, I know that 9 came from the 2-point conversion return.
That's all right. We'll take that.
Yeah, you're right, because if you're the #1 scoring offense in the league, if the defense has a couple of touchdowns in there, they count on your numbers.
They do.
Okay, so whatever. You put up 32 points. And, Dre, at the end of the day, you look up, Nico has a team record for a receiver in the postseason, 122 yards on 7 catches. Mixon, 106 yards. CJ goes over 280. The offense did its thing. But let's talk about Nico for a moment. This is a rhetorical question. How good is he? That's pretty good stuff. That is pretty good stuff from number 12 on Saturday.
Yeah, I'd go all the way back to training camp. There's just been a look about him since the year started. He had a tremendous offseason where he just looks the part. And you could tell he had set himself up to have a big year with everything that was coming in around him. Tank was going to be back. Here comes Diggs. Am I still the man? And you see him at training camp and how he worked, how he's gotten his body in shape. He is a specimen now. When you see him pre-game, you see him out in practice, the guy looks like he could just take over a game. And now he believes it. So you get the physical part matching the mental, and he's playing with a tremendous amount of confidence. That's how you turn into a Pro Bowl player. You know, that's exactly what's happened. And he knows, hey, there's certain corners in this league that I can take advantage of. Throw in an extra year of experience where you know how to watch film and attack guys. Now your game goes to an even higher level. And I think that's what's happened with him. He's a tremendous player that you can lean on week in and week out.
I wonder what it's got to be like for Harbaugh to sit over there and watch his guy he recruited, brought to Michigan, just waylaying, just putting it on him. Because Nico's fantastic. So is Joe. And that leads me to this question, speaking about Joe and the run game and the way that they were able to finish. But this is for both y'all. Do you think that this current combination, Laramie, Titus, Jarrett, Juice, and Blake, do you think this is the best combination that we put on the field and be the best one going forward?
Dre?
I think it's the best so far to this point. And, I don't know how you disrupt it. You get a little more athletic. You get a little more youth with Scruggs at right guard. And I don't know how much more, not to, pick on Shaq when he's injured, but I don't know how much you were going to get there, how much more. Patterson seems to be playing well at center, and Titus is settling in at left guard. So you have the other two components with Blake Fisher at right tackle. I've always liked Blake. I think he's athletic. I think, when he really makes his mind up that this is what he wants to be really good at this, and he's still a young player. So there's some things that are important to him as well. But when he makes up his mind from a maturity standpoint that this is what he wants to do and he wants to be good at it, there's no ceiling for him. He can be as good as he wants to be. And so, yes, this is the best offensive line combination, certainly that I've seen this year, but it may be that way going forward, and then you start to fill in around these guys.
Mark, the way I like to manage, I would ask CJ and Joe, what do you guys think? What do you guys think of what's up front? Ask him when their teammates are not around. Yeah. I would ask them because CJ knows. CJ will tell you who he's confident with at what spot and where the trouble comes from and what he's thinking about. And look, that's not the final decision maker, but to me, I think the input of those guys is really important because they're the ones who have to deal with it. And we are all affected by what happens with the play of any position on the field. Dre, here we go to Kansas City. The last time they played a meaningful game was Pittsburgh, and that's the only game they've played since playing the Texans that was meaningful.
Christmas Day.
They played Pittsburgh on Christmas Day, 4 days after they played the Texans, and that was it. So by the time we played them, it's 23 days later that they play a game with, quote, their starters. And here we go against Kansas City, a team that is hungry for another Super Bowl, and they feel like it's their birthright to get back. What do you think of the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, when you come out of it as the number one seed in the regular season, you're thinking we're going back. But they have sat for a while, so it's not the same team. I think it's paramount that the Texans get an early lead. If you can go up by, let's say, 10 points, you get a 10-0 lead in the first quarter or by the end of the first quarter. Now, you've got them doubting whether or not they should have sat. They're thinking about everything else except what's in front of them. Now, I know that we've been there before, and things have happened where you jump out 24-0, and then it happened and it collapsed. But that's a totally different team. Same quarterback on the other side, but a totally different team on this side. So I think it's paramount that you get a lead early, you make them press a little bit, make them start to doubt whether or not they should have been sitting or playing and things of that sort. But because that's going to be, a little over 3 weeks of just not having timing, the speed of the game certainly speeds up when you get to the playoffs. I talk about this with you guys all the time, that in the preseason there's a pace. When the regular season starts, there's a pace that gets a little faster. And when the playoffs start, you're not saving anybody anymore. It's why you see quarterbacks running, Josh Allen running quarterback draws and powers and things of that sort. The same with Jaden Daniels, last night in the game against Tampa. There's no more saving it because it's lose or go home. And so I think you get a lead in Kansas City. Hey, you empty the tank, my man, and see if you can get that thing to the finish line.
On the other side of the AFC bracket, it is Superman against Action Jackson, as ESPN put it. It's Josh Allen versus Lamar Jackson. The last time they met in the playoffs, it was Josh Allen. That was the 2020 season. Josh Allen and the Bills beat the Ravens. But there's one big difference. The King resides now in Baltimore. And the Ravens might be, I don't even know if it might be, they are the best team right now because it feels like nobody is stopping what they're doing. But they have to go to Buffalo. When these teams met this year in Baltimore, Buffalo got hammered. Dre, how do you see this Baltimore-Buffalo game? I don't know if anybody's going to get hammered, but I do think this could be, outside of our game, is going to be the best game of the weekend. What are your thoughts about Buffalo and Baltimore?
Yeah, no doubt. I think it will be. But I just want to know, how is this even a conversation with who's the MVP? And it could be a game where it's a de facto MVP game, where the winner takes home the MVP. to already won. When you throw 40-something touchdown passes, whatever he's done on the ground, he's outperformed years in where he's been the MVP in 2 prior years. How is Lamar Jackson not the MVP of the league? And so, what is Josh Allen throwing, like 28 touchdown passes? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've won games, but it's my vote would go to Lamar Jackson. And as far as the game goes, I think they're a team that it's built that can go anywhere. If the type of weather awaits the Ravens that they had in Buffalo yesterday, or whatever they played day before yesterday, then the Ravens have a big-time chance, because they are built for cold weather. They're built for just about anything that, and I would think even more so than the Bills, who would have the advantage of playing at home.
Yeah, look, I thought that Josh Allen was putting together an MVP campaign, but Lamar
all you got to do is look at the stats.
He passed him down the stretch. Yeah. Because
and I don't know if I'd rather be Action Jackson or Superman. I think Superman's got a few more powers.
Yeah, seemingly. Baltimore favored by 1 point.
On the road. Well, I understand why. Mm-hmm. Because you feel like, all right, the Bills are going to make plays, but will they be able to stop the Ravens? Just stop them. There's no question the Bills can make plays. Look, and one more note on the quarterbacks here. Josh Allen likes to run with the football. We've seen it, okay? It happens. Mm-hmm. Lamar Jackson, last I checked, yes, he throws it at a high level. No one's saying these guys can't throw the ball, but they like to use in their game. So with CJ,
well, Mark, think about this for a second. You just talked about those two guys.
Yep.
Johnny talked about the effect of CJ when he pulled it down and made the big run. I think it was 27 yards.
Yep.
And how that just got everybody fired up and going. Everybody's using. If you have one, you're using them to run with, because now you're forcing the defense to defend the entire field as well as an 11th man. And it kind of goes to the advantage, because you know what's going on. That guy knows exactly what's happening around him and when to take off. That's the thing about it. It's not just taking off out of necessity. It's when. How can I help the team to do it? Yeah. And so when you have that weapon, that type of weapon, boy, does it give you an advantage.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking with CJ. Like, he has to use that a little more, well, carefully, of course, but he has to be able to implement that. And I know he's done it, but that was so effective the other night. I mean, look at Jaden Daniels last night. The play of the game was a run.
Yep. Yeah, it's the surprise of CJ, because you just don't see him do it a whole lot, but it's there. And when he takes off, it's not like guys are running him down. You know, he's got some athletic traits to him that I think fans maybe are seeing for the first time, but I don't think it's any surprise to his teammates.
All right, Dre, looking forward to it. Can't wait for Saturday.
Let's do it, man. Get us a good barbecue dinner and have a nice call.
I think that's in order for sure.
Yes.
Prior to the Texans-Chiefs, Saturday, 3:30. All right, come. Rex Ryan, who's he picking this week? We'll tell you. And Andy Kalu at 9, John McClain, 9:30. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season.
don't know if he thought that I had heard. I didn't know he had said anything. I heard somebody say something about bye week.
Yeah.
Like, when preachers, amen. It was like the amen was bye week. That was kind of the amen in this speech. But I didn't hear it. But I asked him about it. I said, Coach, with all of the noise, how do you not hear it? And he goes, yeah, exactly. How do you not hear it? He said, we just had to get focused in and do our jobs and play at a high level. And they did. And he just kind of matter of fact said it. But I think it motivated guys. I think guys they were dialed in. And now the key is, can you dial in on the road after you win that game? It was like beating Buffalo. Last play of the game, oh, man, 59-yard field goal. What a win that is against Buffalo. Now you got to go to New England. Now, that was New England. It was a place you'd never won, so there was some pressure from that.
I'd love to play New England this week.
I would, too, with new head coach Mike Vrabel. Now you go to Kansas City, a place that you've won before, but not – I'm trying to think how many guys have been on this roster. Weeksy, Kaimi.
So how many questions are they going to get in the locker room about 24-0? I mean, you could ask Titus.
Oh,
you can ask John Weeks.
Titus
you can ask Fairbairn.
Titus didn't even play in that game.
He didn't even play in that game.
Oh,
that's right. He wasn't healthy.
He wasn't healthy. Laramie was. Laramie.
Laramie
Weeksy,
played in the game, of course. Yes.
Laramie, Weeksy, and Kaimi. That's it.
That's it.
If you want to talk to them, yeah.
Don't ask Will Anderson about 24-0. What
does he know?
You might as well ask him about Buffalo and the Oilers.
Right.
It's the same thing to him.
Don't know a damn thing.
Right.
Just going to go
this
play.
This is a brand. Now, ask him about the week before Christmas.
Yeah, you want to ask him about that and 17-16 and can't capitalize and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but look at that.
Yeah.
You were not at your best right then.
I know.
Now, you just beat the Dolphins, but you didn't play great offense. You played good enough to beat the Dolphins, and the defense was great. You go up to Kansas City. You have that TD pass that, should have tied the game.
Right.
But obviously the tank factor was huge. An emotional upheaval on this team. Yet you still made a fourth down stop and had the ball in Chiefs territory down 1.
Yep.
The second half, golden opportunity.
That's right.
Can you get back there? Can you be better than that? Can you do all those things that you want to do against the Chiefs? And you know who we're going to ask? Andy Kalu. He's coming up next, a man with postseason experience, going to take on this team, this coach who he played for. You're on the road. Can you get it done? They've had a long rest, which could really be a benefit to them. It could also cause some rust. We'll talk about all of that next year on Texans Monday.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content.
Boost program. Now, more Texans Monday. Presented by Houston Methodist.
39, 1st and 10, Herbert. Underneath he goes. It's picked off by Stingley across the 50. 40, makes the move to the inside 30, the 25, 20, and dragged down inside the 15. Unbelievable back-to-back possessions with picks. Wow! It was like last year's playoff game broke out. I'm like, we're doing it again. I thought he's going to take that to the house. Back-to-back pick sixes would have been incredible for the second straight year. Oh, my God.
To get 3 in 2 years is amazing in and of itself.
It really is. And in this building, everybody jokes about the Texans Invitational Saturday afternoon playoff game.
6 and 2, baby.
I'll sign up for that because you know what? You're 6 and 2. 6 and 2 at home. And that's why, one of the goals of this season, to me, was to at least play – at least. Yeah, it sounds so greedy. But you want to get to week 2 at home, at least. Yep. I mean, obviously, you want to play the championship game. You had a chance to do that in 2019. Close enough.
Yeah.
In 2019, you had that opportunity. Couldn't get it done. There is no opportunity this year. No matter what, you beat the Chiefs. No matter what happens between Buffalo and Baltimore, you beat the Chiefs, you're going to one of those places.
Yep.
So you're the 4th seed. Nobody upset one of the top seeds, so that's what it is. The chalk lived here, right?
Yeah,
in the AFC.
Yeah, I mean, chalk did as seeding went, but not as Vegas.
Not as Vegas
lost
because the Chargers had a better record by 1 game, and they were favored, but bye-bye. All right, let's get to Andy Kalu here. Andy, good morning, my friend. So, how was your evening Saturday?
What a great evening and what a great morning. And it just goes to show, how great the NFL, the Houston Texans are. People just wake up with a smile on your face. Obviously, there's real life things going on, but when your team goes out there and plays the way they played, the weather feels a little better. I'm handling the cold a little better. I mean, everything just seems a little bit better thanks to those Houston Texans.
Okay, Andy, we've talked about the game, but one of the things that we really haven't talked about was the can of whoop ass that Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, DeMeco Autry, Mario Edwards, Tim Settle on what that defensive line did against the Chargers offensive line. I'd actually seen a tweet during the week. I think our buddy Troy, Texas Cap, was dealing with somebody who was talking about how the Chargers tackles were elite, but Anderson and Hunter were just above average. And he said, the guy continued on and said, they'll maybe give up less than 3 pressures combined. They gave up 4 each. Your thoughts on what the defensive line did on Saturday against the Chargers?
I mean, I'm not even sure who you quoted, John, but for them to say that Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are just above average, I mean, that means they don't know anything about football or D-line play. And when you look at the interceptions, when you look at some of the forced throws, yes, you credit the DBs, and we can talk about them all day, every day for what they've done for the interceptions and having Justin Herbert throw more interceptions in one game than he did all season. But a lot of that was the pressure up front. A lot of that was him bouncing around, throwing off his heel, and not getting comfortable in the pocket because of the gentleman that you just mentioned. And even when it doesn't show up on the stat line, like for Danielle Hunter, when you watch the game, you feel his impact. And Will Anderson is a star in the making. It reminds me of what the Houston Texans have in regards to edge rushers or D linemen, the embarrassment of riches. It kind of reminds me of with Green Bay quarterbacks. You go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love. With the Houston Texans, to go from Mario Williams to J.J. Watt to Will Anderson. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's that one position where you have some greatness, and Will Anderson is the next in line, and he's living up to all expectations. And I love the humanness game. And what I mean by that is, as great of a player as he is, you can tell when you watch him, he's working on other moves. He's not just resting on the success that he's had over the last couple of years. Like, you see other moves that you didn't see last year. And if he continues to do that, I never like to predict Hall of Fame because you have to play 10-plus years, and you know the numbers are against you in that with injuries. But he has the ability and the mindset to be one of the greats in this game.
By the way, we are on YouTube on Texans Mondays on the Sports Radio 610 feed, and I apologize. I have not been looking at the chat responses because I said, what should the nickname be of the play?
I just asked that down in the cafe. What'd they say?
Well, a lot of people are saying snap back or snap out of it, not bad. And then some people are saying they never look here. Like, we never look at the chat responses. Sorry, I'm sorry.
We're kind of busy.
Look, we got other things. But no, it's important. And Andy Clue is joining us. Andy, what do you think of that play? Should it have a name? What did it do for C.J. Stroud for this offense? I thought it was a major turning point in this game.
Ooh, should it have a name? I might have to go back to the thinking lab. Trash to treasure, because it started off as a trash play and it ended up being a treasure. So, but I mean, that just embodies C.J. Stroud, because one thing about him, you talk about how cool he is. You know how he doesn't let things, he doesn't overthink the negative, and he doesn't get too high with the positives. So you have that snap. It would have been easy to just say, as a player, let me just fall on the snap, or let me panic and try to do too much, and then you really don't secure the ball and you end up kicking it away, and the Chargers come away with the possession. But for him to just coolly, pick it up, and things had to bounce right. We all know footballs don't bounce the way we want them to bounce, and when I was watching that play, it bounced right into his hands. But for him to just automatically go, okay, now I need to go pick up a first down, and credit everyone else, because no one else gave up on the play. Nico Collins made himself available. He found the soft spot in the defense, and he was wide open. So you credit the entire team.
Yeah, there's no question. One of the things that to me will stand out from this game, and I think it'll be one that maybe people forget because they'll remember that play from CJ to X and all that, and that drive and how the first half ended and the pick sixes and Stingley and all that.
Did I say Nico?
It's you did, but it's okay. We got it.
Yeah, we got it.
I'm so used to saying Nico Collins. I apologize, but
and Nico's fantastic, and we'll probably forget about that too. But indeed, the way
for those that are listening, I did watch the game. I'm just so used to saying Nico when it comes to reception. But go ahead. Sorry about that.
9:11 in the morning is early for everybody in a sense. Indeed, the run game in the second half, in particular the fourth quarter. The drive at the end of the game where Joe, they just bleep it, give it to Joe. Just give it to Joe. And he just started hammering. And, Joe, at times this year, plays supposed to go right, he bounces it left because he sees something. He has run through guys and turned 2 into 20. He's been responsible for a lot of what has gone on in the run game. But it felt like at the end of that game, Titus and company were getting some movement. They stayed at it, and they were the ones kind of taking over in that fourth quarter. What did you kind of think about how that happened in the fourth quarter, about how the run game really, really clicked with this offensive line?
Again, you credit the offensive line for opening up the holes and giving Joe Mixon some daylight to hit. But just to let you know what that fourth quarter, you talked about the fourth quarter. I received a text from Hugh Douglas, one of the best D linemen to ever play for the Eagles, and some will argue in the NFL. And all he texted was, man, that dude's a beast. and I knew what he was talking about in the fourth quarter. And it's not just the big runs. I don't even think he broke over 20 yards, but it's those 4 or 5 pickups, 8 yards, 9 yards, 10 yards. Those are demoralizing for a defense, especially that late in the game. I mean, that's why you brought in Joe Mixon. I still think that's one of the best under the radar free agent acquisitions from this past free agency in the entire league that doesn't get talked about enough.
Well, I think Foley Fatukasi is a pretty good pickup as well. DeMeco Autry has a sack. You were able to hold them. They had some runs early. It was looking like, are you going to be able to stop the run tonight? And they did. Eventually, they stopped the run. Obviously, they got the turnovers in the passing game, but slowing down that running game. J.K. Dobbins, we banged up last week in practice, and he definitely did not look good against this defense as the game wore on. That's a big factor as well, ND, being able to slow down that running game, because you're going to need to do that against Pacheco this week, against Kareem Hunt. You've got to be able to stop that Kansas City running game, or at least slow it down.
And not just stop it, but make sure you don't have those explosive plays. Because early on, and I don't know what their stat line ended up being, but there was a couple of runs from J.K. Dobbins, even Gus Edwards. I was like, oh, man, they're running hard. J.K. Dobbins was born in Houston and raised about an hour away from Houston. So, you thought it was going to be a good homecoming, but he didn't have the explosive play. Outside of Ladd McConkey's, obviously, that big 86-yard touchdown reception, that they limited the explosive plays. And I think anytime you can do that, especially when you're going to Kansas City, to play arguably the best quarterback in the game right now, Patrick Mahomes, if you could eliminate those explosive plays or limit them to one or two and continue to have those turnovers, it's anyone's game. So I'm excited about that.
Indy, one of the storylines of this game was the fact that Rex Ryan made the comment about the Texans being a bye week, and the Texans were an underdog by Vegas. I mean, Vegas is trying to make money, so I can understand that. But Rex Ryan was very vocal in his derision of the Texans, and it was clear after the game the Texans, they heard that. They seemingly internalized all of that. As a player, did you like that? And how much, when you were playing, did you actually hear or know or see of what people were saying? They were doubting you or making comments about, oh, the Eagles' defensive line stinks because of Kalu. What did you ever have a situation like that? And how much do players actually hear the noise that they claim a lot of times that they don't hear or pay attention to?
Well, the only time when they said the D-line stinks because of Kalu, I found out it was my mom who put it out there, publicly said that. But other than that, but all jokes aside, you hear it. And some guys always kind of giggle when some players, we don't listen to that, or we didn't even know he said that, especially a guy like Rex Ryan. Like, Rex Ryan is one of those characters in the game, in the sport, where you have a lot of respect for him because he seemed like to be a player's coach. It is a little disappointing because now he's in the media. I feel like he tries to throw out hot takes, and I feel like he's a respected enough figure in the NFL that he doesn't have to have hot takes. I will say this, the players definitely heard it. They definitely heard it. It was mentioned in the post-game speech by DeMeco Ryans and some of the players. But as far as Rex Ryan goes, if I'm the Jets, and I don't know if the decision has already been made, so let me know. But if I'm the Jets and I'm really thinking, like, do I want this guy to be our head coach? Do I want this guy to lead our team? And that's his take. He can't even evaluate teams, and he's saying that the team that ended up winning was a bye week. A team that has Joe Mixon, that has Joe Collins, that has C.J. Stroud, like calling them a bye week. Do I want him leading my team? Because what is he going to say about his opponents? What is he going to tell the team that I want him to lead into battle about their opponent? Like, I thought that was more of a bad look for him trying to get a head coaching job than it was just being bulletin board material.
When the Texans take on the Chiefs, they will have not played a meaningful game in 24 days. What does that mean as Mahomes and significant players have not seen actual game action since Christmas, and the game before was against the Texans 4 days prior to that? So what do you think of the layoff, ND, and how that affects Kansas City?
If it was any other head coach, I'd be excited, because when I look at the Texans and what they did after that embarrassing loss to Baltimore, the drive that they put against the Tennessee Titans, and you felt pretty good about the offense. Then the way they played against the Chargers in all three phases. I mean, you had huge plays in special teams with the 2-point conversion. Obviously, you had multiple special plays on defense, and then we had special plays on offense. You talk about dominating three phases. You feel good about it, and then you say, okay, the Chiefs have been kind of just waiting around, getting rusty, for lack of a better word. But the one thing about the guy leading that team, Andy Reid, Big Red as we like to call him, he knows how to keep guys ready. He knows how to keep guys oiled up, as we like to say, even when they have those long droughts when it comes to playing meaningful games, because he's so good. In Philadelphia, there were so many years where everything was sewed up with 2-3 weeks to go in the season, and he had to navigate who's he going to sit, how's he going to keep guys going. I guarantee that they've had some very physical practices where there have been no cameras, no reporters, but the players, they felt the intensity. So they're definitely going to be ready. Yes, there may be some mistakes they make early on in the game just from not being on the field for so long, but they're absolutely going to be ready for the Texans.
So, indeed, when you play a team that's been off basically since Christmas, that's what it seemed. What's the biggest key for the Texans? Is it to hit them right in the mouth right away? Is it to withstand kind of the body blows and kind of just get through their kind of initial energy because they're so fresh? What do you think is kind of the biggest key from that perspective? Obviously, there are, D-line keys against offensive linemen, all that kind of stuff. But what about when you face a team that is that fresh versus you're coming off having to play the last couple of weeks to get that 10th win against Tennessee, to get the playoff win? What do you think is key for the Texans going against a team with that kind of rest?
The key is for them not to even talk about it and to fall into that narrative, because you don't want to plant any seeds in the players' heads like, oh, yeah, they haven't been playing for a while. They're going to be rusty. Like, you don't – and these guys are sharp, the Houston Texans in that locker room. But in my opinion, John, you don't even bring that up. Like, if anything, you go into the meetings reminding them that, hey, they're going to make a big play. With the best, and to this day, it blows my mind. When I played at Kansas City, it was so loud, you would forget that you were outdoors. And for the listeners, typically the indoor stadiums, or not typically, the indoor stadiums are obviously always louder than the outdoor stadiums, but Kansas City is so loud, and their crowd does such a great job. There were times where in the middle of the game, you'd be like, oh, yeah, we are outside, because they're just that loud. So my point is, instead of thinking or talking about the time that they've had off, we know they've been off. We know that Patrick Mahomes' ankle is healthy now, and they're going to feel fresh. But if anything, I'm telling my guys, hey, you're going to get down. There's going to be a series, 2, maybe even 3 series where the momentum's on their side, their crowd is rocking. You just have to stay in it, because one of the most beautiful sounds is silence when you're on the road. And when you make that play, when Derek Stingley makes that interception and brings it back 40 yards, and you can, hear a pin drop, that's one of the most beautiful sounds, being non-sound on the road, and that's what you have to strive for.
I still have some reaction to that as a play-by-play announcer. When we make a big play on the road and it gets quiet, I'm thinking, well, what's wrong? Did they blow it dead? I mean, why isn't everybody happy about this? Because I'm really happy.
Yeah.
I don't know why you guys aren't happy, because I'm really excited about this particular moment here. Having played up there so recently, it was a little chilly that day. Johnny, how chilly was it in Kansas City when we played up there? It was a little chilly.
What?
In December?
Yeah, it was chilly. It wasn't horrible because the sun was out.
It's going to be 20 on Saturday. No precipitation scheduled. They might put it on the schedule, but it's not scheduled right now. But, Andy, how much does that help? The recency of that contest. You didn't win it, but you were right in it in the second half.
No, just the fact that you were right in it, like you mentioned, the travel. So it's not like, you were right in it, but it was at home. It's going to feel like, okay, we've done this before. It's not overly new. We've done it recently. And as far as the cold weather, I mean, C.J. Stroud, he played at Ohio State. Joe Mixon played all those years in Cincinnati. Nico played in Michigan. So I don't think guys are going to be overly concerned with the temperature. But I do like the fact that it wasn't that long ago that they made that trip, I'm assuming they're going to be staying in the same hotel. So the process is going to be very similar.
Yeah, it's going to be very similar. So, okay, I'm going to go back to Philly for this one again, Indy. So A.J. Brown is sitting on the sidelines during the game, and all of a sudden he breaks out a book.
Yeah.
Like a paperback book.
It's a self-help book.
Yeah, self-help book.
Self-improvement.
So I'm going to ask you this, Indy. What's the weirdest thing you've ever seen that you can say on the air that a teammate has ever done on a sideline?
Ooh.
This is a good one for Nick and DeMeco, by the way.
Here's the second part of this question.
I think you just came up with the kicker question of the week in our interviews.
Here's the second part of this question. What teammate that you had would have been caught reading a book on the sideline?
All of my university teammates probably would have.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Yeah, not fair.
But as far as the NFL, probably a guy that does an awesome job, on your radio airways on 610. Seth. I can see him breaking out a book. Or Brandon Whiting. I don't think anybody knows that name that's listening, but defensive end out of Stanford. I played with him in Philadelphia, but just a very sharp, cerebral guy. I could see him breaking out a book. But the weirdest that I can say on air just mainly has to do with relieving themselves and covering up with towels while they relieve themselves. But because to me, breaking out a book, unless it's one of those sports psychology books and he's trying to get through something, that almost seems disrespectful. And this is my first time hearing that, John, so I don't know what the book was pertaining to, but that's almost like, hold on, man, we're over here fighting for our lives and you're reading, War and Peace. Like, I don't know what's going on over here.
James Palmer tweeted out pictures from the book. I forget what the book's called, but there were pages. It was highlighted, underlined. I mean, A.J. Brown is
It's called Inner Excellence by Jim Murphy.
Yeah.
Well,
and I read some of the excerpts.
So that's something that's supposed to help him on the field.
Yeah, but it's more like a playing the long game aspect of it. It's not like, oh, now I'm ready for this next series because I just read a page from this book.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Andy, so good to catch up with you. Wait for tomorrow and the rest of the week and the Texans at the Chiefs Saturday.
Go Texans. Keep up the good work, fellas.
All right. Andy Kalu joining us on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. And coming up, our visit with the Hall of Famer, the General, John McClain. How did he see it? What does he see in the future for the Texans at Kansas City and the rest of the NFL landscape? New coach hired in a place that we hate? Ooh. Yes, indeed. Let's talk about that and so much more here on Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston.
showed plenty of fight in a 32-12 blowout against the Chargers.
CJ hands off to Mixon, running left, has the 15, 10, Mixon across the 5, Mixon to the pylon, Mixon to the end zone!
Let's do it again this weekend against the Chiefs.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
4th and 1 at the 17-yard line of the Chargers. CJ hands off to Mixon, running left, has the 15, 10, Mixon across the 5, Mixon to the pylon, Mixon to the end zone! Celebrate Mixon on 4th down. Pater. And the Texans have their lead extended. 17-yard touchdown run.
I think he just started the H-Town leap. He went all the way into the stands.
I used to call it the Reliant Leap when it was Reliant Stadium. Then I never called it the NRG Jump. There's some alliteration there. The NRG Jump, that's not bad.
That's good.
Because, you know, you have the Lambeau Leap and everybody's got a leap. But Lambeau's walls are lower. You know, when we were there couple of times. The last few times I've been looking at it.
It's still, you got to get up. At Lambeau.
But compared to, you stand in the bullpen section like we sometimes do Friday practice. I'm like, I could score a touchdown. There's no way I'm getting up here. I would need a ladder. You know, but these guys are super athletic. My favorite photo, one of my favorites, it's not my favorite photo, but Petey Fagan standing.
Petey Fagan's
number 30. I still see 38 on a Texan. I'm thinking, Petey? Anyway, here we go. Texans winners on Saturday, playing on Saturday against the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium. Bring it. Let's bring on John McClain here, the general. Good morning, John. So, Texans get the dub. They were underdogs. The world seemingly picking against them, but they prevailed. How did you see it? How's it going?
I certainly picked against them. I picked the Chiefs to win. The Chiefs. I picked the Chargers to win 27-20. I'd never seen anything this season that made me think the Texans were going to play complete that, totally dominate the Chargers up front on both sides of the ball. You know, after that slow start, I'm sure with 5 series in a row, didn't do anything. And it's like I wrote my column today for HoustonTexans.com. That play by Stroud on the scramble and the 34-yard completion will go down as one of the greatest in franchise history because it turned around the team. It turned around Stroud, who had gotten off to a bad start. It was amazing how that one play could transform a team. Defense was already playing great. And but, man, oh, man, what it did for the offense. And that last series in which they had 13 consecutive runs, Joe Mixon had 11 of them for, I think, like 55 yards. That and the offensive line dominated the Chargers up front. And the Chargers are noted for having one of the most physical lines in front sevens in football, and the Texans just splattered them all over the turf. And when Joe Mixon scored at the end on that 17-yard run to top it all off, that was amazing. And it was an afternoon of amazing achievements by the Texans. And I'll say one thing about this Saturday's game. If the Texans had played at Baltimore, I can't imagine anybody would think they could beat the Ravens, considering they're 0-5 against Lamar Jackson and none have been close. But Kansas City, if the defense plays the way it played, especially with the pressure, and remember, they're home ball in that 27-19 loss, but if they do, they got a chance to shock the world.
Yeah, it would be nice for them to shock the world. One of the things they're going to have to do is find their offense earlier than when C.J. dribbled the ball in the backfield, got it, and then found Xavier Hutchinson. And we talked about the scramble. What do you think? Do you think that play, John, just kind of unlocked the box for C.J. when he makes the throw to X? And why do you think that was, if that is the case?
Well, I guess we should give Jared Patterson some credit, because if he hadn't snapped the ball when he was supposed to, and Stroud admitted he was looking at the coverage, it never would have happened. I don't know what a play like that does. And DeMeco said, ignited the entire team, but the defense had been playing great before that, bailed them out on that after that turnover, limited the Chargers to a field goal. But whatever it did, it transformed the offense. And if you go back and look, from the time they got the ball deep in their territory and faced 3rd and 16 and still managed to score a touchdown and a field goal during the short time limit, man, oh, man, was that impressive. And another big play in a game of big plays was C.J.'s 27-yard run. I think a lot of people around the country didn't think he could run like that. I'm wondering if Bobby Slowick, who deserves a lot of credit after he's gotten most of the play for the offensive struggles and inconsistency this season, that some of the calls he made that worked out, I think, were terrific. And I wonder now, when you see so many quarterbacks who are running the ball effectively, if the Chiefs will have to be aware of it, or Bobby might actually have a couple of designed bootlegs where he's not in a lot of traffic. And I'd feel better about Stroud if he learned to slide like he's going into second base, not going down on his knees or head first. Just act like you're stealing a base.
You know what number jumps out to me about Kansas City's last meaningful game against Pittsburgh? It was 4 days after the Texans and Chiefs played at Arrowhead. The Steelers lost that game. They ran for 202 yards, and it wasn't like there was a huge chunk. The longest run of the day was 22 yards. And it wasn't like Wilson did a ton of it. He had 55, but Harris and Warren had 74 and 71, respectively. Jeez. General, is this Joe Mixon ground attack? Is this something they could take on the road with them along with their defense and have it be a huge factor at Arrowhead?
Well, you would think so. Now, Joe had gone, 5 games without a 100-yard game, and now he just got his 8th, 7 during the season. And so the Chiefs are going to be ganging up on him. That's why I'd like to see Stroud not just run play action with Mixon, but fake it and roll out, give him the option to run or throw. Remember when Matt Schaub used to do that so well under Kubiak? We never thought about Matt running when he's like a Sork, but Stroud can turn it on. And they're going to have to do something to loosen up the Chiefs' defensive line in the front 7, because they're going to be gunning to stop Joe Mixon and get him in 3rd and long. Texans were in 3rd and 9 or longer 91 times. That was the second most in the league to Cleveland, and they were able to largely avoid that against the Chargers. And this team's got to have so much confidence right now. And I think it's good that they've played at Arrowhead this season. They lost by 8 points. They didn't sack Mahomes, I think, one time? And, let me ask you guys a question. Was Christian Harris hurt? He barely played. Or do you think that's a game plan?
He was shaken up at one point, so I'm not sure what his status is going to be.
Now, this is what I said going into the game, because everybody was like, oh, Christian Harris is in Aziz. I'm like, you're going to take one of the best defenders you've had all year off the field in Henry To'oTo'o?
Well, exactly. He's a leading tackler on the team.
Henry's been one of your 3 best defensive players this year on one of the defenses that has been excellent. You know, I think it's more that than anything else. And, you know, look, General, going into this game against Kansas City, you think back to last year against Baltimore, this team was not healthy. The D-line in particular, they were not healthy at all. And now you're going in with a pretty healthy unit, and now you've got 3 healthy linebackers that you can use in a multitude of ways. And, oh, yeah, by the way, Aziz did get hit in that area. That's what.
Oh, is that why he left?
Yeah. I watched the game again Sunday. As soon as I played from sideline, I was like, oh, yeah, that's why he went out. But he ended up being okay, and I thankful, because, you know, a lot of times I get the injury report from the sideline from Everett, and he was like, Joe Mixon, questionable ankle. I mean, what would he have said to me about Aziz if that would have happened at that particular point? But, General, you mentioned it. How valuable
footballs?
Yeah, footballs. How valuable is the experience of going to Arrowhead just recently? And I know once we walk in that building, I know for a lot of people it might be remembering what happened at Tank Dell, but how valuable do you think that experience is, even though it's the playoffs, you've been there, you played before? I mean, look, 2019, you had that same experience, and then you got trounced. What do you think that experience is like for this year, going back into Arrowhead, a place where you lost by 8?
I think that's good, especially since it was late in the season. It's not like it was the first month. And Chiefs turn it on. They're unbeaten at home this year. Of course, they only lost 2 games, and the last one they just gave away. And they're trying to win that 3rd Super Bowl. And to win 15 games, you'd think they'd been dominant. They didn't score 30 points. Texans only scored 30 twice against the Patriots and the Cowboys. So everybody's saying take the under. And I think the weather is supposed to be right around freezing, which is pretty good. Because we remember that playoff game last year when it was like 5 degrees there.
Yep.
And so I think if you get anything that's 30 or above, that's good. I think the crowd, the atmosphere, the sea of red, they've experienced it before. It won't be a big deal. And there are still a few players around who experienced getting a 23-0. Was it 23-0 in the playoffs?
24.
So like Laramie Tunsil, Ty Howard, John Weeks, Jaime Fairbairn. There's players around that have done that. I was thinking while I was watching the game, seeing Jalen Petrie and Jimmy Ward, Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, and those 4 guys being out for the season and what they could have meant to this team. We got to give a shout-out to Eric Murray. Eric Murray has been a backup. Was he on the 2019 team?
Nope, he got around the year.
He's been around a while, and he led the team in tackles. He had his pick 6. He did a great job because that ball was tipped. And a lot of defensive backs, they can't handle tipped balls. And he got it, and he juggled it for an instant and then took off. So we got to give him a shout-out. Another one, DeMeco Autry, wildly inconsistent this year after not playing anywhere like he played in the rest of his career because he started off with that suspension. He played a great game, made a huge contribution, had 5 pressures. Anderson had 7. Danielle Hunter had 5, according to Next Gen Stats. So that's why they gave Autry a 2-year contract. And to think about the depth in that defensive line, we didn't hear from Derek Barnett. Previous game was off. They're healthy, and they're good, and I think they're going to create some havoc for the Chiefs running game and then try to get Mahomes in obvious passing situations and not let him make too many off-schedule plays.
That's the tough part with him. And then he takes off, runs with it, and makes you pay, loads up with another set of downs, and it's just a big nightmare with him. But they have the defense to deal with it. So Baltimore has to deal with going on the road to Buffalo. What's going to happen in that one, as this is going to be a hotly contested affair? The Ravens look unbeatable right now, but are they? The Bills are really good at home. What do you think?
The battle of the MVPs. I think Lamar Jackson will get it over Josh Allen. It'd be weird to have a second-team All-Pro get the MVP over the first-team All-Pro. And that's why they made this the late game, biggest audience. I like the Texans playing that early Saturday game because we can watch the Saturday night game. I like it. And it's their time. And I thought, well, there's no way they're going to put Patrick Mahomes in the early window. But they did, and the weather won't be as cold. It's going to be cold, but not as cold as it would have been as the temperature drops. So I like the slot they're in. I like the team they're playing, which sounds weird. Anything's better than Baltimore. And after what we've seen of Baltimore, 5 wins in a row, the adjustments that they made in their secondary when they were struggling has worked great. They've not given up hardly any points. There's no way I'm picking against them. I think they're better on both sides of the ball. Yes, Buffalo has that home advantage, but I picked Baltimore to win the Super Bowl before the season. I'm riding with the Ravens.
John, the Patriots have made a decision on a head coach. His name is Mike Vrabel. I don't know if you've heard of him. What are your thoughts about him taking over New England?
Yeah, he used to play tight end for them, right?
Yeah, I think so. Caught a couple touchdowns.
Well, that's just such a natural for him to go there. He has Drake May. He has, and a lot of people are saying Josh McDaniels is going to be hired as the coordinator, which I think would be great because he's a good coordinator, a terrible head coach. That Mac Jones rookie year was his last year there. Mac Jones led them to a 10-6 record. And we're, wow, this guy's going to be really good. Now he's in Jacksonville. So Mike goes in there, and he's got almost $100 million in free agent money. Elliott Wolf and Alonzo Highsmith are the top personnel people. I think there couldn't have been a better situation. Fans and media wanted him. He knows the owner very well. Robert Kraft, other than pulling the plug on Gerard Mayo, and I think everybody thinks that was a good move now. He's been a stable owner, spends a lot of money. So I'm really happy for Mike. A lot of people in Tennessee wanted him fired after back-to-back losing records, and the longer he's gone, the better he looks.
We'll get a more formal prediction later. And Commanders next week, and your thoughts on what's going to go on tonight in Glendale, Arizona.
A lot of people are picking the Rams, and I guess it was because the Lions beat up on the Vikings so bad, but the Vikings won 14 games. I'm still going with the Vikings, and I'm wondering what happens if Sam Darnold has 2 bad games in a row at the end of the season against the Lions and then in the playoffs. Will the Vikings say, well, now that's the Sam Darnold we signed as a backup, or will they think that's just a mirage and pay him $50 million a year? And I think he's going to bounce back and play well. Their defense is good. It's going to be well balanced. I feel terrible for the Rams. They can't play at home, but we understand the circumstances. A lot of people be pulling for the Rams for that reason. I can't wait. I know the games are lopsided except for Washington and Tampa. They usually are, but it's still so exciting.
All right, General. Thanks a lot for joining us. We'll catch up later in the week.
Thank you.
All right, it's playoff time in Houston. Texans winners on Saturday, playing Saturday afternoon against the Chiefs, 3:30. But we'll have the smoking hot players of the game coming up in the last outing, and who might rise up against the Chiefs on Saturday afternoon at Arrowhead. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in champions.
HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Now, more Texans Monday.
2nd and 10 Chargers from their 44. Herbert, shotgun. Here's the snap. Herbert has time, throws downfield over the middle, and intercepted by Stingley. He takes it across the 30, and he's down at the 34-yard line. 2 picks in the game for Derek Stingley Jr. 4 picks on the night for the Texans. The takeaway train rolls. Man, what a night for this defense, getting the pressure on. Having Foley Fatukasi back
was huge.
Was big, Johnny.
Huge.
We talked about that. He missing games along with Aziz. We mentioned it. Through the gauntlet, you didn't play well. You did play well against Miami, but not the other two. And you were missing 4 defensive starters, Petrie, Jimmy Ward, Foley, and Aziz. Now you get Foley and Aziz back, and it's a huge factor. So let's keep it rolling here. You go up to the Chiefs. Didn't have Aziz last time. You didn't have Foley last time. Let's rock. See what you get. Now, you know it's all a heavy rotation on the D-line, and the guys in the back end, man, making plays all over the place on Saturday. Smoking hot players of the game. Let's start there. Stingley. Stingley is the defensive back equivalent of J.J. Watt for this franchise. I said it. He is that good. Look at what he's done. My gosh. You have 2 interceptions in a playoff game, one where you were the underdog and the whole world seemingly is picking against you.
Absolutely.
Is that too strong a statement?
Well, how strong was my statement at the beginning of the year? You know what I said.
He's the best corner in the league.
He's the best corner in the league. And watch, by the end of if you didn't believe it at the beginning of the year, you will at the end.
And he's the only other Texans defender to get first-team All-Pro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been 5 years since we had an All-Pro, and it's Sting. And after the game, when he's asked about himself, it's like, he doesn't say a whole lot.
Yeah.
Ask him about Kamari Lassiter, and he lit up like a Christmas tree. I love that dude. I love Sting. I love everything he's about. And you know 2 things. One, I said that at the beginning of the year, and you didn't look at me like I was crazy, but I know I'd be like, sauce. Yeah, listen, the sauce is it's moldy, it's old, it's expired. 24 is it. The second thing about Sting is. No, I just forgot it. I forgot what I was going to say.
Well,
what was I going to say about
second
Sting?
thing was 2 picks.
Yeah,
How
2
about
picks.
that?
That's good.
Other smoking
hot players of the game. Of course, 7. 7 was tremendous.
Yeah, he turned it on.
He was tremendous.
And Andre said it's like when a basketball player hits a big shot and then he gets it going.
Yeah.
And CJ is a basketball player.
He checked the rest of the game. He's incredible.
He just got hot. And that almost pick to Derwin James that was overturned. That was a heat check throw.
Yeah.
I'm hot. Let me see if I can get this one. And he didn't. But you know what? He played on. He played well. And Nico, he found Nico often. 7 catches, 122, best receiving day in the history of the franchise in the postseason. CJ was on, and his merry band of pass catchers, but particularly Nico. How about this one? Stover has 4 catches. Schultz has 2. Not that those weren't nice catches, but it's interesting to me how Stover factored into that passing game.
Absolutely. I'm going to give you also another one off the beaten path. And the general mentioned him, and I'm glad somebody did. DeMeco Autry was the bad MFer. You mentioned it, that Nick talked about. He had 2 rushes. One where he took Jamari Sawyer and ran him
just
flat over. The second one, he then set him up like he was going to bull rush him, and then he swam. He used a swim move on the outside, and Sawyer he was falling all over the place. And that's the one where he gets Herbert for the sack.
I was afraid he was going to get flagged for that.
I did too.
It was a little aggressive.
I did too.
A little aggressive, but it was okay.
It was
obviously
good.
Will Anderson, Joe Mixon. I mean the list goes on.
Eric Murray.
had Stephen Adegoke, our assistant coach of the week last week. His group had a big week. So
you're knocking on our door today to get their guys in here.
Yep, exactly. So we'll find out who it's going to be. I don't know. I feel like I want to pick one. Whose position group do we want to have a big game? Let's get in here. Let's get Gerard in here.
Yeah, let's get Gerard in here. Gerard, let's go.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It's that time.
All right, coming up, you got In the Loop, and then you got Ron and Clint, and then the DeMeco Ryans show at 5, a fresh visit with the head coach, as we'll have him on this week, Nick Caserio on this week. It's going to be a great week of Texans radio, getting you ready for Saturday at 3:30. Texans, Chiefs, it is on. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether running a marathon
TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a...
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Here's C.J. Stroud at the 47-yard line of Houston, ready to take a knee. He does. It's over. The Texans blow out the Chargers on Wild Card Weekend, 32-12, and they move on to the divisional round.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a victory reaction Monday. Feels good to say that after a wild card game. Your Texans getting the victory, as you heard the man Mark Vandermeer say, 32-12 on Saturday. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig here with you. Excited for a victory. In fact, on the YouTube, which again, always get involved. Toby said, I'm still high from Saturday. You know what? I have a strong feeling that you are not the only one, Toby. Yeah. Have that feel good. Have that feel good around you. Man. What a time to be alive as the Texans still going, still kicking here in the NFL playoffs.
I'm telling you, it's days like Saturday that just make you feel like a kid again, isn't it? I mean, we had our doubts. Nobody's gonna run from that. But man, what a day! What a fantastic day that was. And man, the other part about this is the Texans still in it, still with a chance, but with an altogether different look. Altogether different look and altogether different feel. If you are all of a sudden completely different in how you feel about this team, welcome. I mean, I'm the same way.
Yeah,
I feel the exact same way, and that's what a game like that can do.
No, the vibes are very different. Vibes are very different. However, got to be abundantly honest.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, 32-12. That, my friends, is. Say it with me now.
No, I'm not going to say it.
Say it with me now.
I say it with you this time.
A score got me. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. That is the first time that score has happened in the history of the National Football League.
Cool.
Not impressed.
Cool. I'm excited about that. Now, look, man, this was a wild day. This was a day that just felt like nothing we've seen all year. This was the team that we expected to see.
So they flipped that switch.
They did flip the switch. It's interesting, though. And
you mean earlier in the year?
Yeah, like before the season started. This is the team we expected to see. Incredible pass rush, an all-pro cornerback making all-pro plays, a rookie cornerback that all of a sudden stepped in and did some incredible things as we expected. C.J. Stroud working magic, doing things that normal quarterbacks do not do, and we're going to get into all of this. Just start. Joe Mixon running another 100-yard rushing performance. Nico Collins doing what Nico Collins does. That's what's so exciting. It's like no matter where you were a month ago, 2 months ago, last week.
Yeah, a week ago. Starting the weekend.
Yeah, this is the team you expected to see, and it's all on the table now, man. I mean, look, it's pretty dang incredible what this team has done.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just incredible.
For sure. But again, I don't want to avoid the obvious. Some people on the text line are already coming through with it. And you know what? I respect it. I take no umbrage with it because I understand what's happening. There was people that saw this coming, for certain. Some of them are sitting directly across from me with an Ohio State shirt on.
Yeah. You know, I kind of saw that coming, too.
Yeah, okay.
Some of us were wrong about this football.
I'm here.
I will raise my hand as well.
Yeah.
What did you call 20-17?
21-17.
21-17. I called 17-13. I want to dig into why we were wrong about this, but I also, one, putting my hand up, right, accepting that, but two, also saying, what is wrong as this dude? Hey, you remember Rex Ryan? Just want to remind you, this is what he sounded like before the week when talking about these Houston Texans.
Who had a worse day, me or Justin Herbert? It's probably right there. But I got to tell, I mean, you got to tip your hat to them because that team played their absolute asses off. Look, if you guys were going to play like that, I would have taken you to win the Super Bowl. But I'm seeing the games going up into it, 1-5 against playoff teams. I'm seeing all that, and sorry, Houston.
Oh, we got one.
How'd y'all enjoy the bye week over there? What'd you do for the bye week, Figgy? What'd you do for the bye week?
Yeah, man. I was not wrong as Rex Ryan, who was, as you heard, called, or as you alluded to, called this a bye week for the Chargers. Man, if this is a bye week, man, bye weeks be whooping people's asses.
Yeah, they
apparently.
are.
Oh, it was a bye with Chargers. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
It was a bye week.
Yeah. No.
It was a bye week for them.
And, you know, he alluded to some of the things that he did not anticipate. But why did we on this program, outside of Figgy, who, again, can't do no wrong, obviously, again, why were we wrong about this? Because I know for myself, I anticipated a pretty low-scoring game, a game that was going to be, like, hard-fought. And I think hearing John McClain on with Texans Monday earlier, I think he got to the root of some of these things. I was talking about it with Seth in the press box during the game. It's just there's clearly the equipment for this Texans team to do exactly what they did on Saturday. It just watching the Texas team, especially down the stretch, I wasn't sure that I couldn't guarantee that you were going to get the things that were necessary to happen. I couldn't guarantee that you were going to run the ball and salt the game away like you did in this game. I couldn't guarantee that Nico Collins was going to have a big game, especially because, again, you hadn't gotten a lot around him as well. And were you going to see a defense for the Chargers that was going to be able to key in on him? I couldn't even guarantee that CJ was going to have a spectacular game where he was, making things happen in and out of structure. In some, because we were coming off of some games where he wasn't playing as well. Although you could obviously have the one drive where he went 6-6 against the Titans. Like there was a lot of things that I couldn't necessarily guarantee would happen in that game. But I definitely took some things I did not give certain places enough credit. Which I'll start here. Hey man, defense. We have watched you play all year long, and yet for some reason I was like, hey man, this Chargers team, they don't turn the football over. Like maybe they'll continue to be really conservative. They'll take care of the football. Nope. Texas defense was like, we will get after you. They literally heated up Justin Herbert to a degree that he had not been this year and caused him to be more careless than he was all year. 3 interceptions all season long. He adds 4 of them in this game alone.
Well, 72 hours ago, right now, we were trying to erase. All right, so we were trying to get we were excited for the game upcoming the next day. And one of the things that I said is that like they are in it, but I also said a word that you mentioned just a second ago. They are equipped. They were equipped to beat this team. But you asked, like, why were we wrong on this team, on this game? I think it's very simple. I think there's a number of things. They did flip a switch, number one. Number two.
In what way? When you say flip the switch?
Well, something happened to C.J. Stroud on that crazy play. That just, the ball dribbled to him. He bounced it. He ran. Something happened right there. That flipped the switch. And then we also talked about this. Playoff DeMeco and his defenses, and I've got all the numbers updated and all that stuff. His defenses in the postseason are just play at an altogether different level. I mean, it's been incredible what they've done. And then there's that, you just heard, talking about this as well. The pass rush of this squad was remarkable. But they, something happened to C.J. Stroud. DeMeco, and don't believe me, DeMeco Ryans said it. DeMeco Ryans, going into the halftime, Figgy, I know we have this. They asked updates. What did he say, Figgy?
I'm about to play it for you right now.
All right, this something happened right there.
Coach, your offense was quiet for much of that first half. What changed to put up 10 points in the final 6 minutes?
Yeah, C.J. Stroud changed. He stepped up, made a big play, put the team on his back. Right, great job of scrambling, finding Hutch downfield. Big time play for us.
C.J. Stroud changed. That wasn't just me saying it. That's the head coach in real time during the game.
No, absolutely. And I mean, there's 2 parts to that. One of that is being, and the first part is the one that I think was probably easy to foretell, which is that the defense was going to keep you close enough to give you an opportunity to be within striking distance, right? Like that is something that we know of this Texans defense all year long is that they were not going to be in such a place where they were going to let this game get out of hand. It just was a question of, was this Texans team offensively going to be able to take advantage of certain things? And this is where you talk about, they flipped the switch. I also think that there was there was some good game plan in here, understanding that you can attack the middle of this Chargers defense where, the corners aren't very good, but the safeties have been really solid, and that they're just not going to allow scoring necessarily, even though you can pick up some yardage. They were like, hey, we're just going to eat over the middle. I think it was 109 of Nico Collins's receiving yards in this game came on in breakers, and he wasn't the only one. There was a lot of Dalton Schultz. I think both of his receptions were in breakers, if I remember correctly. You had, if I remember correctly, Stover had a couple of things over the middle. Obviously, the big Hutch play, I guess technically an in-breaker over the middle of the field. They just recognized where they could attack, and it felt like they just hit the button over and over and over again in order to get themselves going. Once they eventually did, because even then, they had some trouble moving the football. The first 5 drives for this team were not necessarily fruitful. You had obviously the fumble, which is literally the very first offensive play, which felt like a bad omen, if I'm going to be completely honest. You go fumble, punt, interceptions, punt. It just felt like, oh man, this is not a good place. But defense keeps you close enough, and then once you get to that place, you recognize, hey, we can build the whole boat out of Nico Collins and getting over the middle of this field.
Look, you just touched on the offense. C.J. Stroud was bad. C.J. Stroud was not playing well. There is no question about that. The offense was not playing well, but you know what was? And I think this is why I think it's safe to say this is the greatest defensive performance we have ever seen from the Houston Texans.
Oh, this is Super Bowl caliber defense, man.
Ever.
This is elite defense.
Go back as far as you want to the very first game. This is the best defensive performance because they kept them in it. They limited them to field goals early. And by the way, both of those drives that the Chargers had were easily could have been touchdowns. So the defense did that early. Then they created the turnovers over the course of the rest of the game. I think this is the best defensive performance I've ever seen from a Texans, and that's what, combined with C.J. Stroud changing, gave this game its feel, gave this game the excitement that it had, and why Houston all of a sudden, we know the next opponent, the next Chiefs, and frankly, you got to feel like, well, if we got this defense, we're going to have a chance.
No, absolutely, especially because this is a turnover defense. This is what we were anticipating. That was another thing that I personally neglected, and I really shouldn't have, because we've been seeing them do this to quarterbacks all season long, right? Whether it's Jared Goff throwing 5 interceptions, whether it's Josh Allen not having a great game, Tua Tagovailoa more recently. I'm missing someone else. I think Jordan Love as well, particularly in that building. There's something about being in that building, which was very loud, mind you.
Yeah, well,
that was nice.
Yeah.
But being in that building, but particularly with this defense, where they can pin their ears back and get after those guys. And when you do that, obviously you give yourself an opportunity to turn the football over, go back there and get it. And the likes of Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley and the rest of these guys, they don't miss, man. They don't miss their opportunities to take over. And it's one of those things where I was like, hey, I don't know if I can guarantee that those turnovers came. And that was foolish of me, because they did show up. I knew that they were going to be able to get pressure on Justin Herbert to some extent, even though he typically gets the ball out pretty quickly. I just figured that they would be more cognizant of that. And then also another thing that I neglected. Hey, man, these Chargers wide receivers look bad.
Yeah, but still,
outside of Ladd.
But yes, exactly. Ladd McConkey was next level, but still, you mentioned this number, and I think it's worth emphasizing again. Dude had 3 interceptions all year.
Correct.
He had 4 Saturday. That right there tells you what this defense, what this defense can do. And then you get into the numbers. I'm very convinced this is the best I've ever seen a Texans defense play. They entered the league in 2002. Since 2002, in the entire NFL, this is the highest EPA a defense has ever had in the playoffs, ever. Second highest. And that's in the entire NFL since 2002 when the Texans entered the league. So yes, this was, and you know what else is interesting? DeMeco Ryans has been very adamant about it's over, raise the level, it's time to turn the page. We're a different team. We can do this, and by God, they did. I mean, they absolutely did.
From the 281, shout out to the fans, man. From what I could tell, they got there early and were loud as ever. Absolutely, man. Like that. It was a very good environment for all of this, and I think that like vibes is one of those things that's very nebulous, but in this game felt like it mattered a good amount, because I think another part that you could not, I don't know, quantify, but ultimately feels like it mattered in this was just like the Texans' spirit. You know what I mean? Like we mentioned it, the offense did not get off to a great start in this game. The defense was playing incredibly well, and especially if you look at the way that the season ended, regular season ended, rather, there are defenses that under the weight of all of that look up and go, hey, man, I'm sick of this, right? Or, harbor some level of malice. And C.J. Stroud talked about it. There's multiple instances. DeMeco Ryans in his post-game availability talked about it, that these guys they all were supportive. They were hyping each other up, right? Like they constantly had a belief that they were going to be themselves into this, particularly the offense would be able to get themselves into this and ultimately handle the business that need to be handled. And that's what happened, man. Like they kept themselves in this thing in a way, and they all kind of banded together rather than kind of falling apart. Like that temerity that they showed as a team was impressive.
And not only that, but the other part about this that I thought was very, very key is this is the really the healthiest this defense has been all year. And to be able to rotate guys, to be able to use guys in different positions. Miles Bryant played a good game at a position that we had questions about. The linebackers, Henry To'oTo'o got the majority of snaps at linebacker, not Christian Harris, and produced. Azeez Al-Shaair was just a different level of player on the defensive side. The way that DeMeco Ryans has convinced these guys to play free, to play with that confidence, it was all on the field. And frankly, like I said, it would be hard pressed. We all ended up picking, except for Figgy.
No, Figgy was right. He often is.
But honestly, I feel that's the reason I picked them, because of the defense.
Yeah.
Remember, I was saying, I'm like, man, when quarterbacks come in NRG, go into NRG, and they look shell shocked.
Yes,
and that's what he looked shell shocked, and
you could see it on his face.
Yeah,
over the course of the game.
And honestly, if I'm being totally honest, I didn't have faith in the offense, man. Yeah. I said the defense is going to be the one that carried this team to a win,
and the offense wasn't anything. It didn't do anything until that big play. That big play that we're going to.
It came up here right time.
They did, and they relied on their two best weapons outside of C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins and Joe Mixon. But what I was going to say is, as much as we picked against the Texans, it's going to be hard to pick the Texans against anyone at this point if they play because of that defense.
And shout out to anybody who thinks that we have that kind of power, because by God, if I had that kind of power, I'd be making a lot more money than I do right now.
I'd be living in Vegas.
But shout out to Ronald, who said, I'm gonna need y'all to pick against the Texans again this week. We'll see.
Well, like I said, it's going to be hard.
A lot of people might pick against the Texans this week.
And you know what? If they pick against the Texans, especially as loudly as Rex Ryan, can you give me what Joe Mixon says to somebody who picks around against the Texans, particularly in the way that Rex Ryan did?
I thought that boy said a bye week. That boy said bye week. He's smoking on that Rex Ryan bye week. Come on, Rex.
Come on, Rex.
Smoking on that Rex Ryan.
I always thought that was so funny, because they always talk about the outside noise. They don't pay attention to none of that.
Oh, they always pay attention.
Oh, they zoomed in on Rex Ryan, man. They zoomed in on him.
Absolutely.
Even
did.
DeMeco, like his post-game speech.
Mm-hmm.
He said, bye week, right? Bye week, right?
I do love, right? Because DeMeco especially is one of those people that was like, we're not worried about bulletin board material. Because remember, that was the whole talking point
Every coach say that, man.
Yep.
Every single coach say that.
And they all hear it.
Yes. It was so obvious that specifically the bye week comment was used as some bulletin board.
Yeah,
oh, for sure.
100%.
That felt like some level of confirmation.
I felt bad for the Chargers a little bit, because I'm like, man, I know y'all was
They
clapping.
didn't sign up for this.
I know they was clapping and happy to play the Texans once that they found out who they was facing in the playoffs, but they ain't say bye week.
They didn't sign up for that.
Yeah, I'm like, they ain't say all that, and they got whooped.
And then all of a sudden, belt to ass.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, 32-12. Again, a scorigami for your Texans, and they keep on rolling to keep this thing going in the playoffs. They, of course, as you mentioned, will face the Kansas City Chiefs at same bat time, same bat place. Well, not same bat place technically.
Well, different place.
Yeah, different place. Saturday, 3:30 is when you will face off against the Chiefs at Arrowhead. Some familiar confines as you played them earlier in the year. But we'll talk more about that as we go along in the week. You're listening to In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get deeper into this game. What do you view as the most important play from this game? 713-572-4610, because there's so many to choose from. Let's go through them all next.
The Texans. It's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, again, Victory Monday after your Texans get a wild card weekend win versus the Los Angeles Chargers at NRG, 32-12. About the big plays of that game, or in fact, what do you believe to be the biggest play of the game? 713-572-4610. Because in the midst of that game going on, in fact, I was just sitting there like, man, that's a big play. Ooh, that's a big play. And I said a few times, I was like, man, which one of these? Because there's a lot of them. Obviously, like that's somewhat inherent within the nature of a playoff game. The stakes make the big plays even grander. But what to you was the biggest play of this game? Because I just want to appreciate the times where big plays were made by this Texans team.
I think we can all agree on the single biggest play of the game because I think it's one of the biggest plays in the history of the organization.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Damn.
Yes, 100%.
I think that there's one.
So over the JJ pick six.
No. I said one of the.
Okay.
We'll hear it on the question of the day where it ranks. I'll tell you. I'll tell you exactly where it ranks.
I think that there's another one that rivals this one for the situation. And yes, Frank Z, it is indeed a scoregami. I started the show with that, but you know what? It's always good to remind you that 32-12 is a scoregami and a unique score in the history of the National Football League.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that there was not a number of big plays, because at least 3 or 4 immediately pop into mind behind C.J. Stroud, the bad snap, dropping the ball, damn near getting a safety, somehow scrambling into space and finding Xavier Hutchinson. That to me was one of the single biggest plays in the history of this organization.
This is what it sounded like as called by Mark Vandermeer.
Stroud calls for the ball, and the ball goes through Stroud. He picks it up. Scrambles right side. Can he get rid of it? Airs it out downfield and caught at the 45-yard line and taken to the 50-yard line. X marks the spot. An amazing play for the Texans on 3rd and long. Stroud dropped the ball, but he picked it up and found Xavier Hutchinson for a first down at midfield as we hit the 2-minute warning. 33 yards, the Texans in business, down 6-0.
So here's where I am with this play.
Okay.
It not only changed the entire arc of this game, it changed the entire arc of this season and where this team could play. No, I will argue with anybody on that.
This season.
Don't do that.
I will argue with anybody.
Don't gas him up.
No, I like this.
Yeah.
I like this.
Don't gas him up.
It is.
That was the switch.
And again, I'll give you my top 5 plays in the history of the organization when we get to the question of the day in about 11 minutes. But that play right there changed everything in the game. It changed C.J. Stroud. DeMeco Ryans said it. We just played it in the first segment, and it changed the entire arc of the season. How do you feel? 713-572-4610. I think we all know the answer to this. How do you feel about this team right now? Because it's a lot different than last week. It's a lot different than Saturday morning. That was one of the single biggest plays in the history of the entire organization. Doesn't mean it wasn't the only big play that came to mind, though. Several came to mind.
No, and I mean, I think that's fair that you needed that play, especially to keep that drive going, right? That's a 99-yard drive on 13 plays, and that one's super necessary to move the sticks in order to kind of keep that going, because the first how many plays of that drive were just kind of piddling around back in the shadow of your own end zone.
They ran 8 plays and were on their own 11-yard line.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, penalties impact that. Man, this game in some ways was like a microcosm of the season. You got a little bit of everything, and some of that was some of those penalties and situations that had you in the shadow of your end zone. But I mean, that play it was a level of CJ magic, right? A level of calm that he needed to be able to, well, first of all, after like having a bad snap or not, bad catch, whichever one you want to talk about, right? Having the presence of mind, get to the football, and then still keep his eyes downfield and look for something. Now, that something was wide open, right? Because you also get to C.J. Stroud, I think, more in his element, maybe thinking less, maybe more reacting and less thinking. Doubt. And just going, hey, let me find somebody in the fire drill, scramble drill type situation. And what's funny enough is I feel like that play doesn't happen without the fumble. Because what happens is when
he was going to look elsewhere.
When the fumble happens, well, even beyond that, when the fumble happens, the linebacker that the Chargers have there, he's charging upfield because now this is like broken play. I'm going to go apply pressure. He's supposed to be probably about 10 yards deep on a tight end. Well, with that tight end now open, the safety who was with Xavier Hutchinson drops down to try and cover up that tight end, and now Xavier Hutchinson is available for a 34-yard pass down the field. Whereas I don't know how that goes if those two things don't happen in the exact same way. Not saying that the Chargers were incredible coverage-wise, because there were some instances where CJ fooled them, just in coverage. But that particular play has to go exactly for that way for it to happen.
It was enormous, but it wasn't the only one. I'm going to give you a couple that popped into mind, and I bet you they're slightly different than yours.
Well, and this is the thing, is I think that there's another one that rivals the most important play for this game, as opposed to, I understand what you're saying for the season, and that one is cut 33 here. This is, shout out to Eric Murray, getting a little bit of a gift, but doing the work to take it all the way in for the score.
Herbert looking, firing left side, and intercepted. Murray across the 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, pick 6. NRG Stadium is rocking as Eric Murray makes a house call. The Texans up 2 scores. Bring on a playoff party.
Justin Herbert threw 3 interceptions the entire regular season. The Texans have picked him twice in this one this afternoon.
That's right, Andre. In fact,
there were more to come.
They added a couple more. That one blew it open.
Yeah.
Like that one blew it open because to that point, you were still at 13-6. That is an incredibly manageable game. One score goes and changes this. And I think we ultimately saw that they were not capable of getting down the field, but I think also that happens because the score becomes unwieldy, and that forces the game script applies a different level of pressure to the Los Angeles Chargers without that pick 6 that happens there. I think that opens this game up. It blows it open. I think that matters a big amount.
I think that was a huge play because for the simple fact, like, I wasn't even worried about Justin Herbert at this point. I was just like, man, he is. After that point, I'm like, oh, he's done.
Yeah.
Like, nah, he ain't coming back. But the only thing I was worried about, I'm like, man, we need something from the offense.
Yep.
Like, we need a touchdown or 2. We need something to kind of put this away.
Yeah, but again, I think all these are just sort of butterfly effect of what CJ did. There's no doubt. That was a huge, huge play that, as you said.
No, that started it all.
As you said, that pretty much made, okay, they're on to something.
I mean,
they're on to something now.
Yeah, even on that drive, right? The drive after you have whatever we come. What's the nickname? The Fumblerooski is what I'm using tentatively until we come up with a better, more historical name for that.
The annexation of Los Angeles.
Okay. Instead of like the annexation of Puerto Rico.
Yeah, the annexation of Los Angeles is what I called it.
We'll see. Let me know if you like that one on the text line.
Hey, I ain't saying all that.
It's a lot. Yeah,
yeah.
That's a mouthful, right? But you still needed a couple more big plays on that drive alone to go get that score.
Yes.
I mean, it feels like you shifted a little bit the confidence in the ways you were playing there. Man, that Eric Murray, boom, that's points on the board.
No, it was big.
Especially because this is not the day nor the time that I wanted to mention this. However, especially because you only had 2 offensive touchdowns, right? Those defensive touchdowns were deeply important in this game. Like, not even just field position, actually scoring touchdowns off of your defense.
Yeah.
Hugely important.
Now, let me give you a play early on that I at the moment I thought, okay, that could be big. But looking back, I thought it was enormous. And Chargers up 3-0. They have the ball on your 20-something yard line. I think like the 28-yard line, 26-yard line, something like that. And they're about to make it 10-0 if they score a touchdown.
Correct.
That's a 2-score game in your building. They might just suck the life out of the place. Will Anderson had a sack on Justin Herbert.
Along with Mario Edwards. Don't forget that.
Mario Edwards.
9-yard sack.
That made it, I believe, 3rd and 19, or 4th, or whatever it was.
2nd and 19.
2nd and 19.
And ultimately, you get a Will Dissly drop, I think, on 2nd or 3rd down as well, which, hey, thanks for the good fortune. But, yeah, that was one of the ones that I wrote down.
Which makes them kick a field goal, and it's 6-0.
Correct.
And you're still in the game. I thought that play early on was really, really big. And then one other play that I thought was, like, low-key, I'm going to use that term, enormous, that led to C.J. Stroud changing. And that is the Texans had 1st and 10 from their own 1-yard line. And things were a little dicey. You know, like you said, they could have easily, it was 6-0. They could have easily gone to the half, down 6-0, whatever it was. Joe Mixon had a 7-yard run out of the end zone that made it, 2nd and 8. And that gave C.J. Stroud and this offense room to go ahead and call that pass play that ended up being, the play of the day.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Some other ones that have come in. The Derwin James interception that wasn't.
Yes, I had that one down.
That was important.
Yeah.
Kamari immediately picking the ball back after C.J. Stroud's first interception of the game. That was huge. Like when the Chargers were going to be aggressive, be aggressive. Sorry, I couldn't stop myself from doing it. After reception, and that if you subscribe to momentum, which I do not, like that would be one of those instances where you go, oh man, you throw an interception and here they go down the field. If they are able to complete that changes the tenor of the game. The Eric Murray pick six we talked about midway through the third quarter. You end up in 2nd and 40 outside of field goal range, and you're able to pick up through a couple of plays. Actually, you get a penalty that makes 2nd and 35, and then just like a drop down, drop off. It might have been to Dare, and he picks up just enough yards to get you back in field goal range. Like again, to keep the lead growing and keep the pressure on the Chargers. There was quite a few of those types of plays that happened during this game. Man, there was a lot of great plays that we only scratched the surface of some of these great plays, but all of them stack up and lead to. Oh yes, don't forget C.J. Stroud pulling the ball down and running for what was that 27 yards?
Yeah.
On a important down. There were so many of these things that stacked up to allow the Texans to get a 32-12 victory over the Chargers. Make Rex Ryan look stupid on national television, make me feel kind of stupid for even thinking that they could lose this football game, but ultimately put them on to the divisional round in the playoffs, where they'll face off against Kansas City next week. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We talked about maybe some of the biggest plays in this game. What are some of the most the biggest plays in the history of the Texans? That is our question of the day. 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
After crushing the Chargers.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McClain Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
What single Texans moment or play do you remember more than any other? 713-572-4610. Also, catch us on the YouTube, Sports Radio 610. All sorts of good content there.
Jump in them comments, man.
Them comments.
They going in right now on the comments.
Always folks in there having a good conversation. You can jump in there as well, see our smiling faces, and that's when we'll do that. See, now they're gonna turn it off. See, you make crazy faces like that.
I just smiled.
Yeah, you about
I want to smile.
Hey, you scaring the hose away, man.
100%.
I never do that.
So anyway, again, what single Texans moment or play do you remember more than any other? Let's get that going on the question of the day. Because Lopez, you got yourself a nice little list here.
I got a top 5, and it some of these are very arguable. So 713-572-4610 if you want to argue it. But this is my personal. Literally having
my opinion.
I've literally seen every play the Texans have ever made.
I've been the season ticket holder since 2002.
Hey, you can't do that in the voice because I've met a lot of these season ticket holders since 2002.
No, it's funny.
These parking lots, man, they have showed so much love.
No, I always crack up whenever somebody try to explain their opinion on something why they right. They say, "Oh,
as a season ticket holder,
I've been a season ticket holder since 2002."
That's right.
So I know more than you.
All right. Yes, exactly. So as someone who literally has seen every play in Texans history, number 5, I'm going to go 5-1. How about that?
So you're actually going plays because I do like
Single
the idea
plays.
of moments.
Single plays.
Okay, because I like the idea of moments maybe more than plays personally, and I think
it's up to you, man.
I am tipping my hand, but it's all good.
All right, that's okay.
Number 5.
Production value.
T.J. Yates. I wrote Matt Schaub, and that was a mistake. I just remembered it was T.J. Yates. T.J. Yates to Kevin Walter.
What a time.
For the first ever playoff berth in 2011. They go to 10-3 in that game. This city went. I was actually at a watch party for that game because they could clinch. This city went berserk. Berserk.
Yeah, don't know how to pronounce the R in there, right?
This city went berserk. There were fans meeting the team at the facility afterwards late at night. It was that big of a play. Number 4.
Número 4.
Andre Johnson, Hail Mary catch versus Washington in 2010.
Oh, yeah.
They were down 27-20. I want to say just seconds left, less than a minute. Andre goes up in a ball that David Carr just threw just to throw.
Yeah, but he's always that is the Andre Johnson down there somewhere, which is a viable play when you have Andre Johnson.
Yes, absolutely. Number 3.
Número 3.
Seth Payne, baby. Seth Payne, baby.
Hey.
And Gary Walker, but I'm giving it.
It's fun to be the penetrator sometimes.
He was.
That's right.
He absolutely was.
Actually, pretty much all the time, Seth, I'm going to be honest.
Sack and safety of Quincy Carter. Who remembers him?
Oh, man.
I do.
In the 2002 inaugural game of the inaugural season.
Número 2.
Saw it yesterday, man.
You're putting this as top 2.
I think it's the second. Saturday, I mean. I think it's the second biggest single play in the history of
top
the
two.
You leaving one of mine off the list, man.
Well, we can argue it. I mean, dude, that changed everything. It changed everything for this team. And
my man's already. See, this is where he's a writer. He's already myth building, which again, it is a myth that is true.
Is it a myth that they changed the game? Is it a myth that it changed the arc of the expectation?
And I guess the word myth there, that it has a negative connotation, like a falsehood that I didn't want. But just like we're already making this the grand thing, and I feel like it deserves that. But also, there's a lot more in there. But you know what? I ain't mad at it. I gotta let you cook.
Número 1.
J.J. Watt. It's still up there. J.J. Watt pick 6 versus the Bengals.
100%.
That stadium, boy, you heard the crowd noise and all these calls that we're making. Whew. I've never heard it louder than that J.J. Watt pick 6.
Yeah, that was incredible. But and somebody said it was Schaub to Andre.
It was Schaub? I thought it was Yates, but I could be wrong. It's just off the top of my head.
Man, double guess, double.
I doubted myself.
You doubted yourself.
Should have known better.
That's right.
Figgy, what was the one you said's off the list?
Man, I felt like the Christian Harris pick 6 should have been on there. The one last year, man.
That's a good call.
Top 5?
I think so, man. I think so because I feel like and we kind of talking about how it changed the whole narrative a little bit, and in the future. Like just think about this. This is the first year DeMeco Ryans was the head coach, who, by the way, was a player here and got this team to the playoffs. And now he's a head coach, and he coached this guy up that kind of a little bit remind you of a DeMeco Ryans. You can tell DeMeco likes Christian Harris a lot. And just him being on the sideline, coaching him up like, hey, just trust me on this. Go here, do this.
Yeah.
Pick 6 to the house. And that's exactly what he did. And that pretty much broke the Browns at that point.
It's arguable. No question.
Now, a lot of these very plays, you talking about single Texans moment that I remember more than any other? Come on, man. It's the reason why this man walks around anywhere in these great United States and oftentimes in Houston. And people talk about it. It's the thing that he gets talked about or talked to about the most is when Andre Johnson put the fear of God in Cortland Finnegan.
Okay, moment. Okay, moment.
You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, especially you go anywhere around the nation and you're just like, hey, is there a Texans moment that comes to mind? I put it at 60% chance that that's what comes up.
Yeah.
More than anything else. Like, Cortland Finnegan catching these hands. Yeah, absolutely, is the one that comes up. And I that's why I appreciated the phraseology of moment as opposed to play, because you're right. Like, play is probably like the pick 6 for J.J. Watt.
Yeah, play is different. Yeah.
But, yeah, the moment, yeah, and that came in a few times on the text line. A fair point made here on the YouTube, and maybe I shouldn't even bring this up. Nobody's going to want to say it, but when Deshaun broke 2 tackles and got the ball to Taiwan,
that was a great moment.
That was a very good play.
How about
huge play.
They were about to lose that game. I thought they was about to lose. That play low key saved Bill O'Brien's job.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Deshaun Watson had. How about the scramble in their nationally televised game against his coming out play, so to speak, against the Bengals as well?
You mentioned the Christian Harris pick 6. Isn't it kind of wild that you kind of got the same like series of plays the year after here on Saturday, where you have interception and then like you had back-to-back on you had pick 6, then you had another interception on the next drive, right? Because didn't you have that with Steven Nelson and Christian Harris on back-to-back against the Browns?
I want to say
you did.
Yes,
and then in this game, obviously you have the Eric Murray, and then on the next possession, that's when you get was it Sting? Is that the right sequence there?
I think so, yes.
So, yeah, that was kind of
it was kind of the same vibe, to be honest.
It really was.
The only thing that was a little bit different, the offense wasn't doing what they did last year. Last year, CJ was slicing and dicing, man.
Somebody said, go back to the beginning. David Carr, Billy Miller, icing the Cowboy victory, game 1.
That was early. Billy Miller was an early touchdown. I think it was the first touchdown in Texas history.
First. Yeah, that was first touchdown. I was like, as I was reading, I was like, I'm reading something wrong here.
Yeah.
Hail Mary 2-point conversion that led to CJ and Will Anderson. Okay. I mean, you had to make some moves to fully finish that out, but I appreciate it. Shaw breaking his foot to derail a great season. All right, why'd you go there?
Hey, man.
What made you do that? David Garrard tipped Hail Mary for the Jacksonville win. Okay, you're in the same boat as well. And then now we're going back in. Yates, Shaw was out for the season, got injured in Tampa. So you were right to question yourself. And shout out to the text line taking us on a roller coaster there. A little bit of a roller coaster on Saturday, but ultimately ended up where you wanted to. 32.
I'm shocked you got that play from yesterday that high.
No question. I have zero
recency bias. Recency bias?
No.
Recency bias? Text line 713-572-4610.
I feel like Lopez seen a lot in this city.
Yes, I have.
When it comes to the Texas, and yesterday pretty high.
I have zero doubt about that play and what it has done in that game and what it's done for this team.
Now, how would you feel if, let's say, they lose to the Chiefs this weekend? Do that still change a little bit?
I think it
because I do think that play will be high if they beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, if it spurs you on to something further,
and then we could go back to that moment. Like that was the moment that changed everything.
I just think. Look, here's the other thing about that play. It saved jobs. It saved jobs.
You got some breaking news or something?
I will talk more about that because this is the thing.
Am I wrong?
I don't. Hey man, Bobby Slowick gonna be back here next year,
yes.
right? Like, and here's the tough part about it. I don't know that for certain that he was not going to be, and I think like that's the presumption that you have to say definitively that it saved jobs. But it does kind of feel like that in this moment.
No, it saved jobs. It changed the arc of the game. It changed the way this team
saved lives,
playing.
Really.
It gave
I'm a different person now.
It gave the nation a chance to see how good this defense can
100%.
be. It gave you an opportunity against the Chiefs in Kansas City in a game that, frankly, I think most people probably preferred to face. Yes, if they go on and beat and go to their first AFC Championship game, it elevates even more. It might even elevate past J.J. Watts. But right now, I have zero question in my mind that is the second most important play, best play in the history of the organization.
Somebody said Watson getting traded when it talks about moments. Bum Phillips walking the team out before the first home game or the first playoff game in 2011. That was a cool moment as well. Yeah. And then someone said Rosencopter. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A lot of moments. You added some more that could go up on just the all-time list Saturday in that win versus the Chargers. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL quickly. Talk about some of the wild card weekend, including what the divisional round schedule will look like. We'll do that next.
We knew it was. Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we were just talking about the, moments and plays that come to mind for you most. And somebody got at us hosting on the YouTube. Again, Sports Radio 610 on YouTube is how you watch the show.
Jumping no comments, too, man.
Yeah, fantastic conversation. And this part of it, no Arian Foster love on the individual moments that come up for you. And I was like, for me, it's just a holistic, oh, man, he was so good. But
he was so good.
There's probably some plays that I'm missing. And now in the breaks, you know what I'm doing? Just watching Arian Foster highlights.
It was
not
good.
a bad way to pass time.
And it was good to see him out at the game on Saturday.
Yeah, we didn't even mention that.
Great
that
to
was
see him.
He is so low key and just.
He was going with one hand. Hey, let's go.
Yeah, you know how they hand him the phone to be like, hey, record a message. He was just like, yo,
Hi, it's Arian here, and appreciate the fans.
Yeah. Let's get it.
Let's get it.
Like that was it.
I'm like, dang, that's all you got.
I was kind of hoping that he would throw it back and get the bullhorn or the bullhead shaved in his head again. That'd be fun. But
it was good to see him, man.
Oh, heck yeah.
Even at the press conference, too. I seen some clips. It was funny seeing them up there doing their press conference, man.
Yeah.
It was good to see him, man.
All right, let's go around the NFL quickly, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets. Turn them into cash with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist. Your ticket everywhere. And we start, I guess, with a little bit of breaking news in the NFL landscape. It has to do with the Texas team that isn't in the playoffs right now. The Dallas Cowboys.
That sounds good.
What? That is just a fact. I don't know.
That sounds good.
I don't know what you're implying.
It's facts, man. That's facts.
Just factual things.
Look it up.
Yeah, well, I don't need to.
They're not in the playoffs, and now they're in need of a head coach. They've officially decided to not re-sign Mike McCarthy, who is out of contract. They took it up to they damn near up to the deadline because they had up until tomorrow.
Midnight, tonight,
Mutually part ways?
No. Well, I guess in a way, it's just like, hey, we're not giving you a contract, right? Like, they're just like, all right, well, I guess I have to go somewhere else. But yes, Mike McCarthy done with the Dallas Cowboys there. They really made it as long as possible because of course they did, because the Cowboys just want attention.
Yeah, and Tom Pelissero with the report said that the sides could not agree on the length of a contract and McCarthy will pursue other opportunities. Well, that means they wanted another one-year contract, right?
Probably.
I
and
think
he was
so.
like,
They said, we'll give you another year.
Because they just blocked the Bears for even interviewing him.
They did.
Yeah.
So they had some type of interest in bringing them back.
But for 1 year, which is dumb.
Yeah, nah, I'm out.
It's dumb.
I could get more years elsewhere.
Yeah. And the other thing about this, Reggie, is it automatically, when the Cowboys job comes open, you just assume it's going to be the most prestigious, sought-after job in football. I don't think so.
I don't think so either, man.
I don't think so. Not this time.
Well, here's the tough thing is just in general, I don't know, but when you compare it to other jobs that are going to be open, because not all of them are going to be great, especially understanding that, hey, remember, one of the jobs that was probably pretty good got filled in the New England Patriots hiring Mike Vrabel, which, yeah, we all saw that coming.
Yeah.
But that's one of the jobs that's open with a lot of cap space and a quarterback that you feel confident about.
Key.
Outside of that, what are the other jobs that you really like? Because some people say that they like the Bears, right? And the Bears have a quarterback. They have some money to work with, and they need to, address some of that. Like, offensive line is going to be a big deal for them to make sure Caleb Williams ain't out there just running for his life. And then what are the other jobs that you really enjoy out there, you really like out there that are open? The Cowboys are definitely a good one, because the tough things about the Cowboys job is that's a unique position with a lot of media and a lot of outside noise involved. You have a quarterback, but there's people that don't necessarily love him, and I think with him, you might be getting to a place because he's getting older, he doesn't move as well, and he never had an incredible arm. So, are you reaching a point where that becomes problematic? Salary cap wise, they have a lot of money invested in certain players, and they're trying to figure out what's happening otherwise. Yeah, man, that's an interesting job where there's a lot of visibility, but visibility ain't always the greatest thing in the world, especially for a coach.
And I would argue that it's always been the most sought after job. I mean, it's the Dallas Cowboys. You have weapons. You had some pieces. You obviously resource. I don't
think division.
A tough division now. I don't think it's as attractive a job. Frankly, you mentioned the Bears. I think the Bears is a very attractive job.
Yeah, that one feels like one that's highly regarded. I mean, Saints is out there as an opening. No.
Raiders maybe. Depends, but Raiders maybe.
Who's your quarterback?
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing.
It might be
Shedeur Sanders. Yeah.
But yeah, that is an opening that has existed in that has opened up rather with the Cowboys. They waited as long as possible because that's what they do. I think they still have an opportunity to get in on some of these interviews and stuff. It doesn't feel like the carousel has moved too fast this time around, because there's some instances where you're like, oh, you look up and everybody has already found a seat and you need to find a dance partner. I've kind of mixed metaphors there, but you get what I mean. They still have an opportunity to go do something. But, I mean, it feels good to be the Texans, right? You know who your quarterback is. You're in a very good place, and you're still playing football on the 13th of January.
One more thing on the Cowboys opening, and I don't believe this, but it's going to get a lot of legs. Sark.
I think Steve Sarkisian is very well situated for where he
is. Again,
is.
I don't think it's going to happen, but it's going to have some traction.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of guys out there that are getting love. Sark, one of those. Interestingly enough, there's been talk about Cliff Kingsbury, who he gets a victory yesterday with his offense. The Washington Commanders get a victory over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Tampa in order to move on. That's one of the wild card games that happened. Do you like the idea of Cliff Kingsbury getting another head coaching job here?
I would hate it if he were named my next head coach. Hate it. Certain guys are just equipped to be coordinators. He's one.
I just don't like how fast he rose up, man. It's just like, man, this dude.
He's not a head coach. He's a coordinator.
Yeah, like, dog.
He fell up. He did fall up.
Yeah, like, dog, he was at Texas Tech, right?
He was at Texas Tech. He was at A&M.
I'm like, what did he do at Texas Tech? Yeah. And he just went into the NFL as a head coach, man.
Nah, he's a coordinator. He can call some plays. Did a good job yesterday.
Would you like to fire up the In the Loop consulting firm for the Dallas Cowboys right quick?
Yeah.
From the YouTube, David Culley is available from the 281. Bill O'Brien?
I like both those options.
Yeah, we'll submit those to.
Bill would take that job.
Jerry.
Bill O'Brien.
Yeah,
that's the Cowboys, man. He'll take that job.
But it would also be a representation of how bad that is falling.
Yeah. Somebody said Cliff Kingsbury wasted Mahomes. Yeah, you probably put that out there real quick. Just like, yeah, let's move this along. Let's a little bit of what's happening around the NFL. Quick addition as we're moving the time around a little bit to make sure that we accommodate the live press conference for DeMeco Ryans that'll happen at 11:30. You'll hear that live here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, getting to what's popping again. To accommodate DeMeco Ryans, talk about some of the things that are happening, including Reed Ryan. Back up to the big club. We'll talk about that next.
For what?
visit BroncoPowerBoost.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We'll do this a little bit out of time. We're doing this a little earlier, but we got DeMeco Ryans, the head coach of the Houston Texans, talking to the assembled media after a big-time victory this weekend versus the Los Angeles Chargers in the wild card game that was hosted at NRG Stadium, 32-12. And so we'll have that live for you here on your home of the Houston Texans, Sports Radio 610. Did want to talk a little bit about Rockets. You have Reed Shepherd. You familiar with him?
Yeah, a little bit. He of the 49-point game?
Yes, that guy. I mean, and he's continued doing that. Like, not 49 points exactly, but he's continued having a good spell at Rio Grande Valley. It was in Edinburgh. And so he comes back up to the big club. Now, of course, he's been recalled from his G League assignment. However, that is in large part because the Vipers aren't playing this week. And so, just comes back
Give
up.
him some time.
Just might as well be with the big club if you have an opportunity to maybe play should something happen. But I have a feeling that maybe he returns once the Vipers start playing again. However, you also had Vanessa Richardson, who is the sideline reporter for the Rockets on Sports City Home Network. She talked to Reed. Reed says that he didn't view the G League assignment as a demotion at all.
I mean, that's the best approach you can have because, I mean, I'm sure they explained it in detail to him, what they wanted to see. And, boy, he produced. There's no question about that.
Yeah, apparently he said he feels like his confidence has improved, and he said his body feels better. It was huge for him mentally, and he learned a lot. So, yeah, excited for that one. If you weren't keeping track of the Rockets this weekend, I 100% get it, right? There was kind of bigger fish to fry when it came to Houston sports.
To any sports.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But the Rockets did not play on Sunday as previously planned because of, that thing, the winter that was happening across the nation outside of L.A. Or the Southern California region. So their game against the Hawks got postponed. So that will have to be made up later in the season. That was supposed to tip off at 2 on Saturday. So we were going to have a nice little conflict there. Thankfully, did not have to worry about that. But that one will be made up later against the Hawks team. That's really interesting. Trae Young, who has like 12 assists per game. He's just crazy. I'm really interested to see what that looks like. But they'll get the Grizzlies again tonight. That'll be a fun, circle back around to get the Memphis Grizzlies again after you got a victory over there in Memphis late last week.
And probably clinch the tiebreaker if you can get the win tonight.
I believe so. Yeah, because you won the second game of the season against them. Then you won a few nights ago, and now you circle back around and play them tonight on what is one of not many. Well, I guess you're coming up with a stretch of national televised games for these Rockets. So tonight, it's technically an NBA TV game, which I guess counts at 7 at the Toyota Center. But yeah, man, Ja Morant came back and you managed to get a victory there. And so you'll do that again tonight. That'll be fun. Some other things that are popping. Are you a? I don't think I've actually checked with you. Boxing fan? Like obviously you love Muhammad Ali. But
not as rabid as I was in the past, but yes, more so than MMA.
Yeah, one of the things that's been a big draw is Tyson Fury in the heavyweight division. That's one of the things that's kind of dipped off since years ago. Like the heavyweight division used to be
that was it,
right? And now you're finding more of the enjoyment in some of the lighter divisions. Well, heavyweight, at least the draw in some parts was Tyson Fury. Obviously, just recently you got last month, maybe about 3 weeks ago, you got a really good fight between Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk up there. What was that, in Saudi Arabia? Well, after that second loss to Usyk, Tyson Fury has announced, for the second time, mind you, that he'll be retiring from boxing.
At least the second time.
I'm trying to remember.
I think he might have retired before the 2022 one.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that I recall. I don't know. There might be another one that I'm somehow forgetting. But yeah, April 2022, he had retired, and maybe it's been more occasions before that. I think now that you mention it, there have been more occasions. So I do wonder if this is going to be one that sticks. But I did wonder when he was fighting Usyk. I was like, where do you go from here? Because this felt like two guys that their whole careers, great careers, and I mean, he hadn't lost to that point. Yeah. He gets a couple losses to Usyk, and I'm like, what's the next fight that you go to after this, and what are you building towards, especially at the advanced age that Fury is in, obviously in boxing terms, not necessarily just as a human being, I always want to make sure, because I feel like that's a terrible way to go about this. Talk about sports and going like, oh, look at how the ageless wonder is. He's 37 years old.
I think this time he really means it. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I think he reached this peak too, man.
Yes.
So, yeah, man, salute to Tyson Fury, a fantastically fun fighter. And also one of the things that I love about him is that he builds fights really well. Just because he is a wild person, he might be a little bit of a crazy person.
My favorite moment from Tyson is when he was fighting Deontay Wilder and he was licking the blood off of his face or whatever. I was like, dog, you was insane.
You're nuts.
That is nasty.
Also, one of the fun things about in general, I feel like America, we love the portly athlete or the athlete who just does not look like they should be there. Like shout out to Jared Lorenzen, rest in peace.
Yeah.
All right, you get a real big boy throwing that football. Like it's part of why we love the like the big man touchdown, the thick
Absolutely.
six. It's just like, hey man, he's not supposed to be moving that fast, except they all move really, really fast if you actually look at it. And Tyson Fury just looked funny. He's built funny. He doesn't look like, oh man, that is a fighter.
Portly, but just
no. That's the thing. He is solid. Don't get me wrong, but he just the proportions look funny.
Yeah.
So from the 832, Reggie, there was no conflict as soon as the Texans kicked off, the channel would have been flipped. No, fair enough. I think that was me being selfish because we were out there, Figgy, out in the tailgates, and obviously you tailgating earlier than 2, right? Like that hour before the game, you were out amongst the people as we were, which was really fun. And then again, salute to Nico Collins, who fantastic performance, and now holds a playoff record for these Houston Texans.
Man, and we were talking earlier about all the big plays and everything. Boy, that one drive, the Nico Collins drive, was just enormous. I mean, that's what did it for this team outside of the singular plays that clearly changed things.
Yeah, with that 122 yards on 7 catches, including the 13-yard touchdown that took the lead at that point, that capped off the 99-yard drive. He became the yardage leader when it came to playoffs for receives. Or sorry, he passed Hopkins and Andre Johnson, making that playoff history. Face of Houston's postseason.
To the Chargers, you may want to cover that crossing route.
Yeah, man. Yeah, middle of the field. Middle of the field.
Dude, he was killing him with that crossing route. Time and time again.
Shout out to the YouTube. Said Canelo Crawford set for September in Vegas. Man, that's going to be a fun one too, man. Love me some boxing. But yeah, man, salute to Tyson Fury and salute to Reed Shepard as well.
Absolutely.
Who's coming back up to the team. You think we're going to see him in any of these games before?
Maybe. I don't think it's necessarily off the table. No, if they're off this week. And give him a look.
Like, see him how though?
Well, not as.
That's the thing is, I don't anticipate actually seeing him get like
really
PT.
I don't see it either, man.
I think he might.
I think a lot will have to happen for him to get like some consistent playing time.
Well, we'll see. I think it. Why not? He's been on this heater, so
he has been on the heater. It'd be nice to just kind of throw him in there.
Yeah, see what he can do.
They've been getting Jason Tate some time, especially with Jabari out. I think that there's enough people that you're trying to balance in. But it'll be cool to see. We'll see if they get in a little bit of time starting tonight against Memphis. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get back to the Texans of it all. We should be hearing from the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, as he does his media availability. We'll do that next.
avenge their Week 16 loss to the Chiefs and pull one step closer to the Super Bowl?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McClain Injury Lawyers Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And as promised, we'll get you to DeMeco Ryans talking to the assembled media here on a Monday after a wild card victory over the Chargers.
And coach perspective, how is it that you can struggle on offense like you guys did for 5 series and one play changes the entire offense? Can you talk about from a player and a coach's perspective?
When you have struggles in a game, player, coach, offensively, defensively, special teams, it's a matter of just continuing to stay persistent and understand that that's why the games are 4 quarters, right? You just have to stay the course and understand where those mistakes happen and how you can improve. But it's a matter of everybody continue in each other and do the things we need to do to play well. Everybody knows when you make mistakes or you're inconsistent, they know what the issues are. It's just a matter of getting them fixed within game. And we're fortunate to be able to overcome some mistakes that we had in this last game with the turnovers. We were able to answer, get some stops defensively. Kamari is able to go and get a takeaway after one of them. So just a matter of the team continue to play around each other. That's how you overcome those.
What about one big play transforming an offense like you had to say?
Yeah, when you have the big play as CJ made, it does, lift everyone. I think just the energy, the morale of the entire team, even though it's not going great, when you see that one play, it sparked the energy, sparked the enthusiasm for our entire team, and it was a difference maker for us, and our guys fed off of it.
Do you remember the first time you watched Kamari Lassiter and at Georgia, and just what were some of the initial impressions, and now kind of what he's become?
And Kamari's been consistent. He's a tough, hard-nosed player, old school. He's a corner who loves to play physical, which is rare these days. Kamari likes to tackle, and he brings a different intensity out on the perimeter than most corners because of his physicality, but also just his smarts, intelligence, and his playmaking ability.
DeMeco, can you talk about the opportunity your team has this week to do something this franchise has never done with if you can get a win?
We're excited about the opportunity we have. We understand what's in front of us. Great team. KC has done a great job for the past few years of really dominating the league, being there at the end. They have great coaching staff, great players, great team all the way across the board. So it's a really tough challenge for us. We're excited about the opportunity we have versus KC. We know it's a tough team to beat, right? It's going to take everything that we have. It's going to take all 4 quarters. Similar to our last game, we just have to stay the course, remain persistent throughout the game, and find a way to win in those critical moments.
When you guys faced Kansas City early, like you said, you were in that game. That wasn't a game where you dominated. What do you take from that as you prepare to go and face them this weekend?
Different game. I don't take much from it. It was a game that was that week. It's different circumstances that happened in that particular week. Now it's a new game for me. Fresh start, new game, right? We'll attack it just like it's our first time playing these guys again. So we'll go in with a fresh set of eyes and see the things we need to do to be better, the things we need to do to close out the game. And that's how you always go into each game with a fresh set of eyes, not really harping on a lot of what happened in the previous game.
Talk about defending every blade of grass on the field. When it comes to defending Patrick Mahomes and all the angles and the things he does to create passing lanes, what are some of the special challenges of trying to account for him?
Whenever you're tasked with playing, you call it 11-on-11 football with the quarterback who is able to run the ball, it just presents different challenges. Like you have to be sticky in coverage. You have to plaster. That's the thing. You think you cover guys once and the play is still going on, and you have to look to cover them twice. So guys have to be very disciplined when you're playing in coverage versus Mahomes, because we know his escapability and not just him running the ball, but also the threat of the run and him still being able to keep his eyes downfield and make passes. Guys are wide open a lot on their film, right, because of the threat that he poses, and he just requires so much attention because he's such a elusive guy in the pocket. He's such a unique playmaker with the different angles and the way he can throw the football, the way he gets the ball out, whether it's underarm, sidearm, however he wants to get it out. He has the confidence to get the ball to his playmakers.
Derek has a unique ability to track balls in the air. What do you think about that ability in him, and does it remind you of anything you've seen?
Yeah, Derek has done a great job all year of, when people challenge him down the field, he has a great ability to track the football and go make the play. Not many guys have that ability to track the football. That's why a lot of guys play DB because they can't catch it. But Derek does a good job of, playing with great awareness, but also having great hands to finish the play and make teams pay.
It's obvious what Joe brings this team on the field. Like, everyone gets that. But off the field, his mentality, what does he bring this team, just his mental state, in between weeks?
Joe provides confidence as he brings it every week. Like, the way he goes about business, what he has to say to the guys all throughout the week, he provides confidence. Like, you see a confident guy who's trying to exude that confidence off on his teammates, and that's what he brings. Confidence, he brings positive energy to everyone, and that's what you need at this point in time of the year. Like, you have to believe first and foremost, and Joe brings that belief, and if you don't have it, you hear him talk, you'll get it really quickly. So.
How much of a boost is it? How much of a boost is it to have a special teams unit that makes the kind of big plays like yours has been doing for you this year?
Special teams just came up. He came up big for us, making some impact plays. Anytime special teams can affect the game, where it's taking the ball away, blocking a kick, like it changes the game drastically. And our guys have made some plays throughout the year, whether it's executing a fake punt, blocking kicks, getting great returns. It's all about winning that hitting yardage battle, and our special teams has done a really good job all year of that.
Coach, I got a chance to speak with some of the players after the game, and it was the same. As far as the last 2 weeks is concerned, they've been talking about how good the practices have been heading into the Tennessee game, heading into this wild card game. Was there anything different, or did you just see that, Joe even told us there's not a lot of do-overs that we have to do like we, previously or earlier in the season. What was it about these practices that was different?
With our practices the past couple weeks, the difference for me has been how locked in our guys have been. When our guys work the right way, it shows up in the game. Right? We have practices where we're doing a lot of repeats or guys are not quite on it. Like, it shows up. The inconsistencies show up in the game. So for me, I've always been a stickler for the work you put in throughout the week. It'll show up in some way, some form of fashion on game day. So I just always implore our guys to our first day out. Like, there's no time to waste. There's no wasted reps. We don't need to waste time when we're in practice because all those things will show up later, in the week. So it's important to me that we work the right way. And when I talk about being relentless and effort and all the physicality, all the things that I preach to our guys, I want to see it throughout the week. And when we exhibit that throughout the week, it helps us to play better on game day.
There's a lot of big names. I was just going to say, there's a lot of the big names are going to stand out, of course, from this game with CJ, Joe, Nico, Will, Derek. But what about those guys who also contributed, like a Miles Bryant, like a D'Angelo Ross, like a Eric Murray? When you went back and you watched the tape, what stood out to you about that?
Going back and watching the tape versus the Chargers, I could name everybody on our team, right, who stood out, who contributed, and were a big part of us playing well in that game. First, I think up front, I challenged our defensive line to play well, and Foley, him being back, and that was the reason why we played well in the run game. I thought he impacted the game there. Azeez making a huge play on a 3rd and 2. Physically, getting them to 4th down. Azeez Henry was consistent with where he was supposed to be all day in coverage. Miles Bryant stepping in, playing nickel. He helped us with guys, just with the communication, getting guys aligned, being where they have to be, and him just being able to do his job consistently. Just a lot of guys all across the board help helped us to win this game. So, and that's what team football is about, and that's what you need now going down the stretch. You need everybody to contribute. And I always tell our guys, like, our best players have to play their best, right? If you consider yourself our best player, then we need your best. And that's all, everybody who suits up is our best player, all 48 guys who suit up. So I need everyone's best. We need everyone's best so we can go out and compete at the highest level.
DeMeco, I don't know what your relationship has been with Andy Reid over the years, but when you're coming up through the ranks before you landed this job, what have you admired most about what he's been able to accomplish specifically there at Kansas City?
What I've admired most about Andy is the consistency at which he's led his teams. He doesn't change in his approach. It's been effective. Guys love to play for Andy. I love playing for Andy. He's a great head coach, smart coach. Puts his players in positions to thrive. You see him, kind of tailor the offense to fit Patrick's abilities, and it's worked out well for him. Right, he's been very successful. Right, he has a lot of good coaches around him as well. Andy does a great job of just finding a way to win. Whatever it takes to win games, Andy's going to find a way to do that, and that's one of the successful coaches, in our game.
Can you talk a little bit about? There's a lot of credit given to your guys up front on the edge, Will, Daniil, but you mentioned Foley. Just the work that you get from that entire up front, a guy like DeMeco, the whole front seven. This is the first time you've had, I guess, that whole front starting seven. Is that what you envision this team starting the season?
Yeah, seeing all of our, all 9 guys we have on the defensive line who are up on game day, they all help in some form or fashion. When it comes to the run game specifically, like the run game isn't stopped without our D tackles, right? And that's Foley, there's Mario, Tim Settle, Tommy stepping in, DeMeco's, like all those guys contribute. And with them playing with great awareness, they're smart players. So that allows us to play. It's not just, firing off the ball, playing blind, like they play with great awareness, and they put us in position to make a lot of plays in the run game by eliminating space. So that D-line, it's about a collective effort from all those guys and them working together. I know a lot of praise goes to our edge rushers with Will and Daniil, but a lot of those things that they're able to do is set up by the guys on the inside. So the way those guys continue to work together and feed off of each other, that'll be important to our success moving forward.
DeMeco, Nico Collins had a big game, actually set a record passing DeAndre Hopkins. How much do you need from the other guys to complement him and do a little more than what you had against the Chargers?
Very proud of Nico for what he's been able to accomplish this all year. Everything that he's done. When everyone knows the ball is going to him, he still makes the play. So excited for him and just his trajectory as a pro, man. He's done an outstanding job this entire year. And, when it comes to other guys around him, for us, it's just about how we need to move the football and gain yards. Whoever is tasked with getting the ball, just want guys to protect the ball, press forward. It really doesn't matter. If you get it, do your best with the football.
So much of the go ahead, TJ.
Obviously, you're attacking the machine, but now, as a defensive coordinator, you're obviously your defense is top of the well, but they take the ball away a lot. What is the biggest reason, in your perspective, why you guys are able to have these games where you force multiple interceptions on some of the best quarterbacks?
We're able to force a lot of takeaways because we have a lot of good players. It's not about me. It's about the players out there making the plays, and the guys have done an outstanding job. That's it's our main thing that we go into every week is talking about attacking the football, taking the football, because we know when you take the football away, it just raises your percentages of winning the football game. So every week our goal is to win the game. So we want to win the game and we take the ball away. It's the defense helping the team win the game. So our guys done a great job of owning that. Not only, again, I talked about practice earlier, but they have to do it in practice, and we emphasize it in practice, and it shows up on game day.
That mentality on defense, that swarm mentality, it's so much the mental side of desire to play. Who do you see leading and holding that standard of, like, this is the way we play defense here, and, like, anything below that is just unacceptable?
Who leads the swarm charge? That would be, well, you really can't go out there if you're not about it. And that's what's unique about our defense. Like, it's not one guy. If you want to, you want to talk about one guy, you can talk about Will as the guy who leads you. You talk about Aziz as the one guy. You can talk about Stingley. I can name all those guys because each one of our guys, when you play defense, the way I believe in playing defense, like if you're not about the swarm mentality, then it's going to be hard for you to play defense for me because I see it one way.
A lot of teams are banged up this time of the year. Kansas City, probably the healthiest they've been skill position-wise on offense. How challenging is what they have weapon-wise for Mahomes?
They present a unique challenge because when you talk about their skill position, they have 5 guys who are all elite playmakers, right? Everybody they put on the field that's ineligible has a chance to create an explosive and make plays, and it's not always the explosive play down the field. It can be, worthy just on a 1-yard pass and him turning it into an explosive. So they present probably the biggest challenge we faced all year, and it takes everyone, right? That's why I talk about our defense. Like, it's going to be a collective effort from everybody. It's not just stop guy. It's not just stopping Kelsey. Right? Their running backs is really good. I don't think P-Ron gets a lot of credit, but he's a guy who's one of the smartest guys when it comes to pass pro, protecting, blocking, running routes. Like, he's another guy you have that you can't sleep on him as well. So they do a really good job of – I think Patrick does a really great job just distributing the football to whoever's open. It just reminds you of everybody makes the analogy of the point guard in the NBA, but that's what he is. He's truly point guard, and he's dishing the ball to whoever's open. And it's not only down the field, it's the short passes. The guy's open, he's getting the football, and those guys are converting and creating explosives. So everybody, sideline to sideline, we have to play with great awareness, great eye discipline. We have to tackle really well.
Is there any more challenge to, like, from a defensive coordinator standpoint where you really haven't had the visual of all these guys on the field healthy at the same time?
No challenge. We'll attack what they do, and we'll see how it turns out. All right. Thank you.
There you go. DeMeco Ryans, head coach of this football team after a victory, and really starting to get into Kansas City already. Mm-hmm. Like there's quite a few questions in there. One of the things I appreciated, I really enjoyed, and I understand where the question came from, was just basically who upholds the swarm standard. And it almost felt like DeMeco was like, what you want me to do with this? Like, yeah. It can't be one individual, because as soon as you start picking one, there's other ones. He started with Will Anderson Jr., and I imagine that's just like, hey, who gets pressure up front, the energy, maybe like one of this, the lifebloods of the team. We just talking about the energy and the effort, the youthful exuberance that he brings. But then that brings me to Danielle Hunter, who very much is kind of his OG and, gives him some game and like quiet, stoic leadership in being there and, being on basically every play of the season and just doing what he does consistently. Aziz Al-Shaair is often said to be the heart of this defense, constantly bringing that effort. Derek Stingley, I think it's just like the level of play that all these guys come with. They all look at each other professionally and like, hey, if he's doing what he needs to do, I need to do what I need to do so that this thing goes the way it should.
Yeah, I think, look, he said it's not about me, it's about the players out there making plays. I think that stood out to me because it is about him. It is about DeMeco either building that mentality that you just mentioned and he was asked about, but making this team and this defense play at that level. We've talked about, I mentioned, playoff DeMeco. We've seen it. That's one thing. And on what you're talking about, he also said you can't go out there if you're not all about it.
Yeah.
And that, I think that was the direct quote. So it's true. It's all of them. But it's also, I think you have to start with Will Anderson and Aziz Al-Shaair. I think it's pretty clear those two dudes, leadership-wise, kind of maybe start the call, so to speak, and get everybody going in that direction.
Yeah, this feels like everybody carries their weight on that team, and I mean, it's as you said, you have to be about it. The standard is just, I think the standard is set from the top, honestly, as much as anything. Just, hey, this is what we expect, and everybody does what they do to live to that. And to that end, right, I know that Seth has talked a lot about this, especially because you go back to last week when Nick Casario was on with them. And one of the things he talked about that kind of got a little bit people going, because I think the context shifted the meaning in some people's minds. But the idea that, hey, man, when we work, we play well, meaning when we can get out there on the practice field and get practice in, physical practice, we play well, and that's something that I think a lot of people are alluding to. And one of the things that he was asked about DeMeco was in that that presser that you just heard was about takeaways, right? Just like how do you consistently do this? And one of the things he talked about is they emphasize it in practice, man. These are the things he's like, in order to do it, you got to be able to do it in practice, right? And that makes a lot of sense. Of course, it sounds very simple, probably I imagine way simpler than it actually is, to just be like, yeah, we tell them to get takeaways, and we try and make sure we do it in practice, and then they do it. Because he also spoke to, hey, man, it's the players that go and do this. But again, that points again to the idea of having the full practice, and maybe that is some of why we've seen the different level of play after that 3 games in 11 stretch, where it felt like as they got further into that condensed schedule, the play went down. And obviously it doesn't help that you had harder and harder opponents through that time, going from the Dolphins to the Chiefs to the Ravens. But you also had less and less time to practice, whereas you had the full week versus the Titans. You have more of the full week, 6 days as opposed to the 7, headed into this one versus the Chargers. And again, you'll have the full week versus the Chiefs. But you've seen the ways that they've been able to use that physicality. They were thudding up in practice last week. That physicality shows up on a Saturday in this instance.
I also think it's one thing, like every team coach in the NFL says, you practice the way you play, that whole thing and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's one thing to send the message. It's quite another for that message to resonate. And he made it very clear, that these last 2 weeks, which I also found interesting. He's felt like they've had their best practices, but not only that, but
he's said that before. Like,
yeah, he has.
Just how locked in they've been. I'm like, there was a stretch of time where you were saying it was locked in and it wasn't showing happening. Up. So I mean, I'm not saying that he's wrong, but just
No, I'm talking about like also just the way that it has resonated for them to try to get those takeaways in practice, and it transferring to the field. One other thing that just really. And we'll obviously dig into this as the week progresses toward Saturday afternoon's game.
Are you sure?
Obviously, we will.
All right.
I love this line from DeMeco Ryans. You have to plaster. You have to cover them twice when you're facing Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be
have to be sticky.
That's going to be a word that he's going to mention to this team, and we may hear from him again multiple times this week, because Patrick Mahomes is just a different breed, as we know, and the way that he was followed up. They followed up with a couple of questions on that, but the plaster, it's like you got him covered. Well, hold on, that's just half the play,
right?
That's just half the play right there when you're dealing with Patrick Mahomes.
That sent me to the handy dandy next gen stats stuff to see what like the time to throw was for Patrick Mahomes, and that's not an exact science, because sometimes you're holding the ball longer because of coverage. Sometimes you're holding the ball longer because the dude's just holding the ball longer. Sometimes you're getting the ball out quicker. Like, there's all sorts of factors that impact time to throw. But I was just curious to see what it looked like. Mahomes is like 16th when it comes to quarterbacks on time to throw. But the problem is that stat don't mean nothing when you've seen him play, right? Like, if you've seen him play, you know that he is capable of extending a play and running around and getting to the sideline and keeping his eyes downfield the whole way.
And doing it quickly, which might lead into that stat. Like, he doesn't just, if he sees a space, he'll get into some space quickly and get rid of the ball.
Right. But, I mean, that points to the things that he was talking about. DeMeco talking about it being 11 on 11 football, because now you have to count for Patrick Mahomes, and we're really going to test just how far this defense goes. And, of course, I think the permutation on this was at NRG Stadium, but now you're taking it on the road. How far this defense goes in making quarterbacks uncomfortable and take them out of their element, because Justin Herbert was one of those guys that he has the ability to run, and he had seen an uptick in that in the last few weeks of the season. Now, mind you, against not nearly the same level of competition that the Texans pose, but you'd seen him run the football. I'll have to pull up the stat one more time so I can get this exactly correct, but he did not run the ball once in this game. He faced 11 quick pressures, and for the first game in this season, Herbert had 0. He had no rushing attempts, and that was one of the keys to the game. Like,
absolutely, if
you're able to corral Justin Herbert, that's cool. Can you do that now against Patrick Mahomes, one of the dudes who feels like he has done this? He has so much institutional knowledge, right? Or he's done this a lot. He has a lot of experience in doing this. Like, are you able to then corral him as well? Maybe not allow him to run, but more importantly, not extend those plays and force Stingley and Kamari and Eric Murray and Kalen Bullock to have to be back there for so much longer, because inherently in football, the longer you have to guard, the more difficult of a proposition.
Plaster is the word of the week.
Sticky.
You got to cover them twice. I love that.
It's getting sticky.
That's
right.
Sticky
that might be what's playing at practice as opposed to tweakers this week. Sticky, discipline, escapability, all words they use when talking about the defense and what they have to do in relation to Patrick Mahomes. Just a few things from DeMeco Ryans as he spoke today. Headed into another week of work. The blessing of another week of work, right, for the Houston Texans after a 32-12 victory versus the Chargers. Somebody asked, see the weather for Kansas City? Yeah, it sounds like the weather is expected to be, 28 degrees, something like that?
Yeah.
Something light.
Mid to high 20s for kick. So, man, Arrowhead will be an interesting place to be. I've seen people that have already gotten their tickets, and I'm sorry. I might be, and maybe this is a confession that we get to later, I might be a little bit of a buster or whatever, because I'm like, I would not be outside in that. Shout out to all the Texans fans that are gearing up to go support the Texans at Arrowhead on Saturday. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get going on hour number 3 of this thing. Coming up next, we haven't gotten into the OG's passing thoughts.
Oh, man, what are we thinking?
Let's do that next.
After crushing the Chargers, HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Victory Reaction Monday. Appreciate Shopper's John Deere for getting us that, and I appreciate the Texans for getting the 32-12 victory versus the Los Angeles Chargers.
Boy, I do.
I love being right a lot.
This is fun.
But this is one of those moments where I'm so happy to be wrong.
Yeah, this is fun, man.
So very happy to be wrong. People earlier we were talking about the play at least as you see it, the play of the game, maybe of the postseason, maybe of the season. C.J. Stroud somehow dropping a snap and ultimately picking it up, circling around and finding Xavier Hutchinson, trying to find a name. You have called it the annexation of Los Angeles, which people have booed. Right. Some people have called it some level of bounce back or something like that, as that definitely helped C.J. Stroud get into a little bit of a rhythm, particularly on that drive. Someone said from the 281, the bounce and bomb is what they
I don't mind it.
So any other nicknames that y'all have that y'all want to try and run out, we'll take them for a spin and see if we can crowdsource something that works. But until then, I think it's time to get the OG's passing thoughts.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Got a very meaty, very in-depth
wild place to start
series of very meaty.
What are you on
passing
right now?
thoughts today. My first one was this, and I think I mentioned it to you in the press box
before you left.
Before I left, this game just had.
I'm being a jerk. He does this every game where he goes to.
I go into the stands with the suite or both or whatever.
Yeah.
This game just had a different feel. It had a different vibe. I mentioned it to you as it was happening. Like early on, I'm sitting there going, "This is some strange stuff going on."
Oh, it was a weird game.
There was weird stuff.
It was
happening.
a lot of stuff. I think I looked at our program director Parker after they blocked the extra point and ran it back. I'm like, "This is a weird game." Man.
Yes. What the kids like to say? This game was drunk. They had the Steelers fans.
You can't say that.
A lot of Steelers fans in the crowd, which was obvious that they thought they were going to be playing. Steelers jerseys wherever. That was kind of weird. Texans on their first play, literally, with John Mechie. They had fair catch interference. D'Angelo Ross tipped the punt. The time of possession early on. Get this, and we haven't even mentioned this. Early on in this game, time of possession was Chargers 7 minutes and 27 seconds.
Yes.
Texans 9 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a weird vibe.
And
the whole
it
game.
didn't even out for more than a quarter. It didn't even out for a good long time until probably that big 13-play drive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that, again, coming back to the idea that, hey, man, the defense continued to be supportive and, really champion the offense. Like, hey, we're getting the ball back. You just, and continue to, encourage them.
Mm-hmm.
Defenses don't have to get to that place. And that was one of the things I was worried about early on. I was like, man, the defense, they're doing a great job, but they will wear. Like, they are humans. They are mortals.
I was worried about that.
Thankfully, the offense did a great job sustaining a drive. Maybe another reason why that big play to Hutchinson was super important, keeping those guys on the field, off the field, to get a breather. But yeah, man, that was a huge part of it.
Even in the moments before C.J. Stroud sort of changed everything with that play, the Texans ran 8 plays and were on their own 11-yard line.
Yes.
Like, this was just a weird, you could tell something wild was going to happen, and then something wild did. Another passing thought here. I thought there were some very low-key plays that really needed to be remembered in this. Number one, on that drive, that fateful drive for the Texans, the Texans were on their 1-yard line and struggling, down 6-0. They could have gotten a safety. Anything bad could have happened down there. Joe Mixon ran for 7 yards, and he really hadn't had a nice run like that the whole game. That put them to their own 8-yard line. The butterfly effect of that was wild, because then all of a sudden you get maybe open the playbook a little bit. You get the bobbled snap, again, kind of the weird part of the whole day, and you get that big play from C.J. Stroud. Another one that I thought was huge And
I'm just waiting. I got some in the clip too. If you need any extra, I got you on backup.
Play. Derwin James interception. I thought it was an obvious interception. I thought it was an easy call. And then you just see the one that was overturned.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Was
and then it just kind of moved a little bit in his arm as he's going to the ground. And I'm like, oh.
I'm a little surprised they actually overturned it.
Yeah. I was in the I was in the suite around that time, so I thought it was an interception. I done went on and get something to drink.
Yeah.
And then I heard everybody cheering. Everybody was like, oh, yeah, they overturned. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Because it looked like a catch to me.
Yes.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the headiness of Derwin James. This is where a savvy vet move.
Mm-hmm.
He got up and immediately started running that thing back. He had to have known that he was technically down, even if he had caught it by contact. But he's like, if I run, maybe this will be the attention. Everybody would pay attention to this and not the fact that thing moved a little bit as he went to ground.
And here's another one, sort of a low-key play that was just enormous. I thought if the Chargers went up 10-0, that might have been it. But see, Will Anderson, Chargers on the 20-something.
I see you're trying to write Rio Edwards out of this. Mario Edwards as well.
And Mario with that sack pushes them back to a second or third and 19. Enormous. What was the one you had in the clip?
Early in the third quarter, you get to a 3rd and short. I think it was 3rd and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, bring in the Gus bus. We are going to thump. And there is a big hole, but unfortunately for the Chargers, that hole, it was number 0 sized.
Mm-hmm.
Azeez Al-Shaair hits that hole and just by himself, one-on-one with Gus Edwards, like Oklahoma drill.
Yep.
Boom. Yeah. Holds him up. And then a bigger stop on 4th down as well. I think that was one of those Derek Stingley on an out route to Quentin Johnston. So, that was a huge one in the third quarter where it felt like they had an opportunity to now sustain a drive. The Chargers did to go and get some points. And then that's a huge stop there. That one pulled up for me. And then another Will Anderson Jr. sack as well. When the D-line just started teeing off in the fourth quarter with the 17-point lead, it was a problem at that point.
Funny thing you mentioned the D-line. This is another passing thought that I feel probably needs more attention than it's getting, although DeMeco Ryans mentioned it in his press conference live here on Sports Radio 610, which you just heard. The interior defensive line. Not a single one of the interior defensive tackles had played more than 57% of the snaps. This is the first game all year that all the DTs, the entire defensive front, was all healthy. And what did it lead to? Will Anderson, 6 pressures, 2 sacks. Danielle Hunter, 5 pressures. Mario Edwards, 4 pressures, 2 sacks. DeMeco, 1 pressure, 1 sack. Tim Settle, 3 pressures. Derek Barnett, 1 pressure. There we're rotating those guys.
And this is what, and we was wondering in the offseason, how are they going to play all these people?
Yeah.
This is why.
This is why.
Exactly why, to keep everybody fresh.
Boys had they had a little what's when you walk up to a subway or an amusement park, just rotating through there.
Yeah, the turnstile.
There we go. Just boom. Here's the next one.
Dude, that rotation. None of them played more than 57%.
So staying fresh
great
too.
thing.
That is a great thing.
Yeah.
Another passing thought here. Maybe not a unique thought given the recency bias, but I think it's worth mentioning. The Texans have the best cornerback tandem left in the playoffs. No question.
Yeah.
No question at all.
I'm sitting here trying to think.
I'm not going to fight you on that.
I think you could have argued Denver, but they gone.
Kansas City?
I don't know. Riley Moss was out here looking like he was setting his brethren back.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for the young cornerbacks of America of a certain skin complexion because they're going to try and move y'all to safety. Riley Moss ruined it. Because Riley Moss has been looking a little suspect. Eagles, Commanders, Rams, Vikings, maybe those guys have been playing pretty well.
It sounds about right.
Yeah,
I
man,
think
that's
they
right.
have the best cornerback tandem.
Yeah, right now, or at least the hottest one.
And even if you ignore, which is impossible to do, 3 interceptions, Kamari Lassiter literally did not give up a single catch.
Correct.
0.
Those dudes are tough.
They are the best left. Another passing thought here. The Texans honed in, but it wasn't. But let me remember, we're giving Bobby Slowick a little bit of a hard time. He mentioned honed in 3 times, and
Bobby,
with the Titans game,
mea culpa, brother,
and all. No,
wasn't
but
familiar with your work.
Here's what I was thinking. They honed in, but it wasn't until after CJ got that play, made that play, and got it going, and ended with Nico doing Nico things. That was some special stuff, but I'm feeling it. I feel like that's what did it. It wasn't the Tennessee game and that one drive. I think it was that drive at the end of the first half that kind of honed them all in.
Well, I think also honing in, it felt like early on, relatively early on, I'll need to go back and double check exactly when it was because I feel like I missed this in my notes, but it felt like there was an acknowledgement fairly early on that, end breakers are going to be where the food is. Because, I mean, even Dalton Schultz, they hit him on a quick slant.
But that all
right
happened
in front
after.
of the face. Right in front of the face. No, I think pretty early in the game.
I think that's when they honed in. Well, he had 2 there in the touchdown on that drive.
But yeah, man, they started hitting those in breakers over the middle of the field, and they were like, we could just build the whole plane out of this.
It's safe to
build
say.
the whole plane out of Nico Collins and friends running into the middle of the field.
Yeah, they shout out to Bobby Slowick. You are now officially honed in. At least it seems so going into Kansas City.
Can I pause you real quick? Because somebody asked this on the Twitch, and then somebody just asked on the text line if there's any chance of another home game this season. No, you are the lowest seed remaining in the AFC. So, and no, in any situation, the other team would have the higher seed.
Thanks a lot, Pittsburgh and Denver.
Yeah, exactly.
Making it hard for us.
You mad? Like I feel like, especially
in the home game.
I did too, but outside of them both getting a victory. Did you want to go to Baltimore or Buffalo?
I knew once Pittsburgh lost, it was over.
Okay.
At that point, I'm rooting for Buffalo.
Yeah.
But I wanted Denver and Pittsburgh to win.
Yeah.
I wanted another home game, man.
Me too.
Yeah, that would have a lot of crazy things had to happen for that. I knew C.J. Stroud could run, but brother,
this is the Georgia game.
Not only that,
this is the Georgia game.
He was fast. He was pulling away from DBs.
As Ohio State guy.
You remember.
Yeah, and me as a fan, people was pissed because he wasn't running enough.
100%.
I'm like, what are you trying to he trying to prove that he's so accurate? It's like, brother, get to that first down, man. It was right there. You can run.
I'd love to see like the miles per hour thing that you see occasionally.
Oh, the GPS? Oh, let me see. I have to see if Next Gen
he
has
had
that
to be
up.
at least 20, right? At least 20.
You say at least 20. Fastest times like
22,
like 21, 22. So you're at maybe. Let's see. Let me see if I can find out. I will. I'll be back with more information.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say if he can do that more often or will do that more often, he will be a scary quarterback.
That's the second part of my passing thought on here. At this point in the season, there is absolutely no reason not to call more CJ runs or for him to tuck it
What
and
are you
run.
doing right now?
I'm doing that.
I don't know about more CJ design runs.
Or
but the
tuck it and run.
Yes.
Yes.
Especially because, the Chargers made it clear that they weren't spying, but they're not the way that you should. That's not part of his game.
Yeah, I wouldn't do a tuck and run, but I would tell C.J. Stroud, hey, if ain't nobody open, take off and run.
That's what I'm saying. And I wouldn't mind the occasional. They do it with Patrick freaking Mahomes. You don't think they can do it with C.J. Stroud? This is the time, boys and girls. This is the time when your quarterback has to do everything to move those sticks. I'm telling you. To me, there's no reason not for him to run more.
Hey, y'all being disrespectful on the text line from the 832. CJ running was like watching a baby walk for the first time. All right.
No, he was moving.
Nah, man, he could run a little bit. Now, mind you said at least 20 miles per hour. The fastest time clocked this wild card weekend was by one Ladarius McConkey, as I like to call him, 20.84 miles per hour. No, but seriously, Lad McConkey, man.
Yeah.
I know this ain't really the time for this. And look, you just beat the Chargers, so far be it for me to try and get on here and big up a whole bunch of the dudes that you just beat up. However, Lad McConkey deserves it. Did he have 190-something yards? That dude is cold, brother. That dude is good at football. Honestly, I don't even feel bad about it. You should, if his name was indeed Ladarius McConkey, speaking to our general biases in this, we would talk about him in the different way of, hey, that's a dude that you kind of need to slow down as opposed to you're going to stuff him out. That's not really a dude that you're going to snuff out.
That's why before the draft I called him White Rice.
Nobody says that.
I did.
Hey, just call him Mahonky.
Somebody did call him Mahonky, and I was like, what? What you doing? Fastest quarterback speed recorded was actually Bo Nix. I'm not seeing CJ up here, and then not even the 19s.
Picking them up and putting them down. So, that's all I know.
Yeah.
Another passing thought here. That Rex Ryan thing was real.
Oh, they cared.
It was real. It was very real.
Can you give me Joe Mixon one more time, my friend?
And it was it was something that affected this team, that they honed in on, no pun intended, that they decided was going to be one of their calling cards. And I don't know what it did for their focus or if it really affected their preparation, but it was real.
I thought that boy said a bye week. That boy said bye week. Who's smoking on that?
We smoking on that Rex Ryan bye week pack. Come on, Rex.
Smoking on that Rex
We
Ryan.
need to get some more of this from Rex Ryan, man. He should go all in.
He apologized. Did you hear that?
He did apologize. I'll get you that audio. Maybe you can play in the mixtape if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, when I seen them out in there smoking cigars, I was like, man, I should have held on, because when we were tailgating, Santa Louis actually gave me a cigar, and I was going to smoke it, but then I saw Travis Johnson as we were rolling in. I was like, I feel like
That's a walking cigar.
I was like, I feel like I gotta offer this.
His
as
permanent scent is cigar.
Yeah, I feel like I have to offer this as a sacrifice to Travis Johnson. I don't know if that maybe helped the Texans win in a small, very, very small way. It's just you offer a cigar to Travis Johnson, and the football gods smile somehow.
And how about this as a little walk-away passing thought? Bobby Polito. Bobby Polito at the halftime show. That was huge. It had that place rocking. And here's the thought I had.
He actually came to the suite.
That's what I was going to say. Is like, was that before or after?
No, after.
This is the thought I had, that what important it was. Like, I was calling him, the Hispanic Bun B. He's actually from Edinburgh, which is where Reed Shepherd was.
RGV.
And, has been in this state, is a legend in this state. But he had that crowd hopping all the way through halftime. Yeah. And it carried over. Like, that crowd, whether you're a big fan of his or you were just enjoying the show, that was awesome. I mean, he had them going.
Nah, he was good. But like me, I got to be honest, I wasn't familiar with his work. But just kind of a guy that's just looking at the halftime show, I'm like, dang, he killing it.
He was killing it. I'm telling you, that's...
Well, let me pull up my title.
Yeah, and let me add a couple songs. I would like to pretend like I was watching a halftime show. For some reason, I was eating like no man's business on Saturday. I ate a good amount at the tailgates, and then I got up in the press box and
I ate some more.
I ate about 2-3 times in the press box too. I felt like a glutton. So yeah, but I missed Bobby. So you know what? I'm sure there's a video somewhere. I'll run it back. Somebody mentioned that maybe the idea of CJ baby walk for the first time was like more the glory of it, like the excitement of seeing the child walk for the first time.
Okay.
Yeah. So
he's got to run more. I'm telling you. Like, Exhibit A is Patrick Mahomes. Okay, tell me why they wouldn't run him.
See, the thing is, Patrick Mahomes is very smart the way he runs, which is very frustrating.
Okay.
Like, I don't want CJ to end up hurt or anything like that. I think if he know how to slide smart, know how to avoid hits. Do he know how to avoid hits for real?
Yeah.
I think he had to know how to avoid hits.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah, I don't want to sacrifice him trying to run, be Patrick Mahomes and don't know how to get out the way.
I think the way that he did it in this game was the way to do it. Just be a little bit more ready to do that. And I think that was part of him getting comfortable in this game, was recognize. He talked about this.
Run
the audio.
if it's there.
Run if it's
this
there.
Is the time. If
Avoid
not now, Figgy win.
Especially as DeMeco was talking about, it changes the math on it, right? It forces the defense to have to consider that. And if you need as many threats to a defense at this level of football as possible, yes, use your legs, but I don't want no design runs. Don't start getting cute that way. Don't do no, ain't no in here. No sir. Out here running the veer, mess around and
what
have
are y'all
CJ
scared
get
about,
hurt.
man? Why y'all scared?
Because I like Davis Mills, but I don't like.
You think Andy Reid's scared?
He don't be running CJ not CJ.
Yes, he does.
Not nearly as much.
But he does.
Not nearly as much. I mean,
put a pin in this conversation.
All right. You're in the loop right
here. I'm telling you, man.
OG's passing. I don't think I've ever been this mad at the end of OG's passing thoughts. There you go. Right here on Sports Radio 610. Also, I don't know if I've laughed as hard during OG's passing thoughts due to a text courtesy of Sean Pendergast, who's let us know a few things that his thoughts. I realize I can't read them on air, but funny nonetheless. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions.
Let's do it. Ability trees right now. Let's do.
reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Where's Ron? Or should I say, show? Where's Ron? Where's the show? He's officially the show again, right?
Yes, he is.
He's officially the show again.
Yeah. So he used to go by Ron the Show Hughley when he first got here.
That I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
And he lost his name because he said that Houston Texans was going to draft Bryce Young. Obviously, that didn't happen.
That is true.
And so he lost his name, and he put his name back on the line to try to earn it back.
Well, this confession is for him. I wanted the Chiefs. I wanted them. I wanted the Chiefs.
Ooh,
just flat,
100%. If after the Texans played,
we going full blown Chargers.
I know it could make me look stupid, but I didn't want the Bills in Buffalo.
Okay.
Do you want the Ravens in Baltimore?
I don't want the Ravens. That's who I did not want.
I wanted the Chiefs.
Okay.
Flat out.
I kind of wanted the Chiefs for a different reason. I feel like it's a possibility that we got tape on them. I feel like DeMeco can make some adjustments.
I think that plays in.
I also think that it's a possibility they could be a little cold, a little rusty, because they didn't play Week 18. Nobody played. They was off another week, so I think they could get got.
The good old Russ versus Russ conversation.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, could look like a fool. I could look like a fool. There goes show right there.
There you go.
When does that ever stop this?
Who did y'all want the Chiefs? 713-572-46.
From the 713, they said, I'm with you, Lopez. I'm scared of the Ravens. Okay.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, the Chiefs, you've played them, and you've played them decently well for a good, strong amount of the football game.
Up until Tank Dell got hurt.
That's right. Although DeMeco did say in his availability that they'll treat this like a different game than it's a different game than Week 15. They'll attack it like it's the first time they see them. I'll take that. Like, obviously, I understand the point that he's making. I have a strong feeling that they'll revisit that film in some of those game planning notes and such. But, yeah, no, I could see where you go there. Plus, for a long period of time during this year, it did feel like the Chiefs were just kind of getting away with it. I do think that they have done the thing where they flip the switch and they find a much better level of play when they get serious later in the season. But I could see that. I could respect that opinion.
Just real quick for your confession, who did you want? Had to have wanted someone.
I wanted another week of football. That's what I wanted. Like, if we're gonna be completely honest, I wanted another week of football.
I wanted the Chiefs too, because I felt like the last time they played, I felt like the Texans was right there, but I feel like the Tank Dell injury just kind of threw everything off, and the Texans wasn't the same that game.
Just like Figgy, I wanted the Steelers. That's what I wanted. What you mean? I wanted that to happen.
These are my confessions.
So I understand the factors that make, putting the Texans on that Saturday 3:30 line like disrespectful, right? Inherently, the league and their TV partners saying that there's not enough people that care about this game, right? That was the Jason Kelsey bit of, if all these games were on at the same time, which one would you not watch? And he jumped out the gym. He almost soiled himself trying to get to, I'm definitely not watching the Texans in that instance, right? I understand the inherent disrespect there. However, I love this time slot. That was one of the things that became abundantly clear on Saturday. We out there at 3:30 during December or during January, and it's like, actually, not that bad of weather. Sun's up, so it feels pretty good. So the tailgate and go works out all right. You get done. You still got a little bit of Saturday still working. You got a whole Sunday to recoup. I was like, I kind of love this time slot. Like, I understand. Again, kind of disrespectful in like the larger scheme, but that don't mean a lot to me, man. It functionally works really, really well.
I'm with you, and if the Texans can win 2 more games, I might just get my wish. Saturday Super Bowl, baby. 3:30 p.m. Saturday Super Bowl, because the Texans are playing.
Just to have the Texans there. Hey, man, move that thing to Saturday at 3:30.
I think I like them playing Saturday at 3:30 just off the strength of build, stay low and build. Yeah. Like, don't put us on the in the bright spot. Just stay low and build, man.
They're sleeping on us.
Yeah, we'll open up.
Yeah. Nobody believed in us.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
including those guys on In the Loop, except for Figgy.
Yeah, that's right.
These are my confessions.
So something weird happened a couple weeks ago, and I'm looking at John Lopez. Because
what did he do?
I figured out what happened, which was weird a couple weeks ago. I figured out why it happened.
Okay.
Randomly, I get an Amazon package, and it was some PEDs.
Oh,
some PEDs. No, I'm just playing. It wasn't no PEDs.
I was like, PEDs means a lot of different things around these parts.
Can you explain what you're showing in the camera, John Lopez? Because
white kidney bean extract.
I had no idea what that was, and
I didn't know that there were. Wait, no, that's not true. I won't say that.
White kidney bean extract,
bruh. So it came to my door. My wife picked up the package. It had my name on it.
Yeah.
And she was like, did you order this? I'm like, no, I didn't order it. So she thought I was lying. So we looking through our recent orders on Amazon, and I'm like, I have no idea what this. I didn't order. I don't even know what this is.
Yeah.
And so she was like, oh, I think I know what this is. This is a scam that people been doing lately. These companies try to try to send you some of their products so you can try it, and it's this big old
order
scam.
it again and all that.
Yeah. So I'm like, dang, this is weird. I'm like, so I just left it on the counter for weeks. And all of a sudden, John Lopez hit me up on Sunday. Was it Sunday?
Yesterday morning.
He said, hey, did you get an Amazon delivery of these? I'm like, oh. I'm like, this is yours?
Yeah, it was.
So the kind of, we rewind a little bit. John sent me an Amazon package, his Fire Stick. So I programmed his Fire Stick the right way, how it should be.
Yeah.
And so I guess you did take my address off off the Amazon.
My next order was to Figgy.
I almost took it too because I'm like, maybe I should try it. I'm like, let me see how it is. But we were scared to take. We like this.
It was
probably
poisoned.
Yeah, this might be FDA unimproved and all this other stuff. But I should have kept it, man.
White kidney bean extract, man.
I might have to try it.
Yeah,
it'd have been funny if it was just some. I would have liked to see how honest or lawyer or what have you Figgy would have been if it was something else that you had ordered.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I would have kept it. I would have
kept it. Nope, it did not come in. I don't know what you.
Hey, did you get?
You said a TV got sent here? No, I ain't seen no TV.
Yeah,
ain't no TV.
Hey, it would have been up on the wall if Lopez would have said, "Hey, did you get a TV?"
That's one of the supplements I take, and I just accidentally sent it to you. It's I think it's a carb blocker.
Is it good? Have you tried it before?
Oh, I've taken it for years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they just take the white kidney beans and like gut them and put them in a pill?
It's an extract. It's very intense.
I'm just like, wouldn't you just eat kidney beans?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just eat white kidney beans?
No, but it's more intense. It's the extract.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'm about to try it.
These are my confessions.
I was cool with A.J. Brown reading that book on the bench. I mean, it's making the rounds all over the place. But I don't mind that. He had it was clearly not like for show. Like he clearly picked up that book. What was it called? It's all over and I can't believe it.
Well, I got the audio clip of
Let me hear it.
Meanwhile, A.J. Brown, we showed you the great block he had before, even though he's not involved in the pass game. Name of the book is Inner Excellence if you want to purchase that at home. How about that little inspirational passage in the middle of the game?
I don't mind that. I think like whatever gets you going, refocused, or just kind of helps you during the course of the game. Clearly, like it was in like some sort of a cover. The trainer brought it to him, and I was reading some of these passages.
And it wasn't no LeBron. Like it was.
No.
It was read up. There was markings in it. There was highlights.
Yeah.
The pages were all kind of ruffled and all that stuff.
Now, who knows if that was just treatment? Like if they just treated the book. But I have a feeling that'd be a lot more.
He's
work.
a very interesting man.
I think that's fine. Whatever gets you going, man. On the sideline.
Okay, you say that.
I kind of didn't expect it
if that game was a little bit different. Yeah, you'd be talking.
I don't know if I would. I really don't.
Can you pull the book out? Can you pull the book trick?
He was reading
down,
this passage.
If you're down a touchdown, can you pull that trick out?
Maybe that's when you do pull the book out. Like I need to focus. I need to get some affirmation.
Ass, man.
I need some affirmation here.
The city of Philadelphia,
they low key already on his ass, man, because it seemed like he's still complaining.
Yeah.
Because
the subheading of the title is Inner Excellence. Train your mind for extraordinary.
I'm telling you, what's wrong with that?
I think it kind of looked dope.
It just
he just got to me. It would have looked even better if he had a great game. If he had like 100+ yards, about 9 catches, it was like, oh man, this dude balling out and reading a book on the sideline.
What's the worst book that he could read in that instance? 713-572-4610. What is the worst book that he could have been reading in that moment?
Doesn't Toro have a new book?
Toro does have a new book. Yeah. Isn't that a children's book?
I think so. I haven't read it. Yeah, you don't want to read about some other mascot.
Or how to get your CDLs.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Not the CDL test training.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, no, George Love should have been reading that book.
What do I have to do to get C.J. Stroud to read Taking Flack on the sideline at Kansas City?
I don't know. Maybe send him a copy?
Yeah. Cha-ching.
You're going to have to pay him. And make the check out to Brian Burney.
That's right.
Can I get a copy?
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are the confessions.
Get this man a copy of the book,
I
man.
got him. I meant to bring it last week.
Oh, man.
I'll make a note to myself.
I'm being cheap. I could spend the $10.
No. I'll make a note to myself right now.
$10 save, baby.
On my calendar.
From the 832 Football for Dummies, the Langoliers, the Kama Sutra. Very interesting there. Let's see. Anything LeBron James has fake red. I could probably say that on air. I just don't want to. 832. I appreciate it. It's a good shout, though. All right. Coming up next, let's get into the winners and losers of the weekend. Text in who you believe to be winners and losers of the weekend. We'll do that next.
All right. D&M Auto Leasing is going to get you where you need to go.
sportstheory.com.
Shop's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Victory Reaction Monday to you. Remember, the Texans are moving on to the divisional round. Tell your children about how the Texans are moving on to the divisional round. 32-12 was the victory over the Chargers on Saturday at 3:30. That time, significant once again. I mean, as it always is for the Texans, but that is the time when they'll face off against the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium this week. But yeah, we'll talk more about that, and we'll talk more about who hooped in this game in the next segment. But right now, let's talk about the winners and losers of the weekend. Another fantastic weekend of sports. And I can say that just off of the strength of the fact that Texans are winning. We're victorious. But well, I guess one of the winners, I will start again with something I was going to bring up, but Lopez beat me to it in the confessions. Winner, reading, right? Yeah. Being hooked on phonics, still a good thing to do, as A.J. Brown was seen reading on the bench during the course of their 22-10 victory over the Packers is what it was. And, man, that caused a bunch of a stir earlier in this, or just in that last segment. I asked what would be the worst book for him to be reading. In that moment, somebody said, "Where's Waldo?" is one that would come up. Llama Llama Red Pajama. Have you seen Llama Llama Red Pajama? Are you familiar with this?
I'm familiar, but I haven't seen it.
So it's a children's book, and I mean, there's not really a reason for you to know it. Besides, I don't remember do you remember which show it is or which podcast it is, Figgy, that has like various artists in like hip hop and R&B actually like read the book, but in the style of music that they would?
Oh, I can't remember. Was it a Complex thing?
It might have been. It might be. Yeah,
Complex, I can't remember.
But I feel like it's a radio station, but whatever. They'll have various artists.
You know what? It's the radio station in L.A.
It might be Power.
Yeah, I think it might be Bit Boy. Yeah, okay. Bit Boy Neighborhood. Yeah.
So they'll have an artist read Llama Llama Red Pajama. But yeah, it's a children's book. That's a long way of saying it.
Wide Receiving for Dummies.
Wide Receiving for Dummies one. 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Dang. Someone went as far as Mein Kampf. It's going to be Playboy, Hustler. Which, as long as you're not doing the corresponding actions, we might be able to be okay with that. You know what I mean?
Corresponding actions.
That's the best way I could do this. That was the Dr. Seuss. Those are wrapped a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, reading is fundamental, especially if you want to get a victory in the wild card round.
It was fine.
Some other winners and losers of the weekend. Loser tosses on the 1 yard line.
Yes.
Steve Sarkisian got a lot of smoke in that game at AT&T Stadium, the Cotton Bowl, which was Texas versus Ohio State. Ohio State ultimately getting the 28-14 victory. And it was tight. It was a 21-14 game at that point, and Texas had worked their way down to the red zone. In fact, they were down on the 1 yard line. I think it was second down and goal from the 1 yard line. And instead of lining up and just going downhill, they decided to throw a toss, which lost them quite a few yards. 7-yard loss, in fact. So they made it third, and they back to pass, and that's when Jack Sawyer got out here.
Jack Sawyer happened.
Decided to be, again, Ohio State Superman. And he gets a sack fumble that he returns for a touchdown to blow that thing open, unfortunately, for the Texas Longhorns. But really, the big thing is just, you really calling a toss in that situation, man?
Well, look, that's been what we talked about the most important thing in that game on Friday. We talked about it, red zone.
Yeah,
red zone offense versus the best red zone defense in the country. We'll dig in more tomorrow. I know we have CF Boat coming tomorrow, but yes, I agree with you on that.
The CF Boat coming in.
Winner though, or Figgy, you tell me. Is it a done deal? Is he a winner and no more bashing on Ryan Day?
No, I think he good.
He's hesitating.
Hey man,
no. You cannot. Fee, can I answer this for you? We were out tailgating yesterday. Shout out to Glover Quinn. Shout out to some of the other folks that we were hanging out with while tailgating. And before we went out to the Blue Lot to see what the eats and drinks were hitting for, Figgy was talking about that Ohio State game, and he mentioned again still how they can win the national championship, but they still lost that game to Michigan.
Yeah,
and
man.
that's the issue there.
Seriously?
Yeah, people still talk about that, man. Because what make it worse is Michigan fans always gonna bring it up.
Correct.
Man.
Who cares? National champions.
No,
I get it.
That's very important, man.
But
like
not even a national championship.
People would still be happy. But if it wasn't for this college playoff thing, they wouldn't be in it.
No, that's
it would have been over.
But
man.
there is one. And they're in the national championship, and they're favored to win the national championship. Oh my gosh! I got the biggest winner, I think, of the weekend.
Okay,
I really do.
All right,
and if you saw Zane Gonzalez before he kicked the field goal that he barely made. Did you see him with his hair?
No, I seen it.
Dude, this was the most nervous person I've ever seen in my life. Like you saw him rubbing his hair, taking his helmet off, rubbing his hair, like this guy.
He did it like 10 times before he even put his helmet on.
He was about to bleep himself, and then
he almost did.
And then that field goal went through.
Hey man, sometimes it wasn't a doink. It was a bank shot. You feel me? Like that's what it was.
The bank was open.
I mean, he's got to be the biggest winner because he was. Imagine if he had missed it and done all that with his hair and the helmet. People would. He might not.
He would be out of a job.
He'd be out of a job.
I mean,
yeah,
probably.
Yeah.
Some losers. Non-Lad McConkey Chargers wide receivers.
Yes.
Ooh boy.
What's up, Quentin Johnson?
Yeah.
What's happening, my boy?
Disley.
Will Disley, Quentin Johnston. I think DJ Chark had one that went through his hands that I don't know if I could fully count as his fault. However, it hits you in the hands. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of one of those unwritten rules that we have. I don't know how fair it is, but as a wide receiver, that thing hit you in the hands, you might want to bring that thing in, brother.
Yeah.
Man, those boys dropped a bunch of footballs. Not to say that they would have beaten these Texans, but that game would have been a lot dicier if, a 3rd and 19 as the Chargers are looking to go and put it up 10-0, or 2nd 19, in fact. Will Disley almost at the sticks. Pretty has a good 5-yard cushion on the defender and hit him in the hands, dropped it. Quentin Johnston had that ball. I felt bad for Justin Herbert.
Scored.
Wasn't a great Justin Herbert game by any stretch of the imagination, but I did feel for him. If you throw the football and it hits Buddy like right in the breadbasket where all he has to do is get his hands around it and he can't, I imagine you're real frustrated at that point.
Yeah, I agree. I got another loser for you.
Okay.
And I will reference Figgy on this as well because you've got some history with him. Mike Tomlin was a loser.
That's interesting because the Steelers.
There is heat.
Yeah. To me, I don't think they should move on from him at all. I think he's a great coach, and I felt like they're not putting a lot of pieces around him, especially at the quarterback position. But, I think you got to have that conversation at this point, man, because it's going on, 10-plus years since he won a playoff game, man.
I think that it's an inherent cycle that is built in with a coach of the caliber of Mike Tomlin. He is elevating a team that is probably not supposed to be that good year after year after year.
Any other coach, it would have been a bad team, man.
Yeah.
But I think that also stinks because when you continue to elevate them, you pull yourself out of the areas where you have a probability or a possibility of making your team significantly better, particularly at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a vicious cycle, but at the same time, you really going to go out here into these streets and try to find a better coach than Mike Tomlin?
That's what I'm saying. He's too good for his own good.
Yeah.
Like what it might mean, what it might need is a drastic move, not Mike Tomlin related, but of the Steelers to break their MO and actually do something drastic in order to get a quarterback as opposed to just kind of stream them like fantasy.
See, that's the thing they got to do. I don't know if they're going to do it, but let's say
they're a risk-averse organization.
And see, let's say they like a quarterback in this draft. Trade up and get that quarterback, man.
That's not the draft.
Go. I know this ain't the draft, but they never do stuff like that. They never trade up.
But if they like one, if they think it's the right one, go do it.
They got to do it. Otherwise, you're gonna be getting the 3rd, 4th best quarterback in the draft, and you're gonna keep doing this all over.
By the way, a shout out to our friend Jimmy Shapiro. Got some odds on who's the quarterback next year, particularly for the Steelers. Best odds, Sam Darnold. Interesting.
That might be the best option.
Yeah, might possibly.
I wonder if Minnesota's going to let him go because they could hit the franchise tag on him.
Yeah.
We'll see. How about this for a winner? Texans bulletin board is a winner. Now, of course, Rex Ryan, you heard him doubling down on his disrespect before the game. It sounded like this.
Rex, the Chargers are a road favorite in Houston. Now, the Chargers, the better team.
Greeny, I heard somebody say it was a bye week that the Chargers are going to win. You know who that was? That was me. I'm doubling down. Come on, Chargers.
Houston, we have a problem.
Update.
God, that's corny.
Update.
Yeah, update being, hey, what?
Had the Sam and Dave going too, man.
Yeah, man. Everybody was getting on the bid, and so all y'all can get this smoke about sending the Chargers to the ultimate bye week, the offseason. However, when I say the Texans bulletin board, I didn't just mean that because the Texans clearly cared about that. You had Joe Mixon in the locker room smoking on a cigar, saying that they were smoking on that Rex Ryan pack. How about this? Stephen A. Smith has now said that the Texans have 0% upset in Chiefs.
Oh, wow.
We back, baby.
Here we go. We're back.
We back, baby.
That's exactly what we
need
needed.
to be a little more disrespectful, though, man. So
exactly
they can really take the Texans off.
Yeah.
We back. So yeah, the bulletin board gets going, baby. Like, man, they care about this.
I love it. Hey, it worked once.
But the thing is, they would never say they care about this.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna say, well, we don't hear it, or we don't listen to outside noise.
Yeah, they wait till after the game.
But that's fine.
Yeah, wait till
as long as it ultimately
make y'all play better.
100%. And I guess one more loser. I'm putting Riley Moss in here.
Mm-hmm.
I alluded to it with a joke. But yeah, man, Riley Moss in particular, like, he's been a pretty good, like, the numbers for him have looked pretty good this season defensively. However, in their loss to the Buffalo Bills there in Buffalo, him and PJ Locke, the two cornerbacks that were playing for, or two of the cornerbacks who were playing for the Broncos, actively targeted.
Yeah.
And to go from, oh, man, good numbers to, yeah, that's the mark over there, we're going to throw at him, that's a tough place to be. Riley Moss has had a couple of those performances down the stretch that make me go, ooh, is he as good as we thought he was before?
Yeah. And I got one more loser. It's maybe a double-barreled loser here.
Double-barreled loser?
A double-barreled loser that happened today. Mike McCarthy, but Jerry Jones, why are you going to do that man like that? Like, he denied him an interview with the Bears.
He can still interview with the Bears?
Well, now he can, but he denied an interview with the Bears and then basically let him go.
Yeah.
And Mike McCarthy sitting there going, man, what did I do? Like, oh, he did.
I also love the idea that they couldn't come to terms on the number of years, which it feels like when you're hiring a head coach or retaining a head coach, you should not be doing contract negotiation. It shouldn't be so hard. It's like, do we want you here? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And it feels like,
okay, let's hammer it out.
Yeah. If your yes is so tepid that you could be like, ooh, but
yes?
This is not enough. But we don't want to sign you for this many years because of then you probably are a deeply unserious organization. Which, hey, that's what the Dallas Cowboys are. On the text line from the 832, just watch Nick Wright. That will motivate them. Oh, I know he's gonna be talking crazy.
Yeah.
Man, he's gonna be talking crazy this year, brother. He's gonna be talking crazy, but it's cool. That's what we're working towards. Saturday at 3:30 in Kansas City, and of course heard live right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get you going here. Let's talk about how good CJ Stroud was, but also let's talk about all the folks who hooped in this 32-12 victory of the Chargers over the Chargers. We'll do it next.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. Victory Monday, baby. Texans win 32-12 versus the Chargers. I would say once again that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Yes, it is.
Original score. Was it just the way that I said it that made you a little bit more good with it?
The scorigami thing I just never have gotten.
What do you mean you don't?
I don't believe it half the time either.
You don't. What do you mean you don't believe
I think
it?
these are false numbers.
There's
fake news.
There is a strong. What? This is not the mainstream media
that's
trying to get you.
You about to make Reggie walk out this room, man.
No, there's
it's not real.
What do you mean it's not? How would it not be real?
The numbers say this.
They have an accounting
numbers say it. I want to see Reggie go back to every game ever played and find.
I don't have to. There's a database that has all
a database.
Of them.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
Now you're doubting the existence of databases?
Hey, that's how Wilt Chamberlain got that 100-point game, man.
Oh, hey,
that database.
Those are fighting words there.
Oh, so that you're good with that? But we can't know all the football games that have happened and actually put it in the computer. So
I know someone who was actually there.
Wilt Chamberlain?
No, the trainer,
well, I don't care.
the ball boy. The ball boy ended up being a friend of mine.
Oh, goodness.
Seriously, a ball boy, a 76ers ball boy was at that game. Yeah, friend of mine.
All right.
Fact.
That person didn't.
Fact.
Wilt Chamberlain hooped in that instance. But in this 32-12 victory over the Texans, who hooped for your Houston Texans?
I don't want to take anybody's thunder because we were all thinking the same thing on this defense. We know the obvious ones, right? I mean,
what do you
Derek
mean?
Stingley hooped.
Derek Stingley very good in this football game.
But I want
Derek Stingley. I mean, you talk about sticky. You talk about plastering. There was multiple occasions where on 4th and short or 3rd and short, someone like a Quentin Johnston who hands hot butter stone hands is what I've been calling him.
Yeah.
But even then, right? Even if he catches those footballs in those instances, Stingley is in his hip pocket, if not on his back, like a backpack. Not saying there's a PI, but just right on him to make those stops. Like this dude there was another play where I think he's playing like maybe a deep zone even, and he drops down and just perfect time, closes out, breaks on the football. This dude continues to show you why he is an all-pro caliber player. Just all business.
And the day after he was named All-Pro.
All business, baby.
I mean, the day after.
All business.
That's the part that made me feel good about it because sometimes when people are named All-Pro MVP, that they come out and have their worst game of the year.
Yeah.
Nah, he came out and backing it up. He's like, this is why I should be All-Pro.
Yeah. But the one I wanted to go to is DeMeco Ryans.
All right, that's the first name that I had on my list.
I mean, that dude was frothing at the mouth all day long.
Yeah, man. What I thought to myself is this is what you brought DeMeco Ryans for. Because not like specifically to be able to get pressure, especially on the interior on those 3rd down type situations. But that is exactly the type of thing that he did, right? In a situation where those tackles are going to be pretty stout and Slater and Alt, although you did some work against them boys too.
Yeah.
The interior was an issue. We're like, is this where they are able to take advantage of it? And then you have a play that literally elicited just chortling laughter in the press box because DeMeco Ryans bullied just a crazy bull rush on the right guard. He moved that man right into Justin Herbert's lap. That's one. And then he is the reason why the Chargers chargered on their touchdown where it's like, all right, now it's time to get your 2-point or your extra point. And boom, he's up. He's knocking it down, batting it down, and then D'Angelo Ross is picking it up and taking it for 2.
On that first play, Seth Payne literally cackled.
Yes, he is cackling in the press box.
When he saw DeMeco, what he did to that man.
And if there's anybody that has an appreciation for defensive line play, it's going to be someone who did that, especially in that exact same spot. And Seth Payne looked up and was like, that was, incredible stuff. It was something that was notable. And so you got to give DeMeco Ryans his props for coming through, and particularly the way that you expected him to when you signed him on the line.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't know who else you have, but
I also wanted to
go ahead,
piggyback off that. D'Angelo Ross, shout out, man! Welcome back for the 3rd time on the season, and man, perfectly timed. Was it pump block? Getting out there and then getting a hand on the football. And now, unfortunately, the punt still rolled for 35 yards, a net 35-yard game.
Yeah.
But That's the type of stuff that had Frank Ross going Super Saiyan on the sideline like that, just picking up the ball and taking it for that 2 points. Like
he's got his arms out, his legs out.
Frank Ross.
He's screaming at the sky.
That might be the happiest day of Frank Ross's life, and I know that he is a married man, right? Like that is the thing. Is just special teams play, and those are the things that you need, right? Especially for a team that, especially going into this week, like again, people aren't going to give a level of credit, people aren't going to give a level of chance. You need to be better on all around the margins. The special teams is one of those margins, and seeing those types of plays from someone like D'Angelo Ross, who's not been a standout by any means, that was fantastic,
big time. And you're going to see a variation of the same theme here, Folu Fatukasi. Like, and
my fellow Nigerian.
I mentioned this during Passing Thoughts. We mentioned it earlier. It's the first time all year you've had your full complement of defensive linemen. And they played, they rotated, they all made plays, they were fresh. If you weren't listening earlier, no defensive tackle played more than 57% of the snaps, and they all contributed. Folo was there, obviously. Autry, we've talked about. I mean, just over and over and over again, these defensive tackles, but those two guys in particular. Hell, Toji made a play.
Yeah, but Fatukasi specifically, he's a run stopper, right? That's one of the things that you want. And, I mean, huge stop, that first third down where it's 3rd and 1 on the very first drive where the Chargers, look like they're going to come out and boom, maybe they do score, but they get 3. Fatukasi, boom, head up on Joe Alt. Gets a win there to blow up the run there. You had multiple situations where, especially in those big downs, Fatukasi is the man who's getting a hand on the running back. And that was a big thing against this Chargers team. They're not an incredible run team, but they run to be able to play action. And J.K. Dobbins had like an explosive capabilities that didn't happen in this game. Their largest run was an 8-yard run. They were able to stop and stifle that run to a point where, they had some successful runs, but they weren't able to really get any pops out of it. So that really limited their offense as well. So that was a huge one, and obviously Foley deserves a lot of credit. Speaking of stopping the run, stuffing the run, hey, how about a certain number 0, Azeez Al-Shaair, right? This is why I was so sad to not have him for those 3 weeks, and this is why I'm excited to watch back that Week 15 game film versus the Kansas City Chiefs. But also, I will be cognizant of the fact that, Azeez ain't on there because it looks different when he's on there. Especially, again, we talk about stopping the run, right? And then also just play action, all those things. Discipline. Eye discipline was going to be big in this game. There's a lot of play action. And so what is that going to do against the linebackers? Is that going to slow them down against the run? Or is that going to draw them up and allow teams to throw over top of them? And you didn't really get a feeling that the Chargers did a great job of either of those things because those guys were on their P's and Q's. And the green dot is Azeez Al-Shaair keeping those guys in line, in addition to a huge play, I think it was in the 3rd quarter that I mentioned, or maybe the 4th quarter, where Azeez comes up off the edge, and it looks like Gus Edwards is going to get this 3rd and 2 where there's a gap there, except nope, here's Azeez to play Oklahoma drill and really send you backwards.
And getting back to Stingley, you just reminded me, how about that tackle he made on the 4th and 2? Like they completed the pass.
A Stingley tackle.
They completed the pass, and he lost yardage.
This is another one that hooped Kamari Lassiter with an open field tackle. DeMeco was talking about that earlier today. If you heard the DeMeco Ryans press conference that we played earlier at 11:30, you can always radio rewind or go to the podcast page and go back and find that. But DeMeco Ryans talking about, man, some of the things that make Kamari great is like he's physical. He has a willingness to tackle, and that shows up, and that matters because there was a couple of plays on the other side, right? And here I am dunking on the Chargers, which, hey, did that on Saturday, might as well do it on Monday as well, where Joe Mixon gets out to the outside, and he, I don't know if they were unwilling to tackle, but they definitely couldn't, those cornerbacks. And it's so much different seeing Stingley and Kamari being those additional edges to where, okay, we got to the edge, except that's not very much better because those guys will hit you too.
Yeah, and are you sensing a theme here on Who Hooped? I don't think we've mentioned an offensive player yet.
Can I bring Eric Murray to the fore? Eric Murray coming off the edge.
Eric Murray.
One of the things it feels like, and tell me if you think I'm wrong here, this is just something I was thinking about earlier today. It feels like he's brought some of what you're missing with Petrie and Ward. He's brought some of that physicality, some of that off the edge blitzing. He's been good, and obviously it also helps that he got one that just kind of fell to him. And I'm not shading him for that. It was nice that Justin Herbert sailed that pass over McConkey right into his chest, but once he did, he was like, hey, we going to the house. Ain't no need to stop until we get to the paint.
Hell, you can argue Miles Bryant.
Miles Bryant's been pretty good in this one as well.
That was a perceived, weak spot. Didn't look that weak.
No.
I mean, it didn't look that weak to me.
No. I mean, you had the one Ladd McConkey. The touchdown went over top of his head, but I mean, that's just a size difference. Plus, Ladd is good.
Ladd McConkey is really, really
Ladd
good.
climbed the ladder. But no, Miles Bryant, we talked about the idea of, hey, man, who are you going to have in that nickel? Are you going to have some base defense? And they didn't have a lot of base. Miles Bryant was out there a majority of the time, and he handled up pretty well. Now, speaking of that, any concern about Christian Harris only getting 7 snaps here? Because especially that week leading in, there was a couple of moments where DeMeco or Nick Caserio was talking about, working his way back. And I was like, hey, man, we've seen him play a lot of snaps. Yeah. And then he only gets 7. Any concerns there?
Not really, because I think this is an example of, DeMeco Ryans believing in what Henry To'oTo'o could do, and Henry To'oTo'o backing it up. I think Christian Harris is going to be a big part of this. Maybe it was a game plan kind of thing, too. But I'm not really concerned because there's been no indication that there was any sort of another setback or anything. I think this was just like they wanted To'oTo'o on the field.
Yeah, which, again, shout out to Henry that he has gotten that. Could you have imagined at the start of the season that you would get to a high-leverage game, in fact, a win-or-go-home must-win game, and Christian Harris is available, and they're like, actually, no, we want Henry out there.
Yes, that's crazy. All right, so if we do turn to the offense, anyone not named Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud, or Joe Mixon?
Can I give a shout-out to the offensive line?
After the first, quarter and a half?
Some solid protection there.
No, they were more than good.
Some solid protection there.
When they got the ball, hell, it might have been on the start of that 13-play drive. I think I turned to you and said, they're getting pushed back and beat. They weren't just getting pushed back. They weren't just getting beat. They were getting pushed back and beat. And then, boom. And maybe that speaks to what DeMeco alluded to earlier today when he said, C.J. Stroud did, they're all feeding off with. Maybe the offensive line sort of perked up.
Well, game script also helps, man.
And game script.
With the game script in a certain place, like one of the places where it helped is they started being able to get real push, get up to the second level in the second half, particularly in the fourth quarter, salting away this game by running the football on a drive and getting Joe Mixon a rushing touchdown. That was something that we ain't seen since week 1, probably.
Yeah.
Like, if we're going to be completely honest, we ain't seen that all year, being able to go, oh, no, we are going to, we're going to run, we know we're going to run, and we're just going to move dudes. Yeah. Like, we did not see that. So I wanted to give them a level of salute there. But Bobby Slowick.
Bobby Slowick.
Bobby Slowick.
Again, after an initial, because even coming out of the first half, that little Joe Mixon, whatever it was, ended up being in a fumble. I was like, oh, don't get too cute on this stuff, Bobby. But he picked it up and called a good game. And I want to mention another.
Well, real quick, I felt like, hey, the Bobby Slowick screen, hey, man, cut these screens out. He had a throwback screen that seemed to work really well because there was a motion in and it was a fake toss, which actually gave Tunsil and Titus time to get out there ahead of Nico, which made it effective. And I was like, okay, so maybe there are some things in the cut for Bobby that he's willing to bring out, in addition to the fact that he just looked up and was like, oh, just throw it over the middle. Throw it over the middle to Nico. No, don't overcomplicate this. Right?
Yeah. And we mentioned, obviously, D'Angelo Ross and Danico Autry and
Hutch,
the two-point conversion. Hutch was with one huge catch, obviously. But I want to just speak more to the coach there, Frank Ross.
Hey.
I'm telling you, it's hard to – I wouldn't trade him. Would you trade Frank Ross? There's some great special teams coaches out there that get their accolades. No, I wouldn't trade him.
I wonder if anybody going to take a flyer on them to see about possible head coaching.
I've been saying it since last year. Low key, he's a leader of men.
Yeah, I wonder if somebody actually going to interview him for a head coaching position. I'm not saying he's going to dip out or just they going to hire him, but
John Harbaugh, coach special teams.
Yeah, I think that we're in an era when it comes to head coaching hires where owners are looking for, do you have a schematic advantage? So, have you been a really good offensive, mostly, but have you been a really good play caller? Or 2, they're retreading coaches that, hey, we know that you know how to be a boss, and he doesn't really fit in that. However, it's one of the things I've often thought about when it comes to, what actually makes a good head coach, because I don't know that I know that for certain. Yeah. However, some of the thoughts that I have is, can you be someone's boss, and have you had opportunity to kind of gather some people together and make them all pull in the same direction. A leader of men. Yeah. And the positions that do that, special teams is absolutely one of those, right? You don't have a set of players that are set to you. You get sent, and I say this with all due respect, and I think you'll understand what I mean. I don't mean this in a derogatory way, even though I guess the words ultimately sound derogatory. You get send the cast-offs from other places. You get send the lower portions of the depth chart from other positions to, hey, you guys go do special teams. And so you have to bring them together, have them all pull in the same direction, and execute at a high level. That's hard, right? Like, that is a difficult thing to do, and I think that probably points to the idea that you can maybe get a group 3 people together and have them all pull in the same direction. That and offensive line coach. Like, those ones are ones that are not often thought enough about, but hey, you got to get 5 dudes to operate as if they're one. And so
the other thing he has going for him is look at the pedigree. You know, he's worked with Bill Belichick, DeMeco Ryans, Frank Reich for what it's worth, but Belichick and DeMeco, there might be someone out there saying, "Hey, man, we need some of that." You know what they're having.
That'd be interesting, but at the very least, happy to have him here.
Yes,
I mean, you saw, and some of this is just the defensive energy, the swarm environment that is here for the entirety of the Texas team. But that special teams came with that swarm as well.
Mm-hmm.
They were part and parcel of the defense in that way of keeping this game close and helping break this thing open with big plays. So, man, a huge effort. There were so many dudes that you could allude to, that you could point to. Hell, I mean, it feels obvious, and we probably could have leaned even further into this. But obviously, the C.J. Stroud deciding to use his legs. Right? Mm-hmm. He mentioned that was a tape situation. He was looking at it and obviously saw that the Chargers leave that space. There's that room to run. Especially saw it during that game, looking at the Surface tablets or whatever. And was like, oh, okay, there's opportunity to run if there's not a situation there for me, and he ran it. So, man, a shout out to the Texans getting a 32-12 victory over the Chargers. They move on in the NFL playoffs. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. This is about the time where we hand it off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, man, I got a question for y'all. For all the men, what don't women just get? 713-572-4610. I'm gonna explain. I got a story from this week pertaining to my wife.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I know what this is, and I can't wait for it. We'll do it next.
Low T.
Let's talk about the Low T Center. Low T Center.
And your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a reaction victory Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Feel good to come in on a Monday during the playoffs with a win, man. It feels real good. And I got to start off with this. So I teased the question for the guys out there. What do women just don't get? 713-572-4610. I'm going to explain why I'm asking this question.
Yes.
So this weekend was a really good sports weekend for this city, for me personally, too, because you had the Longhorns taking on the Buckeyes on Friday night. And then the next day you had the Houston Texans taking on the Chargers. Two big games in the city. So I don't want to call my wife out a little bit.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So
Let's hear it.
So I want to say the last week or so, I was telling her how it was ability that the Longhorns could face the Buckeyes, and it's going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
And I don't know if she just wasn't paying attention to me or what. So Friday come, y'all see me on the show, dripped out into my Ohio State gear and all that stuff.
You're wearing some right now.
I know, yeah. So I guess she had a friend who had a birthday party that day.
Oh no!
And she said, "Hey, can we go to the birthday party?" She said, "I just want you to go with me." I'm just like,
what time was the birthday party, Figgy?
It was at the time of the Ohio State, pretty much around that time.
6:37, right in there.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah. So I caught maybe the first two plays of the game. The good thing is I listened to it on the app. So I was in the car.
You're better than me.
I put it on in the car.
You're better than me.
I'd have been in I'm better because you'd have been at home. I'd have been in the corner somewhere on my phone.
Yeah.
With that game on.
The good thing is she was having a birthday party at a bar. It was a Mexican restaurant.
Okay.
And went up there. They had the games on. I'm like, all right, cool. The only thing is they didn't have the sound of the game on.
Yeah, that happened.
So they had music playing throughout the restaurant. But I'm sitting there watching the game. I'm kind of intense a little bit. I'm not like the big smack talker.
Yeah.
But then she leaned over to me and said, "Oh, I didn't know Texas was playing Ohio."
Oh, she
I'm like,
did
I
too.
only told you this a couple weeks ago.
That's the oldest trick in the book.
No, I know her pretty well.
Oh, I would have told you to stay home.
Nah, she didn't say that. She ain't say that part. But it got me thinking because I felt like she kind of didn't care that this game was on, and I also made a point to say, "Dang, I hope they had the game on at the bar." You're like, if you want to say, I'll just go by myself. So I'm like, no, we good. I'm like, we good. I go. I'm like, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
So it kind of got me thinking, what do women just not get about us?
Okay, I'd like to go back to your point first of all. She knew.
She just wanted you more.
No, she
was trying to let herself off. Oh, I would have let you, whatever.
No,
but
see, the thing is, she knew Ohio State was playing.
Yeah. Well, that should have been enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But she didn't realize because when we walked in the bar, it's full of UT fans just cheering and all that stuff. Oh, I didn't know it was UT versus Ohio State.
Yes, she did.
I'm like,
Why
no,
does that matter?
That's what I'm saying.
I had no idea. So I was the lone Buckeye in there.
Yeah.
And I was fist pumping on the silent count. Because I didn't want to tick nobody off.
Yeah.
Every time it was a bit plum. Yes. I was silent.
All right, so your question is, what do women just not get?
Yeah, I got a couple examples.
I think your first one is my number one as well. Go ahead.
My first one, or the first one I came across is sometimes I just want to do nothing.
Well, let me add to that. I don't feel like we need to talk Sometimes I just don't want to talk.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at anyone. I'm not in a way. I just want comfortable silence.
Yes. Or honestly, sometimes I had nothing to say.
Yes, or that too.
Like we do this job 10 to 2, nothing but talking.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get in the car. Sometimes I don't say nothing. I don't jump on the phone.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just like to chill. Like I have no words.
And you're not alone. Like, I'm sure Reggie is the same. Sometimes I just don't want
What's
to.
wrong?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing is wrong.
You been quiet. You ain't saying nothing.
Good.
I have nothing to say.
Just in here trying to think about Stromile Swift. That's all I'm doing right now.
That's the other thing women won't get either. Sometimes I just be thinking about random stuff. Sometimes I'll be sitting there smiling, just looking up in the sky. What you smiling about? What you doing?
Who are you thinking about?
Yeah, and I'm like nothing. I'm like
thinking
no
that
big
time
deal.
that Bo Jackson ran up the wall. Yeah, that's all I'm thinking
exactly
about right now.
So sometimes I'll be like, nah, no big deal, because what I'm really thinking about is so stupid.
Yeah.
And then when I finally tell, I'm like, all right, I was thinking about if I was a billionaire and I just decided to buy this whole country, this small little island, and decided to put a studio there. I'm like, see, it sounds stupid.
I was trying to decide if I would do a Buffalo Wild Wings or
I'm trying to decide if I wanted to fight 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck.
Yeah, or what would I do if I got
Which,
dropped?
by the way, it's the duck-sized horses.
Yes.
You do not want a giant duck. Those things are terrifying.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes I'll be like, man, what if I was in another country and all these guys was trying to jump me or something, and I just break out with some kung fu, and I just start kicking everybody. Sometimes I'll be thinking about random stuff like that.
What else is on your list?
So, this is not my list, but this is a couple things people like to say. Sometimes I'm not. Ask me out sometimes.
Ooh.
Like sometimes,
date night from your perspective.
Sometimes just say, hey, I'm gonna take you out somewhere. We
Thank
like
you.
that too, man.
I would
we
appreciate that.
like gifts. Like I know we do all the giving and stuff, but once in a while, just take us out a little bit.
Yeah.
Another thing,
spoil me.
Yeah. Another thing is, the hungrier I get, the lower my standards get. Mm-hmm. If I get super hungry, we still ain't got nowhere, I will go to McDonald's at this point. I'm like, you know what? I don't care. Like, I will eat anything.
That is an ongoing thing with us. Like, when you're late, you come out of somewhere. Like, I'll give you a good example. The Christmas party, and, they had little snacks and stuff, but we wanted to eat.
Did they have snacks?
Did they?
Maybe they did. It was a couple. It was some drinks.
They didn't. But we wanted to eat. And it was getting late and work the next day and all that. And I was like, let's just get blah, blah, blah. Well, that's not any good. I don't care. I don't care if it's good or not.
Men need food.
Yes. Food.
Yeah. And last one, and I'm like, this is me 100%. When I get off of work, sometimes I don't want to talk about work. I want to talk about how the show went. Mm-hmm. Like, it's the same thing. We talk sports. Mm-hmm. Like, you're not into sports. You don't listen to the show. Hey, it was a good show. That's all I got.
Just want to know how your day at work.
Sometimes she be wanting to know, what happened? What y'all talk? Sports. We talked about sports. That's all we talked about. Like, I ain't got nothing else. Yeah. Oh, are you mad at me? No, I'm good. We just talk sports. That's kind of like that kid when they come home from school. Hey, what did you learn? Some of everything. Like, what am I supposed to say?
Some of everything.
Yeah.
Did a little bit of math, some science, social studies.
Yeah.
Shout out to Holy Toast on the YouTube. Man, y'all are really going to dig your own graves with your wives on Houston radio.
I'm good.
First of all, I personally don't have a wife, so that's on these fellas.
I'm good.
Hey, man.
She knows. She doesn't know by now.
Hey, we real men up
here.
No,
I think she's just raised the white flag. I think she's just like, all right, it ain't going to change
Also,
now.
It's very evident. Figgy need a little catharsis.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yes,
that
little who?
Yeah.
You need to let off some steam. Yeah, that was evident. Some things said fishing. Someone said fishing. Half a day fishing trip is like 12 hours is half a day.
Yeah.
Okay. I was checking with our local resident fishing expert. Somebody said, I guess I think like a guy because I get it. Yes, I'm a woman. Okay. Well, that's excellent.
All right.
Appreciate
that. Good for you.
And someone said they don't care because they're selfish. I feel like they feel you, Figgy, on a much deeper level than you.
Yeah. I think it's only getting worse too because I got to go to a wedding this Saturday. What time the wedding
Oh,
is.
no.
And guess where it is at?
3:30.
Yeah, 3:30, and the wedding is in Dayton, Texas. I have no idea where Dayton, Texas
That's
is,
kind
but it
of
sounds far.
east. It's east. It's kind of past toward Baytown.
Yep, so I'm going to be on that Odyssey app,
Or
listening
past
to the
Baytown,
game.
maybe. I don't remember.
That's a good way to listen.
Yeah.
It's a good way to take in the game. Mark Vandermeer.
Nah, you got to
Andre
find a
Ware.
TV, man.
Yeah, I hopefully. I mean, I can't bake on this wedding or reception having a TV, but
Oh, no.
I don't even know the people. It's somebody she know.
Oh,
So I have no idea who these people are.
yeah, you got to get
So,
that app, brother.
Tell her Ohio State's playing Texas again.
Oh, no,
They decided to run it back.
Damn. Hell, this game is more important than that one.
Yeah, no, but she would get that.
Yeah. All right, real quick. I'm going to get to this real quick. So, Mike Tomlin, a lot of rumblings is going around about his job security. And I want to play this clip for you. This is Mike Tomlin. He opened his press conference with this, and I'm going to tell you why I'm playing this.
You know, congratulations to the Ravens, man. They were the better group today. That was obvious. And really, you know, the X factor was Lamar's unique talents. It seems like every time we got him behind the sticks, he made up for it, or we got him in a possession down circumstance. He extended and won those circumstances, and we never really found a fluid answer all day. Obviously, that was highlighted by our inability to convert third downs in.
So that sounded like a pretty all right press conference after the game and all that stuff. So somebody's son or daughter went with AI.
Oh no!
And they decided to make a Mike Tomlin press conference, and I guess this is how some fans really feel that he should be talking like this, and this is kind of scary. I'm gonna play this clip for y'all. This is the fake Mike Tomlin press conference.
To be honest, I knew we was going to lose as soon as I saw Russell Wilson doing hot yoga, listening to Enya in the aisle on the team playing like a jackass with his old Urkel-looking ass. I'm tired of his fruity nickname, too, Mr. Unlimited My Ass. The only thing unlimited about him is turnovers. He's definitely a virgin. I haven't won a playoff game in 8 years, and I'm always around 500. I'm basically the black Jeff Fisher. Even Doc Rivers thinks I'm an average coach. I always say the standard is the standard, and that standard is a 9-8 season and getting our ass beat in the first round of the playoffs. Once I get to the playoffs, I check out. My job is done. I start planning vacations and shit. The last time I won a Super Bowl, Nancy Pelosi was still a fine piece of
Hey,
now her smells like a truck stop shower.
What is happening?
Despite this loss, my expectations for next season haven't changed. And those expectations are to do just barely enough to keep my job.
God.
Mike got to go see somebody about that. And this is the thing. I feel like Mike Tomlin will.
Look, they're all over now, those AI press conferences. They almost get me sometimes.
We should never get you
they almost get, because I have to click on it. I'm like, okay, that's not real.
Sometimes the first maybe 3 to 5 seconds, you're like, okay, this is it. Yeah. And then they cuss.
And then they start saying stuff like that.
It's the CJ one that came up after this game.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what it said because very quickly I was like, oh, yeah, no, this is not real. This is not. Yeah, should have never given y'all
AI is getting scary.
A year or two ago, they would have gotten me.
A year or two Well, a year or two ago, they wouldn't have been as fluid as that.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. But if had this happened, they would have gotten me.
No, it's very fluid. I mean, you could tell it's AI.
Yeah. But it take a second.
That's his voice. That is scary, man.
Yeah, Mike got to go see somebody about that. Yeah. Y'all said, what about me? Okay. All right. There you go. It's 832. They also saw the AI of CJ's postgame. All right, cool. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That is Figgy's Mixtape. You hear it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday. Hit him up on social media at @TheFiggyFig if you see something interesting that you would like to contribute to the situation. All right, coming up next, we're getting ready to hand it off to Clint and Ron of The Drive as they continue Victory Monday. But before we get there, what should our penance be? Myself and John, inaccurately, thankfully, picked the Chargers to win this one, and I feel like we owe some to the people. So 713-572-4610. What should our penance be? Let us know. We'll do it next.
We knew it was Lawyer Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Stroud calls for the ball. And the ball goes through Stroud. He picks it up. Scrambles out to the right side. Can he get rid of it? Airs it out downfield and caught at the 45-yard line and taken to the 50-yard line. X marks the spot. An amazing play for the Texans on 3rd and long. Stroud dropped the ball, but he picked it up and found Xavier Hutchinson for a first down at midfield as we hit the 2-minute warning. 33 yards, the Texans in business, down 6-0.
An incredible play. In a really well-played game for the Texans all the way around. Started a little slow offensively, but eventually got it kicked up, especially after that one. That one of a 13-play, 99-yard touchdown drive that put the Texans ahead and then ultimately allowed them to go and win a 32-12 victory at NRG Stadium to keep things going. By the way, shout out to Hannah. Being all over the show today. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's a fun little addition that you got in here. But yeah, man, Victory Reaction Monday. It's been a fun one thus far. We're going to cross-talk with the fellas of the drive here shortly. I asked you fine listeners to let me know on the text line, 713-572-4610. Also, the YouTube is a place where you can do this if you have anything to get in. But, you know, I did not shy away from the idea that myself and Lopez called this game incorrectly. Thankfully so.
Why did you toss it out there?
Because
you know what was coming. You knew what was coming.
Not inherently, you know.
Get a Rex Ryan tattoo on your neck. Like they go to the absolute extreme.
Shave your head.
Not everybody went to the extreme. I just wanted to crowdsource to see if anybody was just like, hey, you know, some that fair and some that I would be willing to do to try and, I mean, make up for the fact ultimately what I called didn't matter. They won the game. God bless.
Yeah.
But you know, just make it abundantly clear that I'm cool. I'm happy with the fact that they won, and you as well, depending on what happened. And we got someone said 32 push-ups, and I have a feeling there's a lot of people listening that will not be happy with 32 push-ups. But I do it. I do 32 push-ups. Then some of y'all
Once upon a time, I haven't tried in a while. I'd probably get into 20 pretty easy.
Okay.
Well, not easy. I'd probably get to 20.
I was like, I got the under on that, but okay. Somebody said for Penance, you should wear a shirt that says DeMeco's D gave it to me good. And I feel like me saying,
what I mean?
I feel like me saying it.
See what I mean?
I'm not gonna get out there printed, but I feel like me saying that over the airwaves should be sufficient. I think.
Yeah.
I think you should be like, all right, Reggie being willing to say that crazy sentence probably means something. So he said go to the Papado across NRG in the Astrodome wearing a Kansas City Chief gear during the game, then stand up and offer a toast to Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. Why? I don't understand.
That would be funny.
It would be funny. I just don't know how that pays the penance for the previous game calling the other team. You know what I mean? Like that's the only thing that I'm wondering about in that instance. But yeah, send those in. If you will. But yeah, man, salute to CJ Stroud and the way that he played. And you know what? Salute to DeMeco Ryans having his team play incredibly well. I did realize that we ain't never at any point played DeMeco Ryans in the postgame in the locker room. And I just really wanted to exist in that moment again with all of the excitement and hype this Texas team had in that locker room, cigars lit and everything after a big victory.
Hey, outstanding job by everybody. How was that bye week? Hey, man, you talk about complete team football. We've been talking about all year. Talk about playing complementary football. Everybody, O-line, D-line, CJ, great job, man. Great job. Hey, the play we needed to get us going, to play the Hutch and then run, man. Excellent job. Keep leading that way, man. Outstanding job by you. I got so many guys, man. Joe, way to run the ball, man. We needed it most. Joe, way to close it out. Where my man Sting, All-Pro Sting.
All-Pro Sting. That's Sting. You're right. I meant to mention that.
Hey, best in the business, man. Keep going. 2 picks a day. Man, put the team on your back. Outstanding job. Everybody, D-line. Hunt. Keep spinning, baby. Love the way you guys hunted right there, guys. Man, you talk about pressure. Talk about a quarterback who didn't throw picks. Right? That's what it looked like right there when that pressure was on. Great job all the way around, man. And you talk about redeeming the time, we get more time. All right, we get more time together. Special team. We got a special team. Let's keep it going, man. Everybody, keep giving everything you got, man. All right, one more week. Whoever we got, again, it doesn't matter. It's about us. When we play ball the right way, that's what it looked like. You guys are a dominating team, all right? Keep believing in each other. Keep giving everything you got for each other, man. Outstanding job.
Man.
DeMeco's D gave it to me good. And what I say? That's gonna live long. I understand. Yeah, Tyler's looking at me through the glass. I shouldn't have said that. I feel like that counts. DeMeco's D gave it to me good. And you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that counts as my penance. Like,
it'll count for both of us.
No, it won't. You got to do your own. Yeah, get those 32 push-ups going, old man.
By the way, I meant to say it earlier, Figgy. That's the nickname.
All Pro Sting.
That's it.
Yeah. That's it.
All Pro Sting.
All Pro Sting.
Yeah.
It did feel like. Did they say? Were they the rest of the dudes in the locker room yelling for him to have a speech? Was that what was happening?
Oh, were they?
In that moment? That's what I thought I heard. I might be wrong.
He ain't going to do that.
Yeah. Which is why I think that they were like, hey, come up here and talk to us.
I'd rather him talk on the field.
Yeah.
And, boy, he does a great job talking on the field. Stingley, man. Like, what a game, man.
Yeah.
We're about to welcome in the guys from the drive.
How about our guy? How about our guy Nick Wright?
Yes, that's where I wanted to go. You and Nick Wright.
I tweeted this morning, reiterating what Sean Pendergast said. This is the most excited I've been for a show in a long, long time. And by the way, it's been a really, really fun show. So Nick just tweeted, "Congrats and all, but y'all about to get."
Are we gonna have to talk to him?
I texted him back. Are you saying they have a bye week? Are you saying they have a bye week? You saying the Chiefs have a bye week?
Probably,
Is that what you're saying?
Tell them say it on national TV.
Yeah, say it on national TV. They got a bye week.
we can poke him into some bulletin board material.
I'm trying my best.
I think so. Welcome in our guy Clint of the Drive, Clint Stoerner. Ron will join us shortly, or I guess I should say the show. Right?
Show.
Like we back to the show?
Show is back, baby. Show is back. This is unbelievable.
What were the particulars of that? Why is he back now? He was just waiting for a win? Because I thought he lost the name for another reason.
He lost the name because C.J. Stroud got drafted, or the Texans didn't get Bryce Young. And he just kind of let it ride for 21 months, man. And then he
said that's enough.
Monday, he said, I'm so confident. He said, I'm so confident that the Texans are going to win this game that I'm gonna put my nickname, bringing my nickname back
if they
win. And so he said, if they win, I'll be show again, boys.
All right,
here he is.
Welcome, show,
and he's back. I was nervous for him. You guys know, I did pick the Chargers.
You're in similar company.
Us too.
I was nervous. I think Tyler and the show both picked.
It's gonna take some getting used to again, ain't it?
That'd be easy to switch back. Ron was hard though, boy. That was hard. He's one of them dudes. Like, you don't even look at him as a Ron.
Yeah, he does.
Ever since I met him, that was show. I didn't even. Obviously I knew it because I ain't a fool. But I don't look at him and go, "That's Ron."
Is that my boy Ron?
So
we can drop the hold on show again.
I guess you drop it. I'll bring it all back. Hell, Tyler wasn't gonna let none of it die anyway.
That's right.
He's got it all ready to rock and roll. So yeah, he's back, man. He ought to be hell on wheels today. He ought to be hell to deal with.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be a wild week.
I feel like he is intentionally withholding himself from this handoff so that he can jump in. And
you know he's gonna make an entrance.
Exactly.
You know he's gonna make.
Like I'm halfway expecting him to have a cape on, like he's
something. He may be dressed up a little bit. Look, we're talking about the Texans get a win. He gets his nickname back, and the Chiefs are up next.
Yeah.
He's cloud nine.
I forgot. Yeah, he's about to come in with that nonsense.
Oh, it's going to be a little uncomfortable.
Oh, he's going to come in with that nonsense.
It's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, no question.
So, Clint, I have laid myself at the mercy of the people, the listeners, asking if I should have some penance for my lack of doubt or lack of belief in these Texans. Obviously, still very happy they got it done. Do you have any ideas on what I should do as penance for that? I think 32 push-ups came in. Some people were talking about wearing some suggestive shirts and such. Anything
you got in you?
I think I got 32 in me.
Well, the hell, go ahead and just knock it out and make it and shut them the hell up. Yeah, no, I don't believe in it. I mean, I appreciate your team player. You're gonna play along with it, but I tell them to go to hell, man. Play better against the Baltimore Ravens, man. And I wouldn't have had them damn doubts.
And we would have picked them.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So there you have it. Knock him push-outs out. You don't think you can get up to 20 push-ups?
I think I might be able to scratch out 20, but it's been a couple of years.
Hey, we had this in college. Had this old punter. He was great. Just typical punter. Old pot belly, smoked all the time, talk trash. 25 push. You can give us 25 push-ups. I think one of the guys had too much money. He said, I give you $500, you give $25. Oh, hell, I can do it. He gets down there and, he's acting like he's
a college-age kid?
He's hunching the floor. Yeah, boy, he's getting it,
Come on,
and he gets to about 21, and he pauses about halfway up, and we're like, uh-oh, he just petered. I didn't get to 25.
But it just stopped. You didn't get the slowdown. He just all of a sudden was like,
stop.
Well,
done.
He got about halfway up on 21, and then 22, he stuck a little
Nothing
longer.
left.
It was just like, done. He is absolutely cooked.
Nothing was left.
It was over, man.
Yeah.
It was over. So
that used to be in the rotation.
Don't let nobody put a camera on it, man.
No, hell no, because I don't have confidence. But I used to do like 20, then 15, then 10, then 10, then 15, like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
You
got to get back on it, Lopez. You got to get back on it.
I do a lot of walking and stuff and jogging, but my upper body I haven't done in a while.
All right, here's what I need you to do. In your walk and jog, I need you every block hit 5 push-ups.
Yeah. I used to do the old Christmas trees.
No, I've never done a Christmas tree.
You would jog a half a mile, do 20 push-ups, jog a half a mile, do 15, jog a half a mile, do 10, and then go back up. 10, 15, 20.
Right.
That last 20 was...
Oh, I bet it's brutal. Hell, that damn half a mile is brutal.
Yeah. Like we acting like you just walking or something. Like, no, you doing some stuff.
I'm a run walk guy, man.
That's what I do.
I'm a jog 30, walk 30, and if I need to get my heart rate up, if I'm having a hard time keeping it up, I'll just jog harder on that 30.
But those days are over for me. They gone.
Run, walk, whatever. If it don't come playing basketball, I'm not doing it.
That's the life you're living, baby.
That's right. But you know what? Heart rate was all the way up on Saturday as the Texans got a 32-12 victory. We're done here in the loop.
Is this the kind of week it's going to be all week? Ron's going to be making entrances.
Who's
show?
There we go. The return of the show about to happen. Let's hand you off to the fellas of the drive. Woo! I like what's happening here. Let me go ahead and get my ass out the way because you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is
Allow me to reintroduce myself.
The show, baby! Yeah! Bitches, he's back! You missed him! Yo, hate. I know some of you gonna get on here and hate and say, oh, why do you have to come up with a nickname? Go home. You've been wanting it. You've been texting me. You've been tweeting me. You've been messaging me. When is show gonna come back?
The show,
we need
man.
show. I was right. I didn't lose that. Show is back.
Is that my boy Ron?
In the building, and yes, I'm yelling. And I don't give a rip. Show is back. Y'all got them Chiefs coming up. But show is back, baby.
LFG, baby. The show, man.
It does feel good. It does feel good. Hannah, you can call me show again. Cal, you can call me show again.
Hold on, show.
I tell you, Ron,
It's been a long 21 months.
It's been a long 21 months. I finally got it down to where I don't call you show, but maybe once a week, man. It's I think sliding back into show is going to be easy for me. It's going to be easy, man.
Tyler has just been against it the whole way.
I'm so happy right now. It's back.
And you got it back on a Texans dub.
It is. I told you. I felt good.
What?
We got to be back.
Well, we got to give show his flowers. I mean, because not only were you good, not only were you right. I mean, you laid it out there.
I'll let you speak.
Nico, huge game. He did.
Another big-bodied receiver, given the Chargers secondary trouble.
You had great context, great justification, and then Texans defense can smother the Chargers. They did that. They did that in a major way, and so not only were you right, you hit the nail on the head, Chief.
I would say the Texans defense is very much like my Nico Collins take, where I said, man, I think he can still be a number 2 receiver, and then he went out and became a Pro Bowler. And
yeah,
I thought they could smother the Chargers. I didn't know they could just take Schultz and just completely change the narrative that is going to be of Justin Herbert moving forward.
Yeah.
So it went like I saw it. The margin was a little aggressive. I'll start here. Show us back. I'll start here. I know you saw this different Friday. You thought the Chargers would win.
Yep.
And listen, you weren't alone. I would say most people, hell, even in Houston, but most people outside of it were picking the Chargers. Most everything I saw. I mean, even as we said Friday, take apart the ridiculous of like Rex Ryan, who had to come and apologize. And I think he should continue to have to each day with how far he went with it. But were you at 713-572-4610? Because this thing, what was the final? 34-12? Whatever that was, something like that?
32-12.
32-12? Mm-hmm. Try to give him an extra 2. Were you surprised even by that? I'm a little surprised at 32-12. That was a little bit more. But were you shocked by what you saw?
No, surprisingly, I was not shocked. I'm shocked that when you say that score, that doesn't shape up to anything I thought was likely to happen. But if you watch the game and the way it all unfolded, there wasn't anything there that shocked me. Like that 30-point offensive performance, obviously, that would have shocked the hell out of me. We've seen this defense be great to where immediately after the game and for a handful of weeks, folks talking about this is a Super Bowl defense. Now, I would say that they were even slightly better than just that conversation. They were really, really good.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think there was anything that happened that shocked me in that game. Now, that defense was absolutely tremendous against what I thought between Harbaugh and Herbert. I thought they'd have a little more success there just with their experience. Greg Roman, I thought they'd dial up a few more points there. But today I'm not shocked with anything I saw. With how they won that game, I'm not. It doesn't surprise me.
Now Tyler had them in a double-digit victory, 27-17. I thought I had 23-16. I thought it would be tighter than it was. Now they just went. And like you said, Clint, a difference that can spread out a lead is turnovers, right? And we've seen the Texans get turnover heavy, and we've seen that spread games out, and so that's probably where you get from maybe a game that was a little tighter to the 20-plus point victory. But were you, or even you had it as a 10-point game on Friday, Tyler? Were you surprised by the outcome or how this game went?
I mean, in some ways, but whenever you get, I hate to use a cliche, but when production and output like you did literally from every phase of football that the Texans put on the field yesterday, it shouldn't be surprising at the end. But yes, I mean, I would have never guessed that the Texans would win in the wild card round against these Chargers by 20 points and pick off Justin Herbert twice. How many times did they get him?
4 times.
4 times. And he threw 3 INTs all season long.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Andre play-by-play where he said, he threw it only 3 all year, and there's the second. But, no, just amazing, man. You took care of business in a big way, and it was beautiful to watch. I love being in the house.
Can I be both?
Both?
Can I be both? Surprised, a little shocked, and not?
I think that's how I'm feeling.
Because if you listen to me on all week, I kind of, as Clint pointed out, I thought the Texans defense could really give the Chargers problems. I thought Nico Collins would get going, and they would have problems if they could just block him. But I'll be honest with you, I'm a little shocked, fellas, the way it went. Like I wouldn't have told you I'd have been feeling really good today if we came in here and I'd be show again if you told me, well, the Texans are going to turn it over 3 times.
Yeah.
And they ain't going to do nothing, literally nothing offensively for 28 minutes of the game. And the thing that gets it going is deep in your own end, a snap that goes through CJ's hands that turns it to our game. And then you keep rolling. I would not have thought that, right? Like I would not have thought, go look at those first 5 drives for the Texans. Yeah. So, they didn't even play on paper. Now, they came on and fought through adversity, which is cool. But they didn't even play. That's not the playoff. That's not the way you draw it up in the playoffs. So for them to go and beat them by 22, turning the ball over 3 times, not doing anything offensively for the first 28 minutes of the game, that the way it occurred, I'm not shocked how it did. I thought that pass rush was going to give them problems. Good God, DeMeco Ryans, just kicking guards' ass right there. But it's the way that it occurred. That one caught me off.
Yeah, I think the one thing overall that I think that was shocking or impressing was, for me, the way that I didn't expect. I'll put it to you that way. I mean, C.J. Stroud making plays and putting the team on his back shouldn't surprise anybody. He hadn't done it as much this year, but he's done it plenty for people not to be shocked. The part that shocked me was their ability to run the football late.
Yeah, to close it out. Yeah.
I think the two.
They didn't show any signs of being able to do that earlier.
Yeah, I mean the way they dominated running the football late down the stretch was big boy football type of stuff. Again, that's one of those things that if the Texans can do that, there'll be a real threat moving forward. I mean, if they can run the football. Now, that was situational. Like, the impressive part of that was more situational than it was the whole game because, like you said, it kind of started ugly and finished strong. That was more about running the football when everybody in America that was watching knew you were going to run the football, and including the defense you were running against, and you still were able to get it done. Like, that situational is really impressive. But just generally speaking, being able to run the football like that down the stretch, man, that I did not expect that. I did not expect that one bit.
No, and I mean, it's interesting. Bobby Slowick said, we can't expect Joe Mixon to get, 100 yards if I give him 12 carries.
Yeah.
Well, he went in and some would say stubborn, but he was headstrong. He got 25 carries out of him, and he got over 100 yards, and then got, it was over already, but the sealer, the ender there at the end where he gets his touchdown. So, yeah, the way it happened, not really how you draw it up, and not really how you don't want to make it a habit of playing football the way that the Texans did, but it was surprising. Like, the one thing that there's nothing to look at is, Clint, that defense it looked very much like when they played Buffalo. It looked very much like when they shut down Miami. It looked very much like basically what they did to the Lions most of the game. Their defense was something special.
Well, I think, defensively, the interesting thing, Ron, is like as I'm watching the game, I could hear DeMeco and Nick and the comments about the new season, about the playoffs. It's just more physical. It's teams. It's different. It's when the rubber meets the road. Like that on the defensive side of the football for the Texans. That's what I saw. They were playing like it was win or go home. They were playing like, okay, this new season, it's a 4-game season, and if we don't empty the tank on the field, then we're going to be watching next week. They were playing like that. And so across the board, I don't want to cop out and say, oh, it's, group effort this, group effort that. But there's not anybody on this defense that wasn't absolutely tremendous, if we're being honest. Now, there's several guys that stood out, right? And you got to start with the corners. Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter were absolutely lights out, Ron. I mean, absolutely lights out. And I'll be honest with you, again, great performance from Derek Stingley. Doesn't shock me. Doesn't surprise me. We've seen that song and dance before. The Kamari Lassiter.
I'm gonna have some words about him here.
About Kamari?
Yeah, I'm gonna have some words.
Well, I mean, it continues to like I don't want to say the legend grows, but like what am I looking for? Like the case that he's building for himself as a rookie in the NFL right now. Just it seems like every time he takes the field, it takes not a step in the right direction, but a huge stride. Like that was a monster game from Kamari Lassiter. I would argue that game was more impressive from Kamari Lassiter than it was Derek Stingley. Yeah, I just. The tackle in the flats on the running back or whatever position, a little weapon, a little kick returner, when they flipped the football out there to him in the flats and he just stoned him out there.
I think he was good on that play again. Never again. I think he was done running that play again.
Yeah, like that is just he was good, man. So I think Ron, it starts with those two guys. I mean, those two guys were absolutely tremendous.
But then when you hook up the pressure with it, right?
Yeah.
You heard DeMeco in the post talking about, hey, he hadn't thrown a lot of interceptions. See what happens when that pressure heats him up.
Yep.
Right. And when you work those two together, and that's the thing where when you talk about the Texans and turnovers, it's heightened because, one, we all know pressure starts to lead to it, whether it's strip sacks or, as you know, getting off your mark and throwing the ball and being off. And then when you have, I'd say, 3 guys in the back end, and that's not even including the dude who went pick 6, but 3 guys in the back end who don't just catch the ball okay. Like, it feels like the 3 of them are above average when it comes to
great ball skills
to guys in the secondary and actually the ball's in the air and coming down with it more than most teams. So it seems like the Texans' chances of getting turnovers and interceptions are higher because, 21 and 24 and 4 back there can go and get it and come down with it a lot of the times when it's in the air.
Yeah, you mentioned pressure. I'm going to tell you, they were all great. I agree with DeMeco this morning in the loop talking about, this wasn't just about the ends. This was about everybody. I think everybody was tremendous. But there were moments in this game, boys, where, like, I've been asking since they drafted him, right, with Will Anderson. There were a handful of moments in this game where you look up and you're like, Will is through waiting on somebody else to make a play. Will is just going to take this thing over. And there was a run of plays there where I think he got a sack. And, I mean, it was just like he was a man on a mission. It was one of those flashes that all the greats have throughout a game. And Will had it on the big stage Saturday afternoon. The other part of that real quick, Ron, that I think is worth noting. I did a disservice to Azeez Al-Shaair. Out of because the other guys had played so well in his absence earlier in the year with the injuries, and they'd played well overall. I think when Azeez was out, which I'm fine with, I'm not backtracking on that. I'm fine with that. But when Azeez was out, the thought of like, oh, these guys will play well, man, they'll be all right. They're good players.
Especially with having Christian Harris back.
Yeah, that was
only played 7 snaps.
That was disrespectful for me. I'll be honest. That was disrespectful for me. What Azeez Al-Shaair did, this is beyond being the leader. This is beyond just having good chemistry and communication and yada, yada, yada. That dude plays downhill versus the run in a way that nobody on this roster does. Plays downhill, linebacker, because Will Anderson damn sure does. But just the down in playing with great instincts is unbelievable. Azeez Al-Shaair was tremendous, and I got to believe. I know we got Kansas City. We don't have Baltimore coming down the pike, but I got to believe Foley Fatukasi and that interior rotation that we had this week, along with Azeez Al-Shaair coming back, would give you a much better chance against a team like Baltimore in that running attack. Now, obviously, you don't have to play them, but just got to tip the cap to Azeez, man. That was big time yesterday.
Yeah, he stepped up. Huge plays on third down, where he just stoned tough runners. Yeah, that was a defensive game. That right, we thought it would lead the way, and to the point we're making, man, they had to, Clint, because it took a minute for CJ to settle in, Slowick to settle in, the offensive line everybody to settle in. It took a minute. And they held the fort. You get an immediate. They go and look. That first drive, Clint, it had a bit of the Ravens' first drive in it until they bowed up. But then you come out and Mechie fumbles immediately on one play, and you gotta get right back out there, and they hold them to a field goal, and then they're like, man, we good until Lad McConkey just went crazy and had a crazy ass play where it ended up in the end zone. So they were special. They were special. All right, coming up, a big reason why the Texans are moving on to play Kansas City. Why, and I think Clint will feel a bit vindicated about this reason. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, power outages, man, they can happen anytime, folks. We've seen them.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Herbert looking, firing left side, and intercepted. Murray across the 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, pick six. NRG Stadium is rocking as Eric Murray makes a house call. The Texans up 2 scores, bring on a playoff party.
Justin Herbert threw 3 interceptions the entire regular season. The Texans have picked him twice in this one this afternoon.
And they would pick him off 2 more times. And nearly another pick six. That third one wasn't on Justin. Will Dissly just had the ball go through his hands, but the other ones were. And that right there kind of changed the game. It was still 13-6, right? They were a touchdown down, and then the pressure there, a part of it, but he just airmails Ladd McConkey, who, by the way, went off.
Yeah,
I didn't know Ladd was like that.
I didn't even know that I've seen a team force the football. And I don't say force. I shouldn't. I say just target. Like, I don't know that I've seen a team target one player as high percentages. It just seemed like every damn pass was designed to go to him.
That's just the Texans did that to Nico at the end of last year against the Colts. Maybe the Texans need to think about that. Let's just fire his ass up. How many targets you think Ladd had?
I would think that Ladd had
double digit.
14.
Course, right?
I'm guessing 14. I mean, I don't like the other guys. Now look, like you said, Dissly dropped the ball. I mean, there were
right on number 14.
Was there 14?
9 catches. $197.
Hell, I thought my guess was going to be on the low side. It seemed like it just like their ability to get him open when clearly he was the only guy that they had a lot of faith in and trust in, and everything they were doing was designed to get him open. The way that they could constantly get him open was impressive, man.
Yeah. But listen, a big reason why that happened, you heard as Tyler played that cut, and as I said, it happened 2 more times. Clint is, Justin Herbert. He really fought it. And he has been one that I think, I'll let you describe it. I think you have been a little further down for where it seems a lot of people have had Justin Herbert. You have, wherever it is, you've been a little bit further down. He's been put in the elite category, and I don't want to say you deserve your flowers for this, but I think more people are going to come down to the area that you are in regards to Justin Herbert.
Well, it's just a matter of time, right? At some point, everybody will, or he'll go win. He'll put the team on his back and go win games. It's just not, like I think he's closer. My problem with Justin Herbert before was, like, I can get beyond the freakish arm talent and the athletic ability and the freakish build and go, okay, is this product that they're putting on the field? Because let's be honest, I mean, he didn't just get a team this year to the playoffs. I mean, they've had playoff and Super Bowl expectations for a handful of years now. I mean, he's already signed his second contract at Big Boy. I mean, this is like he's behind the curve, if you will, at this point in time. But my problem with him is look beyond all the playing from behind, the low percentage throws that when you got 3 really good wide receivers are hitting, and think like, will that win in the playoffs against a better defense? Will that win in the playoffs, when you've got when you don't need to come – it looks good when you need to come back from 2 scores, come down from 2 scores. It looks good in a 2-minute situation. But is it going to win, and is it sustainable? And it never was. Like the brand of quarterback he was playing, the offense that he was in, I think with Kellen Moore, I just don't think it's sustainable. And so, and then on top of it, you had mentioned about their Brandon Staley, their old coach, the analytics going for it on 4th down recklessly and some just reckless decisions. It was a poor brand of football overall. I think they're close. I think he is closer, Ron, of Harbaugh. I do think Harbaugh is a really good, as it pertains to what I'm talking about, I think Harbaugh is a really good quarterbacks coach.
So what level of quarterback do you think he is? Because I think there are, I would say, more people that have him push more towards elite. We're like maybe just below.
Well, he's got elite skill. He's got elite skill.
But it ain't just skill though. Like I think people put him right behind the top four that Mahomes, Lamar, Josh, and Burrow. And I think people put him in the next one.
And right now he has no business being in that conversation. Like CJ last year, it was really premature and it was early. But I firmly believe that he played his way into that top quarterback in the league. It wasn't just elite skills and going out there and slinging the football over the park and everybody thinking you're as good as Tom Brady or you're as good as Pat Mahomes, you're as good as Josh Allen. Look, I think he's a middle-of-the-pack quarterback right now. Yeah. I think, and that's sad to say because they paid that sucker $55 million a year. Like
Someone just texted in, Herbert ain't nothing but Trevor Lawrence in a Chargers uniform.
Now I think he's more talented. Yeah. He's a lot more talented than Trevor. But I'm not saying he's better. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying the text is wrong. I think he's better. I think he's physically.
No, Trevor doesn't have a 3 interception season.
Correct. Even but the reason that I feel good about my beliefs on Justin Herbert is because he went out there and threw more in one game than he threw in the whole season. Like that's the problem. The 3 interceptions is he'll never do that again. He'll never play a season and throw 3 interceptions.
When I can't watch that game, and I haven't seen. I probably watched the Chargers about 5 or 6 times. There's no way you can watch the game on Saturday against the Texans and come to a point. How the hell did that guy throw it 3 interceptions? Because the very first one, I mean, come on, man. You're at the 40, 45-yard line, up 6-0, no signs of life.
None.
Yes.
You're cooking.
And again, boys and girls out there, and I know we got to go to break. Just because the coordinator calls a shot doesn't mean that it is forced upon you to force the shot. Yeah. All right? And he's got to look. He's rolled out. He could probably run for 7-8 yards, throw some. Nah, man, I'm going to cross-body this piece with Kamari Lassiter clearly in front with
and a safety over the top.
And a safety right over the top. Cross body.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that's it.
He couldn't have been doing that kind of stuff all this year.
Yep.
To throw 3 interceptions. Couldn't have been. All right, coming up, big news out of the NFL and what happened to the Longhorns on Friday. Calm down, Tyler. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all check this out, man. Underdog.
We invite you to visit us and experience what it is to love your Verlo. Visit Verlo.com. That's VERLO.com.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McClain Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Victory Monday, a playoff Victory Monday, and a Reaction Monday as your Houston Texans. They advance. To me, this is a successful season. They advance to the divisional round. They get back where they were, even with key injuries to major parts of this team. They get back, and now they head to Kansas City to take on the two-time reigning defending champions in Arrowhead for a rematch from about a month ago. So a big win against the Chargers, making people like Rex Ryan apologize. And that defense was big time, and they made all the plays in the second half for them to win that game. All right, new to the NFL, Clint. Jerry Jones finally went ahead and done it. We lost Mike McCarthy, not to death, but to his job. We lost Mike McCarthy a week after. You were right, Clint. Jerry went ahead and denied his ability to meet with the Chicago Bears for some reason.
It isn't on my schedule.
Like Tyler, he full well knew last week he was going to fire Mike McCarthy, right? He didn't just stumble upon that today, did he?
No.
But he's still like an a-hole. I almost said it too. Blocked Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, you ain't gonna come interview my coach. What?
Don't tell me.
He's still under contract with the Cowboys. You kidding me? Yeah, no, I knew Jerry. I knew Jerry was.
Hey, there's so many things.
I didn't know what he was going to do, but I knew his ass was going to let him interview.
Jerry could have just let this thing get to Tuesday when the contract rolled through. Now, man, now we're going to make a little news on this Monday.
That's right. Get that star on TV, baby.
Now, you said you wouldn't be surprised. I think a lot of people started trending with the thought that, maybe this means that they're going to bring him back.
Yeah.
But they finally make a move that it felt like a move they needed to make.
Well, look, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Here's the deal. Now, a lot of this is Jerry. A lot of it people understand is Jerry, and it's not the organization. But Jerry owns the damn team, and Jerry ain't going nowhere. And the reality of it is, if you look at the Dallas Cowboys, they're poorly coached. The culture and the glue within that team is a fraud. The superstars on that team make it very obvious that there's something deeper rooted that's an issue. And the detail, like Mike McCarthy when you look at the details of the game, it's like inexcusable how they've won or how they've lost like really important games, mismanaging situations. And so I think Mike McCarthy should have been fired last year in Dallas. I can't believe that Jerry held on to him, but I don't know why he did. Let him have the year where or 2 years, I guess, after he blames it on his offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators and gets everybody up out of here. So, yeah, this took a year too long for me. I'm not shocked one bit. The interesting thing about this, it's less about Mike McCarthy and more about the Cowboys opening, is, boy, the teams that were out there, no longer New England, obviously, because they've hired Vrabel, but the other teams out there that have a vacancy, man, the pressure's on. The clock's running because the Cowboys are coming to interview every single head coach candidate out there, and if they offer, you're going to be hard-pressed to get them.
That's what I say. I wonder where they're going. I wonder.
Well, I was talking this morning. I did a hit this morning, and I think personally, like, they're built to win right now. So it's not an automatic hire a guy, blow it up, bring in, let him have to bring his guys in. I think somebody can come in here and win. But the issue is with the Cowboys is you don't, like, your problems to me become evident to everybody. I'm sure it's within, but the problems are when CeeDee Lamb's on the sideline rolling his eyes and just appearing not to give a rip. When Micah Parsons has all his antics going on and off the field, it's just all that silliness has to stop. So, Ron, I said this. I know I'm typically an offensive-minded guy, and maybe you can find an offensive version of it, but it just strikes me that the Cowboys is going to be the same old unless they find a defensive-minded, hard-nosed coach that's gonna put a stop to all that silliness. Hold them accountable, and be extremely well coached along the way. Maybe Ben Johnson is that guy out of Detroit that's got that because the way they do things in Detroit is a little bit old school. Maybe he can get it done. But I think it's got to be somebody that's a little more hard nosed.
You just with Jerry in his history, you just never know. Like, is he hiring somebody that he's gonna let kind of run the thing?
No, that is not happening.
He's not. He's never going to go like Jimmy Johnson, the best candidate. He's never going to go like we were hearing reports that Bill Belichick would have been interested in Dallas if he could go there, even though that would make a lot of sense. But he is never that's the thing is he going to hire the absolute best possible, or is he going to hire somebody that works within what he wants?
The answer is no. He's going to hire somebody's going to agree to not, because it's not just Jerry. It's not Jerry's heavy hand in the organization. It's that means you've got to work with Steven. That means you got to work with Will McClain. That means you've got to work with his people that are currently in-house. Like, you don't get to bring your own GM in and you and the GM see eye to eye. Damn it, this is the GM and you're going to see eye to eye or you ain't going to be here.
Yeah.
Like that's somebody is going to agree to do that because it is the Dallas Cowboys, because you do have CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. You got some of the big-time pieces there in place. Somebody will agree to do it. One of the top candidates will agree to do it. I guarantee you Cliff Kingsbury will agree to do it.
But that goes into the line of, is that necessarily
bingo
the best coach?
Bingo. I think that the Bill Parcells, Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel type of approach would be the best bet in Dallas. But if it's just
because you look at it, you're like, it's the Cowboys. Like, I know people here that are sports radio fans hate the Cowboys.
I think Deion would be one that could flip it in Dallas.
Yeah, because Deion may be able to work around, but he's not going to punk Deion, though.
Well, Deion's not going to let Deion.
Deion will work around. Deion might embrace some of the craziness that he.
Look, I just don't believe in having a little bit more, a small sample size of being in that building. It's not as bad with Jerry as I think the common fan or the public perceives it to be. That's not good in any means, because you got to work with him. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But it's like, I remember the stories when I was there of Jerry's in the middle of the practice field doing this and that. No, he wasn't. Now, he's standing up on the track overlooking. He may be putting a little pressure on somebody. He may be applying pressure, letting folks know, hey, I'm watching your ass. But he wasn't in the middle of the field. He wasn't calling the team up. He wasn't doing all those things. So I think it's a little bit blown out of proportion personally. But there is no doubt about it. It's going to be somebody that's going to agree to work with Jerry and his crew.
All right, coming up, this is an interesting one this weekend. CJ Stroud's great. CJ Stroud's great, and you watch the game, because watching the game and the numbers together obviously can tell a certain story. But CJ Stroud's grade, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in as well. CJ was 22 of 33, 282, one touchdown, one pick, a quarterback rating of just over 90, 6 rushes, 42 big yards. What was CJ Stroud's grade? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, hey guys, you've heard me talk about Experimex West Houston. Go check out
Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sport. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ in the gun on 3rd and 11 at the Charger 13. Here's the snap. Stroud looking, throwing over the middle. Hits Nico. Across the goal line he goes. Touchdown, Houston! The Texans tie the game and can take the lead with the extra point.
All right, that was C.J. Stroud. That was a big, big drive, and that got it going. That right there got it going. A couple of big plays from C.J. got it going. The run that led to the field goal, and then when all hell was looking down, where I feel like Tyler was headed to multiple whiskeys and diets.
No lies detected.
Ball through the hands, bounces up to him, slows Joey Bosa down just a tick, runs to the outside, and goes across his body to Xavier Hutchinson, who was standing all by himself. That jump-started the thing. All right. I see some people coming in with their grades. I see some on text line and on YouTube and Twitch. As I said, what was C.J. Stroud's grade? And again, if you missed it, 22 of 33, 282, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, 6 rushes, 42 yards. What was C.J.'s grade? I see some people texting in. C.J.'s grade, a B+. Stroud gets a B+ for me. Started slowly, but not only is strong, he might have unlocked a new level going forward with his willingness to run. B+ if he can keep those feet moving when he sees a lane to run, that could be big for him. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I see a B. I see a C+ from Guy Gene. He did just enough for you. Clint, what was his grade in this game?
I'm going to go with just a solid B, Ron, because if we're honest, a lot of the mistakes, that were made, the interception and the snap issue that turned into a 40-yard gain, that was a good snap that went right through his hands, took his eye off the ball to look at the defense. Happens in football, but that could have been a major disaster. It turned out being a big-time plus. So through that lens, I look at those, and the interception is just inexcusable. And there was one other one that was damn near an interception. So I'm not real sure what was going on there. But he somehow, in typical CJ fashion, he'll come out and then he'll have a great 2 or 3 throws. It's really impressive. So he was able to right the ship to a certain degree, to where I can get him in that. All right, now we can climb out of the basement of that interception and some of the poor decisions, and I can get you to a C. And then I watched C.J. Stroud go out there and again miss the snap on him, not Jarrett Patterson. Miss the snap, pick it up, go make a throw across his body, right? Okay, now we're creeping up back on that B. And then, Ron, the handful of scrambles, 3 or 4 scrambles, to me, took him to a B, a solid B for me, but really, gave me a lot of hope for next week. That's a C.J. Stroud that I feel like is confidently making decisions, which is, I don't know that it's real natural for him to consciously make the decision of I got to go run and get this first down. But he's breaking the pocket, whether by design or not. He's breaking the pocket, and he's not floating around back there trying to find an open receiver. He is making you can literally see it in his action. He's making the decision. He's getting downhill. He is determined for his legs to impact that game in a big way. And to me, that's a sign of C.J. Stroud trusting his instincts, going out there and playing with his instincts. And I'll argue that that's the one thing that we haven't seen. Oh, he's a natural passer of the football. He's going to have, whether he's playing great football and winning football in the position greater, he's going through a game, he's going to be like, damn, that was a good throw. Wow, that was out on time. Damn, he hit that guy right in stride. He is a natural elite passer of the football. Where you can tell when CJ flips a switch, if you will, is most of the time with his legs. And it was obvious at one point in that game, second quarter, that, damn it, he wasn't going to sit around and wait for something. He was going to get downhill with his legs and change the game and get first downs, keep drives alive, and he did that. And that, to me, that's the biggest takeaway, CJ takeaway in this game, was how committed he was to, in that moment of using his legs and going and getting it done. That gives me hope for next week.
You think this is something that, maybe the Chiefs are talking about now, or in any way adjusting, like
to his legs?
No, 50 yards rushing in there.
No, we're not doing. We're not.
I'm not saying Lamar, but I'm just saying, is there any point of like, hey, let's talk about this? He did leak out for big runs.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't think not any more than you typically would. Like, we're not doing any. Texans aren't doing any quarterback plus one run game or read game or anything. I've heard some of those conversations being tossed around. Like, that's not going to happen. He doesn't have that in him. That would be plumb ass silly if we're being honest. But just, it's more about the conviction. You know what I mean? It's more about the make a damn decision confidently and live with the results. It seems like for a good part of this season, C.J. Stroud has been almost timidly tiptoeing and not wanting to make a mistake, whether it's in the pass game or the run game. Like, it's been kind of timid. Boy, it wasn't a great performance because he missed some stuff and it wasn't consistent. They started out sloppy as hell through the interception. But when the thing about it is when your quarterback can go out and impact the game when he's not seeing everything clearly, when everything's not in rhythm, it's an absolute game changer. And it was. I think that's the biggest, most important takeaway from this football game was in terms of like how this team could potentially beat the Chiefs, how this team could go put their best foot forward against the Chiefs. It's going to take that kind of conviction and that kind of commitment and that kind of confidence out of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I'm a C. His numbers to me look a lot better than actually watching the game and what happened. Listen, to the point you made, man, he dropped the ball, but then turned that into the play that kind of changed things for the team. But Clint Hill, he tried to throw multiple other interceptions. Like, just some of the decision making, right? Like, the interception that he did throw was so poor. And if you look at the throw before it, he just throws a deep route to Nico that is just never there. Back-to-back throws the pick. But then he does have that point and a half where he kind of brings it back up, used his legs. That really did help, as you just spoke up, and many people have spoken up. But again, in the second half, he tried to have another game where, hey, I sent you all the video. That's the first time it felt like, to me, looked like he was. It didn't look like I said to Tyler when I came in, Bobby didn't look like he had a, hey, man, you got this, CJ conversation. It looked like a quick, hey, man, what the hell's going on? Yep. Pick it up. Like, which, hell, maybe Bobby needed to do a little bit ago, right? But the 1-2, like the decision on 1st and 15, up 10-6 with all the momentum, their offense not being able to do nothing in the game. Coming off the last possession, you turn it over with Mixon in field goal range. The thought, even in the second half, 10-6 to go, 1st and 15, Clint, jump ball, Derwin James, Dalton Schultz.
Yep.
Like that, just, and so that's continuing in the second half, right? And then after that, I guess, he didn't make any other poor decisions. But there was, like, the second drive of the game. They get the strip from Babecci, and then he rolls out towards the sideline and almost throws another pick.
Yeah.
Would have been back-to-back turnovers in there. I just thought his decision-making first half, third quarter at times wasn't there. So to me, he did fight through adversity and made plays when he needed to. But overall, I'd say a C. I think his numbers look a lot better because I think there were realistically 2 other turnovers that really could have been in there.
Yeah, it was ugly early, and so that's why I said he started at a C. I mean, that was the starting point after the offense performing. It was sloppy. It was ugly. It was uninspired. It was as if they hadn't played football in 2 weeks.
It looked more early. Yeah. It looked closer to the Baltimore.
Yeah, and look, I just, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. I'll get the all 22 tonight. I don't know that I'm real impressed with the game overall.
We said
I'm telling you, the way I'm grading, I give him a solid B, and the reason for that is, it was a huge turning of the corner for me with C.J. Stroud and how he impacted the game with his legs, and it did change the game in a major way. So I got to give credit where credit's due in a sense of those actions, no matter how sloppy it was before. Those actions turned the momentum in this game in a monster way, and he did it with conviction. So I'm really, that's super valuable to me with C.J. Stroud, and because we haven't seen much of that. And it was important in this game as well as, again, the team moving forward. So I'm leaning heavily into the way in which he used his legs and how convicted he was about it to get to a B. So I'm not real sure that the second half was as impressive as some folks think it was.
Yeah,
it was good, but I'm not real sure.
Yeah, he after the Derwin James one and Bobby kind of got in his ass, he kind of pulled.
Yeah,
he kind of pulled back a little bit from the text line. Anything less than a B plus, you're being a hater. Oh, guess we're haters. In your opinion?
Yeah, well, again, I think a lot of times, and I don't know who texted that, but people need to realize that for me, and I think I can speak for you on this, when we're talking C.J. Stroud in a grade or analyzing his play or what your expectations are or aren't for C.J. Stroud, I don't know where y'all's are at. Mine is still, this guy's is a top 5 quarterback in the league. I'm not, just because C.J. hadn't played well this year, and hell, I saw a list of top 10 quarterbacks yesterday or a couple days ago, and C.J. wasn't mentioned. C.J. played, now we know what C.J. can do. Now that I know what C.J. can do after the way he played last year, just because a rough season happens or something changes a little bit, I'm not going to drop and start grading this guy on the Carson Wentz scale. I'm always going to guard
damn, that's a drop.
Well, I'm just telling you, that's just where I'm at. I'm going to grade C.J. Stroud on the Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. If you want an A out of me, you want an A+ out of me, you got to go out there and be lights out for 4 quarters, or you got to go out there and win a shootout like you did against Baker Mayfield, throw for 400 yards. You've got to do something either for 4 quarters consistently that made your team unbeatable, or you got to go out there and have monster moments within the game versus a great opponent, and you be the reason they won if you're going to get an A+. Right? Even an A. So the bar for C.J. Stroud for me
that's slightly higher than I have it. I view him in the same range of Herbert and Tua, and how I grade him or look at what he's doing. And I just thought he just throughout the game, even into the third quarter, just made some really poor decisions, time and score. Just like Justin Herbert.
This may be for a different segment. So you've come to the point where you're Justin Herbert too on CJ. It's no longer CJ and being a top quarterback in the league.
Well, I had never had him in that off the year. My whole thing this year was he to me was in the 8 to 10 range, and he could make the jump up there. I never, based off one season, to me I think it's crazy talk that people are talking about with Jalen Daniels right now.
Yeah.
All right, he looks really good. Just like CJ did. Who was it? God, Bucky Brooks said 5 elite quarterbacks in the league. Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Jaden Daniels. And I'm like,
same stuff that was going on with CJ last year.
And I'm like, yo, like we gotta wait. So I never had him in that range. So I just never graded him like that. But yeah, man, listen. He did the things he needed to do, but he helped kind of potentially put his team in tough spots, and he did put his team in a tough spot. Now, I certainly expect more than to win. But no, man, listen, he did. And like you said, that's what I was going to go with. What do you think the biggest thing that changed was? And it seems like maybe the legs and the threat to run.
Yeah, I mean, for me, again, the way in which he did it is we've seen CJ impact the game with his legs in a scramble mode. But I don't know that I've ever seen CJ this year anyway, where he clearly is in scramble mode and the ball's not up on his pec. He's not looking to throw it. He's not floating. He's tucking the ball and going and getting it. And that's who you got to be. That's who you got to be in these playoff games, or it's Bobby Slowick just can't be right enough without it. So that's how he jumped to a B for me.
Yeah. All right. As we see people rolling in their thoughts about C.J. Stroud, he gets another week. He gets another week, and he gets another shot against the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs coming up next week, and I'm sure we'll hear from him tomorrow. And be prepared to talk about him steps forward as they continue in the playoffs. Coming up, our Man Eye Institute players of the game. I think there's a lot to pick from. You can join in as well. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all got to check it out, man. Underdog.
Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, our players of the game. Text in. You can text in yours as well. Oh, it feels good to be show again. I could just really just let it all out.
Doesn't it?
With the people on the text line as well.
Yeah.
Ron didn't do that?
Not really. I mean, I tried to. Now it's just second nature. Baby.
Show's back, baby.
I did. I get a little mean. I told you know me. I'll get in the basement with you. Got no problem.
What are you talking about?
Like if you want to go low down there, I'll go down in the basement with you.
You go low, he goes lower.
I'm gonna go.
Well, I know what he means, but who are you referencing?
I feel like I was a little mean. Somebody texted in. With Houston being such a large city, I cannot believe we can't find better broadcasters who are local. I responded with the city so big and diverse, I wonder why we can't find better listeners.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I thought we were having a good time. So diverse that we just got your ass. Like that. By the way, boss came in and said, "Hey, that's the last time we put show on the line for any bets."
Yes.
I think he's got to change imaging. He's had to change stuff back. So that's it. The last time.
It's here to stay.
Parker said someone texted in, F the Chiefs. Just what you should say. That's right. You should talk trash. Can we? That's right. Show's back. Can we just do that? Can we just be regular, like, sports fans, dudes and ladies? I see you out there, Angie. Can we be regular and just like, hey man, we talk a little trash. Not many of y'all crying and getting hurt. Said I'm never gonna listen again when you're back the next day. Or do all these things and get yourself emotional. Right. Don't y'all do that with y'all?
Yeah,
with your friends?
Absolutely.
Your homeboys?
I love some ish talk.
And how do you do it? Hey, we do that. You should be talking trash to me because you know what's happening on Saturday. Now, luckily, because I know some of y'all get emotional, I'm not going to do it to you. I don't think my boss wants me to. But go back and forth. Like me and Figgy had a good time when I flushed his ass in that damn dunk tank. Should be fun. Talk a little trash. Let's go.
Yeah, I want to come up with some sort of bet with you this week.
I don't know if I got bets in me, man.
I'll come up with one you won't be able to say no to.
No. You know what?
You won't resist.
I've had to look at myself. You know, I'm not a bettor. There's not any kind of money bet you can give me on almost. But damn it, I will bet.
Yeah.
I will bet just weird stuff.
Those are more fun.
I don't know why. Like I get suckered into it all the time.
Like a bottle of Camus.
I think I got Wade a bottle of Hennessy. I probably still owe him white Hennessy. I mean, my hair.
Blonde hair that is, I'm just realizing, barely there anymore.
Barely, man.
So you mean to tell me you made a bet for white Hennessy and you half-assed the purchase?
It's hard to find.
Oh, is it that?
It was.
I'm going to guess it's a little more expensive.
It is a little bit more expensive, but it's also really hard to find. It is. All right, let's do our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Who's your player of the game, Clint?
Well, I'm really leaning into, for the next few segments, really for the whole show today, I'm really leaning into, you know, the more shocking parts of what we saw, and so I'm going to do it here. I'm going to go with Joe Mixon.
Really?
Absolutely. I didn't think I would have bet. In fact, I may have lost a little money betting the under on Joe's third quarter. I would have bet a large amount of the number one bet of like on my Underdog app, where, by the way, you can download the Underdog app and use promo code HTOWN, and a little prize there waiting for you. But must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. What he said. And of all the bets that are on Underdog, if you said pick one, I would have picked I don't even know what it was. It wasn't 100 yards, but I would have picked under 100 yards for Joe Mixon. And he goes out there and does
the way it started.
He goes out there and does it in a time when we just absolutely got to have it in the fourth quarter to just put the damn Chargers to sleep. So I'm going to go. There's so many guys you could go with. I'm going to go with one for a little different reason. I'm going to roll with Joe Mixon.
All right. I'm going to go with Kamari Lassiter. In a game, fellas, that was dominated by the Texans' defense, I think there is an argument that the Texans' defense was the best unit of the wild card weekend. Buffalo's offense had a good performance. The Ravens' offense had a good performance. But the Texans' defense was dominant. 4 turnovers. They scored once. They almost scored again with Derek Stingley. They had a great, great defensive performance. I heard Mark Vandermeer and John Harris talking about that might be the best one they've had. And Kamari Lassiter was the best player on the field for this defense, by far. Look, I listen. I thought, like, all right, when they drafted him, hey, they've got somebody that could come in and be a capable, like, starter. All right, and hell, maybe you might find something and he could be a really good slot corner. They don't just have Derek Stingley. They got a tandem right now. That's the way it looks right now. That's the way it looks right now. They don't just have – he was better than Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley got 2 interceptions. His one was much more difficult than the 2 that Derek had. Now, Derek's looked pretty at the end, but his across the field, tracking that ball – now, Justin should have never thrown it, but tracking that ball and going to get it in a time they needed, right? The 2 picks that Derek got, the game was probably done, Sean Pendergast. But the picks that they needed to go get, he got that, and he made plays. I mean, it's like he is Rondé Barber or Peanut Tillman in the run game, where he comes up and you just almost can't run to his side. He was special. He was by far, in a defensive dominated game, the best defensive player on the field. That was something else. And it didn't just pop up. In the game Saturday, he's been kind of trending towards that.
Yep.
All right, Tyler, who's your player of the game?
Well, it's beautiful because my guy is the other half of that tandem you just talked about.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
You got Lassiter, I got Stingley Jr. Derek Stingley Jr., if there was any doubt with anyone about that first-team All-Pro, that accolade he got towards the end of last week, there you go, my friends. Derek Stingley Jr., when he stays healthy, knock on wood, this dude is for real.
Yeah. Well, how many could we have gone with? I mean, there's just so many guys that played lights out, man.
Yeah, there have. I mean, I'd like to get an honorable mention to DeMeco Ryans for just taking people's hearts and souls.
Yes, indeed.
Snatching them.
I bet his wife said, "Man, you got to sleep on the couch tonight." He threw his ass. Jesus, right? Man, that was rough. Yeah. Special performance from those guys. All right, coming up, there was more than just the Texans. The Texas Longhorns had a chance to advance to the national championship game, but some plays didn't go their way. Was this game more about 2 plays, or did Texas just not belong with Ohio State? We'll discuss that coming up next. All right, welcome back in on a Victory Monday for the Texans. Reaction Monday here on The Drive, Sports Radio 610. And show's back. If you missed that, with the Texans win, and my guarantee.
The show, man.
I did early in the week. Guarantee they go out, get a dub. Show returns. And also, remember what else returns? DeMeco Ryans, the coach's show, coming up 5 o'clock right after we get done. He will have the coach's show. And by the way, am I right, Tyler, on this? We'll hear from DeMeco tomorrow.
Yes.
I believe we will hear from DeMeco and C.J. Stroud.
Correct.
Everything moved up because they play on
Saturday game?
Yep, Saturday game. Everything moved up.
How y'all like it, man? Y'all like y'all Saturday off or your Sunday off?
I don't know.
I don't really have a preference.
Well, my only issue is, and I was going to bring this up later in the week, but only issue is I'm going to put in a quandary. Trey's got AAU games on Saturday. Probably got two or three of them.
Gonna have to miss those games, son.
No, I ain't gonna have him sit out on his team. But
Daddy's gonna have to miss those games, son.
Ronald, he ain't above sitting in the stands watching on his phone. I mean, that ain't no problem. He's worried about the boy.
I did that during
He's worried
a wedding.
about his son. His son's gonna be out of pocket.
He did and I was thinking in my mind, honest to God, any of y'all listening who's running AAU or anything, I just really believe y'all should cancel these games.
I do too.
The Texans are in the game too, but they played I couldn't go this week because I had to work to the Texans game. But he played 2 games Saturday, and Courtney's up there to meet the rest going on. And she told me, she said that referee was out there asking to score every single break. Hey, y'all got the score in the game? Y'all got the score in the Texans game? I mean, the Texans are in the divisional round. I mean, hell, I think they should cancel these bad boys.
I'm with you.
Throw it out. But we don't know yet. I know he's got at least 2 games, and we're going to find out these times. I have never needed a 12 o'clock start so bad in my life, but I know it ain't. Their first game was 2:50 on Saturday. 2:50 and 3:50.
Ooh, I like I like Sunday games, man.
I would love it if it was on Sunday.
I like my Saturday off.
Yeah.
As soon as Baltimore and Buffalo won, I knew where the Texans and the Chiefs were going to be playing.
I like the Sunday games, man. The Saturday is typically a day where there is just absolutely nothing.
Well, and the other thing is, and I guess especially with college football, it's not like Sunday you didn't get up and just not watch ball and just kick it with the fam.
Yeah, but we go to church and then
So you basically ran through 2 days.
Then you do a little food and then you look up and oh man, dang, they're one of the playoffs games on. What the hell am I doing? And then the wife's like, hey, can we run up to such and such?
Because that could have been Saturday.
Hey,
and you got honey, it's 3 of them. Courtney said to me yesterday during that Buffalo-Denver game.
I spent 43 years going, honey, I'm going to do what the hell I want to do.
She said to
I don't do that no more.
She said, is this the only game of the day? I said, no, it's 2 more.
I didn't even bring it up. I thought, look, I got out there, got me a nice little, I tied up purpose. I'm giving me a nice little workout in. I'm going to get back in the house. When I get back in the house, boom, they're going to be kicking off. I'm going to get on this couch. It's going to be nice.
Yeah.
Hey, I get through working out. I come in off my sauna. Can we go eat already?
Yeah.
And it ain't Ron, she got me good. It ain't just can we go eat. Her mom, so my mother-in-law done picked the kids up, so it's just me and her. Hey, can we go eat at my favorite restaurant? I didn't have it in my heart to be like,
no, you can't shoot down the date night.
But it wasn't planned. It was all spur of the moment.
Yeah.
It's one of them. I wanted to
be
like, I wanted to be like, you do realize that a damn playoff game's fixing to kick, don't you?
Yeah.
But I see I'm growing up. I'm maturing, bub.
Yeah.
I'm maturing.
Good for you, man.
I just said, no, I can get dressed. I got dressed in 15 minutes. Went and ate me some sushi.
Yeah. Come on, 12:30 game. 12:30 start. I've been waiting for this sucker. All right. I know Tyler was celebrating as the University of Texas, I thought, played a really good game. And it was tight. Actually, Clint, I think we talked about it a little bit in the press box Saturday. I thought Texas had a really good game plan in terms of going into it. Like Smith, they completely took his ass out. I mean, that kid who just ran roughshod over Oregon, went off on Tennessee. They just completely took his ass out of the man. They just lined up three guys on him and just said, and he caught one ball for 3 yards. And this is a guy that many people think is the best player in college football. In terms of just skill, he is. And they just took him out of the game. But a lot of people are saying this thing came down to 2 plays. Is it that easy to you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that the game was decided in the
screen at the end of the first half.
The screen at the end of the first half. And then obviously the 4th and goal where Quinn Ewers gets hit and fumble gets taken to the other end. Because even if they just get stopped right there, you're still – your defense has been playing great. I mean, you still feel good about getting the ball back and having a chance to tie the ball game up, even if you get stopped on fourth down. But when it goes the other way for 7, that's a 14 point. Now you're down 14, and you don't have time to make it all work. So, I think Texas. Now I'll be clear, we didn't get off air here till 6, so I got home about 6:45. 7 o'clock. So I missed the first 30 minutes of it. I missed the majority of the first quarter, which my understanding is that Ohio State was pretty dominant in that first quarter. So I missed that. But from the time I got home, Texas turned the tide. And literally until that fourth quarter drive by Ohio State was without a doubt the better team. Texas's defense was doing work, and Texas was going up and down the field, moving the football, scoring points. And all of a sudden – Ohio State went down and scored a point. Boom. That just like the end of the first half, that one play just took their soul, man.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, I mean, look, the reality of it is Ohio State was a better team. Ohio State made more plays. Those
were they thinking?
Those were 2 monster plays that they flat out made. It ain't like Texas gave it to them. But that, I think, was a much better football game than the scoreboard would
Yes, it ended up being a 2-touchdown game.
Yeah.
Like, Nick Saban was beside himself at the half talking about, at the end, man, the end of the half, draw and screens. That's what people are going to
start to drive with.
And they just, and he said, and they're out in all out pressure for some reason, like they're trying to get the ball back. And then the play a lot of people had a problem with. I know Tyler was talking about it. B. Scott was talking about it yesterday or the other day, was the pitch. The pitch on the 1-yard line. And by the way, and they were, Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit were painting a picture. Ohio State this year has had a really good track record in stopping teams at the goal line. They've had several goal line stands this year. Penn State, a big one on the road, which they held a win to. They've had a couple of others. They went with the pitch, and they lost like 7 yards, seemed to kind of really line up what eventually became that strip, scoop and score by Sawyer. Did you have a big issue with that play call? Like it seemed like everybody else seemed to have
the toss.
The toss.
Absolutely hate it. Now Bobby did that to me. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't always 100% opposed to it until Bobby has wore out running at 2 Dalton Schultz this year. So I got a bad taste in my mouth. But I don't like. I never have liked the toss down there in the red zone. I definitely don't like the toss if that memory, I've watched so much football since then. It's a beautiful time of the year. I've watched so much football since then. I'm trying to keep everything, every game right. But the success they were having was more downhill. The success that they were having in the run game was more downhill.
I know the first down they had just got absolutely stoned.
Yeah.
Right
well, I would if you're gonna do that, you got to put Arch in the game and do some quarterback stuff.
I didn't
threaten with him. I didn't like the call at all, but it was a hell of a play on the defense. I don't want to sit here and not like the call so much. And I'm taking Ohio State went out there and made. I mean, they're
all American linebackers showed up.
Come on, man.
Is it Downs? Caleb Downs.
Yes,
he showed up and read it immediately. But I'm with you. The not using Arch enough to just. Because if you bring him in, it's a siren. Now you don't know what's going on because you don't know exactly what he's going to do. I mean, he could keep it, he could throw it. There's so much, and I think if you saw Caleb Downs on that particular play, he was shot out of a cannon like he knew what was coming. When Arch is out there, I think it messes kind of your mind up a bit out there. So yeah, it was interesting. We're looking at it right now. If they could have this thing back, boy, yeah, those 2 big plays. The screen to me is more egregious than this. This is Like all of that happened at the end. That scream, man, you just can't do that. You just can't do that. All right, as we roll here on this Reaction Monday, what you got coming up at the 4?
You said it, baby. It's a Reaction Monday, damn it. Let's react. I got the 2 biggest takeaways, and guess what? I'm going to give you a little hint. They're both in the off side of the fall. We're looking forward, baby. We ain't in the rearview mirror. I got the 2 biggest takeaways from Saturday's victory over the Chargers. What are they? And what does it mean versus them old low-down, dirty Kansas City Chiefs? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio.
split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is, and we got us a nice little Reaction Monday party going on over here in H-Town, baby. It is absolutely beautiful to get this dub. We get another week's worth of hashing and rehashing, cussing and discussing the NFL playoffs involved.
Game is over.
We get another week to celebrate a nice little playoff dub. DeMeco Ryans, not only 10 wins in a season, not only winning the division, but also now winning in the first round of the playoffs and going to the divisional round. So it just continues to get better and better. And I'm going to tell you boys, I've got first of all, I want to make sure we give Show, not Ron, by the way.
Show's back.
Show is back. And I want to make sure and give Show his damn flowers. Because here's the deal. I mean, I don't necessarily like to be a part of, beating the chest, all these guys in the media game, I'm right, I'm wrong. No, I mean, look, you're paid to give informed opinions. You hit some, you miss some.
Yeah.
It's part of the game, right? But damn it, when you hit one square on the damn head, when you hit the nail on the damn head in a matchup, I think you deserve to get your flowers. And Show, he flat out not only said the Texans are going to win.
Guaranteed
it, bet it. Something that we joke about here, but it's near and dear to his heart. His nickname's back. Show is back.
Wow.
Not only did he do that, but his ass rolled in there not 1 day, but 2 days with a strong take of this defense can smother the Chargers. And I don't know what your definition was of smother before Saturday evening, but your football smother was right out there on display. It's exactly what the Texans did. And
outside of one play. Hey.
Yeah, but even on that play, they had his ass smothered, and he somehow went up and got it.
And somehow got away from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
Well done.
And then secondly, the Nico Collins call of all these other big-bodied receivers that had success against this defense. He called it, and Nico went out there and had a big game. I'll argue if the defense wouldn't have been so damn good, Nico would have had 200 yards. I mean, what we chose to do offensively took Nico out of the game really in the second half of the football game, but damn sure in the fourth quarter. So, my bro Show,
yeah,
I gotta tip the cap, man. Give you your flowers. That was well done.
I did the best I could. I'll take it.
That was well done.
I want to thank my mother, who I will be picking up here from Hobby here.
I see you, Teresa.
Thank my wife, my children, and all of you who listened and believed in me. We appreciate it.
As few and far between as y'all are, man, he loves you.
I believe it's many of you. Cornbread.
Oh, they love you. They love to hate you, baby. That's
Sam
well
Slice.
done. All right. It is a Reaction Monday. And did y'all know that that was a scoregami this weekend?
I did once I listened in with the fellas in the loop on a Reaction Monday.
Well, thanks for not listening to the postgame show last night.
It was wasted, bro.
Hey, by the way, we got to get Tyler. We got to get Tyler.
Still could have listened.
I'm just now thinking about this. I've got to get Tyler's. We got to get Tyler's experience pregame there, and we got to let him vent a little bit about about Bijani here. But 32-12 was a score. Never happened.
Never happened
before.
Yeah.
Seth noticed that about 10 minutes before we started the postgame show. So I thought, well, that's interesting. Seth, you're sitting over there looking up all the facts about the game. That I didn't have.
Okay, he's just looking up facts.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know how you randomly find that.
Who's the person that hunted that down first? Who's that person?
I don't know.
You think we've ever had
I would imagine Seth saw it on social media.
Yeah.
But I got the deal. Here's the deal, guys, is there was a lot of good, man. There was a lot of good from the Texans-Chargers game. But the reality of it is all I care about is what we know now versus what we knew before the game. How did this team improve? And how did what we watch on Saturday, how's that gonna impact this week's game? What did you see Saturday that you didn't know about this football team already? Because there's no doubt about it. The headliner, when you're talking Texans kicking the hell out of the Chargers, is the defense. 10 out of 10 times, if you're going to have a 20-minute conversation, 15 minutes ought to be about the defense, right? No doubt about it. But I think we all knew that this defense had that level of play in them. I think we all knew that this defense, we all knew that this defense had Super Bowl caliber tied to it for a month before the Baltimore gutting. Like this defense going out there and lighting it up and forcing Harbaugh and Herbert to struggle, I don't think shocked anybody. Like, I didn't think it was going to happen to that degree, but I'm not shocked that it did happen. So I'm looking at this, my two big takeaways here, Ron. My two big takeaways are things that not only did I not think they were going to happen, but the fact that they did happen gives me hope for this week against Kansas City. And it's two things. Tyler, let me get a little of that C.J. Stroud using them legs, cuz.
CJ takes the snap. CJ stepping up. CJ's going to run across the 40, 45, 50, 45 of the Chargers inside the 40, and they're in field goal range.
Timeout. Bang the timeout.
They bang the timeout with 13 seconds to go. CJ with the arm and with the legs getting the Texans in range, and he's fired up, and these fans are right behind him right now.
Ron, the story of this game offensively for me starts with C.J. Stroud off schedule, off platform, being decisive, being confident, and playing with instincts. The way he impacted this game, look, the throw where he missed the snap and all that, that was big. That obviously swung momentum. But there was 2 or 3 different, even 4 runs with CJ's legs where it was, I'm not going to shuffle up in the pocket and stand tall and let this pocket collapse on me. I'm going to shuffle up twice, and if I don't see where I'm going with the ball, I'm getting the hell out of here.
CJ with the arm and with the legs.
Yes, and it was multiple times. And I'm going to tell you, Ron, I've said this, say what you want about Bobby Slowick, right? This is not, I don't need anybody coming at me about Bobby Slowick at this point. It's just the reality. If your offensive performance and your quarterback's performance depends solely on your offensive coordinator scheming things up to be wide-ass open all the time, you're not going to win in the playoffs. You're just absolutely not going to win in the playoffs. Your quarterback, the guy that touches the football every single snap, has to have the ability to make the offensive coordinator right multiple times. Like, not just once here or there, but multiple times. He's got to play with instincts. He's got to play with confidence. He's got to be able to confidently make a decision and not worry about or be thinking about the negative possibilities. C.J. Stroud showed he played with instincts, and I particularly saw it big time, and it impacted the game big time in his ability to run the football and impact the game with his legs, Ron. I see that. And that gives me, I'll be honest with you, I don't see much typically of late, good, bad, or indifferent with CJ where you're like, yeah, that makes me feel better about the Chiefs game. What I watched him do with his legs and the conviction in that decision making gives me a lot of hope for CJ playing some of his best ball against Kansas City possibly.
Yeah, you wonder if it's going to be a thing. If that's going to be a change, because there are quarterbacks, like we think of running quarterbacks, you think of the Lamars, you think of Josh in it, but Burrow is like this. I I wouldn't say Mahomes because he does run a little bit more.
Well, no, what I'm talking about, Mahomes is definitely in it.
But what I was just gonna say is, in the postseason, you see Joe, Mahomes, Aaron back in the day would run more than they did in the regular season.
Yeah.
And would use their legs more in the regular season. And you do wonder, is that something that he is going to incorporate? Because there's never any spies. And especially if people are running man and their backs are turned to you, you got a chance to make plays. So it is something. You don't see him normally do that.
Yeah.
But we'll see if that's something he adds to it.
I too want to be clear. I've heard people having conversations about using him in some of the design runs. I'm not interested in all that. My takeaway is more about him making a decision. I don't give a damn if it's his legs or it's throwing the football, it's throwing it away, or it's throwing it deep, or I don't care. Be decisive. Have confidence in your decision-making. Play with your instincts and let it absolutely rip, man. And that was a small glimpse into maybe we see that for 4 quarters against Kansas. I believe that's what it's going to take in order to beat Kansas City, is him playing that way for 4 quarters, not just one half. But, man, that is something I can look at and sink my teeth into and go, that right there I need to see more of against Kansas City. The second thing, Tyler, is how we watch this 4th quarter unfold.
At the 17-yard line of the Chargers, CJ hands off to Mixon, running left, has the 15, 10, Mixon across the 5, Mixon to the pylon, Mixon to the end zone! Celebrate Mixon on 4th down, pay dirt, and the Texans have their lead extended.
If CJ Stroud can make Bobby Slowick right and make off-script, off-schedule plays the way he did, and then this offense in the 4th quarter can run the football well when everybody in America, including your opponent, knows you're going to run the football. I didn't know that this team had that in them. I didn't know that this team had it in them against anybody, much less that caliber of a defense. Ron, the run game for the Texans, I highlight Joe Mixon, but it's really everybody up front. The run game for the Texans absolutely choked the Chargers out. When the Chargers were kicking an extra point to make it a 10-point game with plenty of time left in the game, given who you are and the arm of Justin Herbert, the legs of Justin Herbert, plenty of time to keep that thing interestingly comfortable as a team. Now, the extra point got blocked, got returned, so instead of a 10-point game, it goes to a 13-point game. But at that point in time, the next time the offense touched the football, it literally was, and I don't have the out in front of me. It's almost a 7-minute drive.
6 minutes and 56 seconds.
There you go. I mean, that's championship football, Ron. So on top of the defensive performance that I think everybody was pretty confident could potentially happen, on top of that, we saw a championship caliber run game in a monster moment in a 4-minute situation late in the game. And again, that's something I didn't know the Texans had in them this year. I didn't know if we were going to see C.J. Stroud play with instincts and C.J. Stroud say, to hell with it, get on my back, boys. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure offensively we put some points on the board, we convert first downs, we possess the football. And I didn't know we could run the football in a 4-minute situation like that against anybody. Those two things right there give me a whole hell of a lot of hope for the Kansas City game that I didn't have for the Chargers game. Like I said, I picked the Chargers. I thought the Chargers were going to beat the Texans. I'd have bet a house note that Joe Mixon was going to have 100 yards. I'd have bet a house note that Joe Mixon in this offensive line was going to be able to put these boys to bed by running the football on a 7-minute drive in the 4th quarter. I would have put a house note on that. I'll be honest with you. I'd have put a house note on C.J. Stroud, not ever seeing a C.J. Stroud, like that instinctual, confident, just get up, beat my own chest after. I'd bet we wouldn't have seen that again. Yeah. And they both happened in this game, which I think are going to bode really well for next week's game.
On that drive, 14 plays, 13 runs.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
69 yards rushing, Tyler. This just for you and 5 yards passing.
Nice.
5 yards passing on that drive.
Yeah, man, Ron, that's convincing, man. Those two things from this ball game, if they can carry over in the least bit, I'm not asking for 69 yards rushing on the last drive or whatever that fourth quarter, whatever it was. Like, I'm just saying if in critical moments they can run the football, if DeMeco Ryans can go as 3rd and short or 4th and short, hey, turn around and hand that thing to Joe. Hey, let's go quarterback sneak. If he can confidently do those things, it bodes well for the Texans in Kansas City on Saturday.
Especially how that thing started for them to be able to run the football the way they did.
Yeah, man, that's that was impressive, man. I think, again, we got to tip our cap to the defense. There's no doubt about it. I mean, those guys were unbelievably good and unbelievably good in 11-man. Really, the rotation up front was absolutely ridiculous as well. I heard the in-the-loop guys talking about no defensive lineman played more than like 56% of the snaps. So how much they were rotating those guys through there and keeping them healthy was a big part of it. So everybody obviously played big time. But, man, the seeing C.J. Stroud play with that confidence and those instincts, Ron, for me was it's damn near enough to get me good and teared up.
No, again, run game and CJ, especially how it started, for them to adapt and start playing the way they did, that was big. That was big. All right, hey, the reason why, Clint, they had the opportunity and the chances to have moments to come back like that, I think a lot of the credit goes to the defense. There was multiple major plays, consistent play of the defense, but I think the number one reason that led the defense to playing the way it did yesterday, we'll discuss that, or Saturday, we'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out.
starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McClain Injury Lawyers Studios. Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
First down from the Charger at 30.
Aziz looks like he's coming.
3 receivers to the left side, wide side of the field. Aziz drops back. Here comes Will, the Terminator, with a sack on Herbert.
The Terminator, 5-1. Hey, man, there were a couple of times. Like, I don't know what that was. That was, they just didn't even touch him. Just didn't even, just let him roll through untouched. Nobody, and he's standing at the line of scrimmage. That last one, boy, I thought he was going to kill him. He came off. That's one of those things where they say, so you want to play quarterback. Has somebody just come off in a 2-point stance and just in a dead sprint that you don't really know is coming to drill you.
What do you think the best? Like, I'm thinking through. Hell, I'll be honest with you. I was in the bathroom and missed 2 sacks. I was in the bathroom and I missed Eric Murray's interception in the bathroom. Or no, I missed his when I was getting some food. There's TVs obviously, so I could look up and see it, but the crowd went nuts. And then I go to the restroom, and it was towards the very end of the game when I think it was DeMeco Autry had one of them. Mario Edwards had one of them, and I think DeMeco had one.
It was Will. I think it was
Will and Mario.
And then Mario.
Okay. Well, I missed those.
Yeah.
I missed those. But here's the question, because the ones I saw, they were impressive enough to require this question. Which one was the most impressive? Will get sacked when he ran through J.K. Dobbins like he wasn't even there. He ran through the left tackle and J.K. Dobbins like he wasn't there. That was earlier, yes. That was a sack, right?
Yeah.
And then, because you got that one where, he just punks both of those guys. He makes – and look, I don't wish Will Anderson with a 5-yard head start coming downhill on anybody, but he made J.K. Dobbins look like a kid when he just swatted him out of the way like he wasn't even there. That was impressive. And then the one where DeMeco Autry – it puts his arm around, hand around old boy's neck and just it looked like his neck, maybe it was his chest, but just literally presses him off of him.
That
was ridiculous.
Fella was off the ground.
There's no question. That's the deal. Which one of those is more impressive? Which sack was more impressive? I know obviously the clear shot at him is different, but boy, the other ones.
Now, DeMeco wasn't a sack.
That wasn't a sack? He didn't sack him?
No, it was huge because McConkey was running down the field open.
That's right.
And he had to reset, and he missed him. So the pressure was huge because that pressure would have been a touchdown, I think. But that DeMeco Autry, man, when you are 270 and you take a 330-pound man and you lift him off his feet.
He did it effortless too, man.
You would think that gentleman's got to help him. Like he's got to sell it, like he's in wrestling. Oh man, he just took that cat off his feet. That was nuts. That was nasty. And listen, their defense is the story. And I said it earlier. I think all car weekend. I think it's a fair argument. If you just look at individual units, offense, defense, from the Ravens, the Steelers to the Buffalo Bills to the Eagles to Washington, whatever. I think there's an argument that this weekend, the Houston Texans defense was the best unit. And Clint, this was my thinking also. If they could, and this to me was the key to the game defensively, because it was getting kind of scary to start. As I said, that first drive had the feels and the looks of the Ravens' first drive. But my thing is, and I remember Coach Poe. He would tell me this because I was always trying to get to the quarterback. He said, you got to stop the run to have some fun. You got to stop the run to have some fun. And that was the key. If they could stop the run, because you knew Jim and them was going to try it. If they could stop the run and then force this into a game in which they could unleash that pass rush, and that's what happened, man. They started off, Clint, their first 5 carries, they had 24 yards. Yeah. They were running the football, and it was like, oh, God, here we go. This might be a long one. After that, nothing. They finished the game 18 carries, 50 yards, and none from Herbert, which is another thing that he didn't use his legs to hurt you the way CJ did, and that's something that he's more inclined to do over the years than CJ has been. But that was the big key to me, Clint, is they were so good at stopping the run after the drive that it said, all right, they're one-dimensional, and they got to throw it. Because if you're honest, like, the game didn't really dictate that the Chargers had to keep throwing the football, and maybe it still didn't until he threw the pick six, and that made it 20-6. But still in your mind, you still think, like, well, still we can kind of run offense. We got time. But it didn't matter, man. They just dropped back, and you had that, even that drive when McConkey scored the touchdown, it was Will killed him. And then Edwards killed him. And then there was pressure again, and they got the throw off. So to me, that stopping the run allowed that pass rush, which is the strongest thing of this team, to get going. So the defense was just ridiculous yesterday. I mean, on Saturday. I'm going to stop saying yesterday. But yeah, the defensive performance, man, it was incredible.
I think I'm with you, Ron. We talked a little earlier about who was most impressive. There was a lot to like, but I mean, you talk about the defense. The rookie was absolutely sensational.
Best player on the field defensively for the Texans. I think maybe the best player on the field in the game Saturday.
Well, there damn sure wasn't nobody. McConkey maybe on the other side. He's the only one to be being a running with that conversation.
Like there's times, and I don't mean to jump. There's times where Clint and the Texans can be inconsistent this way, and I think they started off this way. That their energy isn't there.
Mm-hmm.
Never him though. Never him. There's sometimes where it's like, hey man, like it's like, hey, wake up,
yeah.
And it felt like that. Never him.
Yeah, the knock on Derek Stingley, or say knock, whatever. The complaint that we've had a couple of times this year is it's almost like he's disinterested at times, right? Like just kind of flip it, and then when it's clutch time, he goes to a whole nother level. Obviously, he turns it on in the playoffs. That's not a problem. But my point in saying that is, Kamari Lassiter ain't got that. Kamari Lassiter's on every single play, every single detail. Now, he don't have the high end, I don't think, that obviously Stingley has. But damn, he seems to be ready when he walks out of the gate, man. There ain't no doubt.
Yeah, man. And that's what makes this defense dangerous and down the line dangerous is when you connect the pass rush with the back end.
Yep.
And that's where you
they got something to connect to. They damn sure got that. The one part too that we're not, because obviously that is the backbone of this defense is pass rush and cover down, sticky coverage, I guess is what DeMeco says. But the reality of again, kind of for me, I guess I lean more into what questions or concerns were answered on Saturday that give me hope for Sunday. Kind of how I took the whole offensive approach with CJ and running the ball late in the game. Watching the interior defensive line and Azeez Al-Shaair, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they would have stopped the Baltimore Ravens and Derrick Henry and that crew, but I have no problem telling you that I'm more confident right now with Foley Fatukasi healthy and Azeez Al-Shaair back. I thought it was just kind of, maybe that'll be an uptick. I was wrong. I was dead ass wrong. I was disrespectfully wrong. Those guys make a big time difference in stopping the run versus a normal run attack. I don't. Again, Baltimore's a different animal. That's a different beast. But versus a regular run attack, those two guys make a hell of a difference. And they showed that was all out there. That was showcased Saturday. That's what Foley and Azeez.
Yeah, Foley early they brought him in. He just bench pressed a guy up.
Yeah.
And stopped that third down that led to a field goal. Yeah, it was a clear difference. And one thing about it, and we'll begin to start to turn the page here. One thing about it is those two were not in the game in Kansas City. Foley Fatukasi and Azeez Al-Shaair, two guys in the middle. They were not available for the Texans in that game they played against Kansas City. They will have them this time. So yeah, those were key contributors. The defense all the way around in a moment where they had to, when the offense just did literally nothing. They were staring there with nothing done. 2 turnovers and 3 punts of third down and long before the ball went through their head. So that's about that play ran up the rollout, the missed snap rollout to Hutchinson for 40-something yards. That play, Clint, was into the 2-minute warning. So for 28 minutes, the defense had to deal with 2 turnovers, 3 punts, and they held up 6 points. And so it was big for them to continue. All right, as we finish this thing off, we'll get you T Mill's best bets as we got the final game of Wild Card weekend between the Rams and the Vikings in Arizona. We'll let you make some money and get to that. And where are you? Where are you now? Are you glad? Let's start to turn the page on the Chargers and then move to the next opponent. Are you glad that it is this opponent? Is this who you feel most comfortable to face? I guess it could have been Kansas City, Baltimore, or Buffalo. Is this who you feel most comfortable to face? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, let me take a minute here and tip my cap to all my fellow Coors.
the money you spent on your taxes.
This is my bill?
Now Business Taxes is a TurboTax small business expert who does your taxes for you and offers year-round advice at no additional cost, so you can keep more money in your business. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com/business. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McClain Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, and as we see here on a Victory Monday, Reaction Monday, the Texans move on against the Chargers, and they are in the divisional round, second straight year. Two straight years winning the AFC South, 2 straight wins winning their 10 games and winning the wild card weekend. Now they'll face the #1 seed as they did last year in Kansas City. There was a point in the game, I think it was after the pick 6, and we were sitting up there, and I said to you, all right, how would you want this to shake out if you're the Texans? Because at that time, there was an opportunity for them if Buffalo lost to Denver, Denver would go to Kansas City, and they'd go to Baltimore. If Baltimore lost to Pittsburgh and Buffalo won, they'd have to go to Buffalo, or then this outcome. And then very damn near by the time I got out to the parking lot, we knew the scenario of them potentially hosting a home game was probably over with the way the Steelers were playing. So they could have it could have been a situation where they've gone to Buffalo, Baltimore, or Kansas City. It ends up being Kansas City. Are you, of those choices, is that to you the one that fits or gives the Texans the best chance to win?
I can't believe I'm saying it, but yes.
Yeah.
I think, first.
I might say Buffalo, but I get where you're going.
Well, at first, given the fact you've already beaten them, there's something there with Buffalo. But I look at Buffalo a lot different than what I watched here at NRG Stadium.
Well, yeah, you got.
Again, I think they have the ability to do some similar things. Obviously not Lamar and Derek, but they can do some similar things in the run game with Josh, obviously, and then his ability to strip with his arm. I mean, they at their place in the elements. I think the better matchup for the Texans. I think a lot of folks would immediately think Buffalo because of the fact that we've already beaten them. I don't think anybody in their right mind would say Baltimore. But I lean towards Kansas City being the best chance. I think it's the best matchup. I think you feel better about playing them last time. I mean, I think the reaction to Tank Dell's injury was a tad bit ridiculous, if I'm being honest. And I think the fact that
the Texans, by how the
the way the Texans sideline, C.J. Stroud, DeMeco, and everybody responded to Tank Dell's injury, I think was a bit ridiculous. It was a little bit over the top, and I think I do think, unfortunately, I wish I didn't feel good saying this, but I do think it took them completely out of the game for at least a series. And it took a moment where, boy, you should have flipped it and had major momentum to a moment where you were out of mind, out of body for a series for some reason. So I think if you're the Texans, I can literally sit in there and go, yeah, fellas, this is a game we can go get. Where I don't think you feel as good about going and getting Buffalo as your chances of going and getting Buffalo as you do of going to getting Kansas City. I love the draw here for the Texans.
Is this the most favorable draw for you, Tyler? Someone on the text line said, "I agree with you, Clint." Is this the one you would have wanted? Because after the game, it's a chance of Buffalo, Kansas City, or Baltimore.
Yeah, I don't know if I favor it like Clint just laid out, but I don't. That to say, I wouldn't probably feel too much different. I think these
From all
Chiefs,
three of them?
yeah, the Chiefs and the Bills have been at the top of the AFC for as long as I can remember now. I mean, these are the guys you need to go through to get to where you want to get. And I'm not sure I would have felt too different, but yeah, I mean, I'm excited to go up there. You can also try to exercise some demons if you're the Texans when you're up in Kansas City.
The Chiefs are currently in a dynasty. 3 championships in 5 years, winning the last 2. Trying to set history, first team to win 3 Super Bowls in the Super Bowl era. And I understand exactly where you're coming from. Yeah, I said it before the season started. That for the Texans, the Chiefs are probably a better matchup for the Texans. Now, I don't feel great for the. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't feel great for the Texans in this game. But I do I think CJ and the team overall will probably play better than they did. But I do also think the Chiefs are probably going to take it up a notch, as they tend to do in January. But I think there is something. It's like the AL West for the most part with the Astros. There's something about the Baltimore Ravens for the Texans. It is just and it is something and it's something about the Ravens. The confidence, like they don't even look at.
Yeah,
but I would probably slide Buffalo because I think Buffalo has less dudes to kind of to get through. They've got Josh and they got less dudes, but I can understand why Kansas City. You played there last time. I'll be honest. Watching the game, now some people may disagree. Watching the Chiefs game, I never felt like the Chiefs were going to lose to the Texans. Even like with the Tank Dell situation, I felt like the Chiefs were in control and were going to remain in control of that game. But I can see from a perspective of the Texans, like, yo, we were right there.
Yeah.
We were right there. We had 2 turnovers. We're right there. So I could see that and the confidence of playing them. So I could see that. So I can understand where the Chiefs would be the thought.
There's things to, much like the Buffalo game, you won that game, obviously, so you'd feel really good about your performance there. But there's things to feel good about. There's takeaways as a team that although you lost the Kansas City game, that you can take away and say, hey, man, we were on the right track. Like, we had some of the right things dialed up. We were seeing things clearly. We had some things figured out. Had that Tank Dell situation gone a little bit different, had we not made a few mistakes that we made. So I don't know. I really, really, really like this matchup given the options that were out there.
All right, Tyler, let's get some best bets. Monday night, last playoff game. What you got?
Yes, sir. Hope your pencils and pens are ready. I got 6 best bets for this wild card game between the Vikings and Rams. First, this is the one I like the most. Under 48 tonight in this Vikings-Rams game. Next up, I got Rams plus 2.5 tonight against the Vikings. Then I got 4 player props. I got Matt Stafford over 22.5 completions. Cooper Kupp over 4.5 receptions. Cam Akers, former Texan, over 20.5 rushing yards. And then on the other side with the Vikings, Justin Jefferson, he's going to go over 6.5 receptions. What y'all think?
Love the 2 receiver bets. Justin Jefferson, 6.5. Cooper Kupp, 4.5. I think you're getting a little aggressive on Cam Akers, getting 21 yards. I think you're getting a little aggressive on that. That's just rush yards, not total.
Is he fully healthy, by the way?
Yeah, I think he's healthy. But
I believe he's healthy.
Check that, though. I thought I saw something midweek that he was dealing with something.
Oh, well, I think just Jones will probably play. That's 20 yards. That's aggressive. I could go 20 total, maybe.
Just takes one.
Yeah, it takes 1 carry, too.
Yeah.
You got to get that. All right. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Coach's show, DeMeco Ryans coming up, and then you can listen to that wild card game coming up after the Coach's show, wild card, courtesy of Westwood 1. Clint, again, great job. Tyler, great job. Been a while. I am Ron the Show Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
Just one
he back.
And I know it's gonna be. Allow me to reintroduce myself. The show, baby! Yeah! Bitches, he's back! You missed him! Don't hate. I know some some of you gonna get on here and hate and say, oh, why do you have to come up with a nickname? Go home. You've been wanting it. You've been texting me. You've been tweeting me. You've been messaging me. When is show gonna come back?
The show,
we need
man.
show. I was right. I didn't lose that bet, did I? Show is back.
Is that my boy Ron?
In the building, and yes, I'm yelling. And I don't give a rip. Show is back.
Is that my boy Ron?
For a wild card underdog, the Texans showed plenty of fight in a 32-12 blowout against the Chargers.
CJ hands off to Mixon, running left, has the 15, 10, Mixon across the 5, Mixon to the pylon, Mixon to the end zone!
Let's do it again this weekend against the Chiefs.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, Houston, what's good, man? Look, let me ask you a question. If you are injured in an accident, any kind of accident, who are you going to call? Do you know the answer? If you didn't know that answer, I'm glad you're listening, because I need you to know that McClain Injury Lawyers, that's who you need to call. 281-222-2222. Clint Stoerner here for McClain Injury Lawyers, and I'm telling you, man, when you're injured, it's like being hit by a blindside tackle now. I don't know how many of y'all ever been hit by a blindside tackle, but I'm here to tell you it hurts. You need a game changer on your side, and that's exactly who McClain Injury Lawyers, it's who they are. They'll take on the big insurance companies and make sure you're treated fairly. They'll make sure that you get the compensation that you deserve. And with them in your corner, you're never alone in the fight. Know that, right? McClain Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. They'll take care of all the problems that come with that accident. They're available 24/7, 365, and you will get the assistance that you need when you lock arms with McClain Injury Lawyers, right? Again, 281-222-2222. That's McClain Injury Lawyers.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water. I-10 the Katy Freeway, eastbound at Taylor. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. On Friday night, with a little over 3 minutes left and a spot in the national championship game on the line on 2nd and goal from the 1, Steve Sarkisian elected to line up his QB Quinn Ewers at the 6-yard line and then have him pitch the ball to his running back Quintravion Wisner, who was 3 yards behind Ewers. The play ended up losing 7 yards. It was an awful play call, and how Sark didn't call a QB sneak or an I-formation run on 2nd and goal from the 1 showed he panicked, and it's still something I can't comprehend. I'm Zach Gelb.
Why is 2025 the year? Leave glasses and contacts at some undisclosed location and enjoy the 20/20 vision you've always wanted with LASIK at Berkeley Eye Center? Here's why. 0 interest financing until 2027. Savings well over $1,200. And use your flex spending or health savings account. So go ahead, lose your glasses and contacts, and find clear, natural vision with LASIK at Berkeley Eye Center. Call 713-526-EYES. That's 713-526-EYES.
A cancer diagnosis can be overwhelming, but when you choose MD Anderson Cancer Center first, you'll have the nation's leader in cancer care with you every step of the way. Our world-renowned subspecialists collaborate across teams and disciplines to develop personalized treatment plans for every patient and their cancer. This unmatched expertise, delivered with the utmost compassion, brings hope and healing even in the most complex cases. Choose MD Anderson first at mdanderson.org.
Take your NFL playoff and college football playoff experience to the next level, y'all, and cash in with Underdog Fantasy. That's right. Underdog Fantasy is available to play right here in Texas, baby. Let's get it. Clint Stoerner here. Look, if you listen to Sports Radio 16 on the regular, you know traditional fantasy sports ain't for me. Never have been, but I can get down with this Underdog Fantasy stuff, y'all. It's quick, it's simple, it's straightforward. It's right up my alley. Heck, it's so easy, I got my wife in the game, baby. Check this out. Underdog is a pick'em game. You select 2 or more players' stats to go higher or lower, touchdowns, yards passing, yards rushing, completions, catches, etc. Pick them right, and you win up to 1,000 times your money, baby. All your favorite teams, all your favorite players. Heck, you can make a pick 'em entry that includes a combination of Texans and Rockets players if you want to, and if your picker's hot, you can win up to times money. Download the Underdog app today. Use promo code H-Town and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash and a free pick. That's promo code H-Town. Cash in with me. Cash in with Underdog. Must be 18 plus and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
The Fed just lowered interest rates, and that is great news for those in the market for an automobile. Lower rates means lower payments for you. My friends at D&M Auto Leasing have been laser focused on offering smart, low-cost leasing solutions for decades. That has never changed. The Easy Lease at D&M is the most consumer-friendly lease on the market, all backed by the industry leader. Make no down payment, have no payment for 60 days, and build a relationship that lasts a lifetime. 713-290-1000 or visit online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
At Air Specialist, our name is our purpose. That means delivering the service and skill you would expect from a specialist, and making sure your AC and heating system is long-lasting, efficient, and safe. Right now, our professional heating tune-up and inspection is only $59 and comes backed by our no-breakdown guarantee. For expert AC and heating service, visit airspecialist.com. Excellent quality at a fair price.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom. Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The DeMeco Ryans Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the DeMeco Ryans Show. It's great to have you with us. We're brought to you by Amity Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. I'm Mark Vandermeer, and we've got a huge week after the Texans played their best game of the season, a playoff blowout win over the L.A. Chargers, and Kansas City in the crosshairs now. Saturday, 3:30 at Arrowhead Stadium. That is on tap. It's not a short week because it's Saturday to Saturday, full week of prep. It is game week Tuesday right now. I won't get into all the details, but it does mean the Texans have a full week of work to get ready for this one, and they were there less than a month ago. That's something that will come up with the head coach. But now look at the win over the Chargers and what it means moving forward. And moving forward from maybe the greatest play we've seen this season and one of the greatest plays in the history of the franchise, C.J. Stroud on the botched snap, able to get around to the right side and find Xavier Hutchinson downfield for a first down. Getting late in the second quarter, they made the play. It led to the victory. What about that fumbled snap? What did C.J. think about that and what it did to momentum in the game?
Yeah, I was kind of, even after I made the play, I was kind of mad at myself for my eyes. Like, I didn't look at the snap, so it just went straight through my hands. And so I'm trying to see the defense, and it went through my hands, and luckily it bounced right back up to me. And, I tried to just save the play. Hush did a good job. I trusted me, and, I trust him. So he kept on the move. And, that when after we made the completion, I looked at the sideline. Everybody was turned up. So that turned me up because I was still kind of mad at myself. But, yeah, those are the type of plays that change momentum. And that's when, a team can, rally around plays like that. So, shout out to Hush for making a great instinctual play. And, I just try to do my best to savor the play.
So what else, if anything else, allowed C.J. Stroud to play one of his best games ever, really? When you think about the circumstances, this is the postseason against a favored team. Not too many people picking the Houston Texans to be victorious, but they got the job done.
Yeah, really, I would say just all the adversity this year has really made me not only a better football player, but a better just human, a better man of God. And I think people always see our mountaintops, but, one thing that people don't understand are valleys too, times of just going through it. And in my life, I'm very grateful for both, and I haven't always been that way, but, my character is being built as I continue to play this great game. And, I'm just really, really blessed to have the teammates I have. So, as I'm playing more, everybody's coming to me and just telling me how much they trust me and, that they think I'm the best in the league. And when you hear that, guys in the NFL just don't say that lightly. And, when the other side of the ball is, really good, like you say, and they're, giving you your props and stuff, that is motivational to keep going. So even when it's not perfect, because, life isn't perfect for anybody. We're all going through things. And for me, just to be able to still have my teammates and my head coach and, Gerard, Bill Lazor, and Davis always feeding, motivation and positivity into me has really been helpful. And, it's helped me a lot, just, not only, in between the lines, but off the field as well. So, and, Case Keenum has been a big part of that as well. So, just how really what I did today is really just a testament to people around me and, how the Lord is working on me.
Boy, you always felt like the wisdom that C.J. Stroud had as such a young man would help him through whatever struggles might occur as he continues to make his way as a quarterback in the NFL. A couple of more from C.J. We've seen him run more, 40 yards plus, including that 27-yarder that set up a field goal late in the first half to increase the lead to 4, and that fired up everybody, the crowd, the team, me, all of us.
That's something that I kind of seen on tape was they don't really, other than Bo Nix for real this year, they didn't really spy, and Mahomes as well, they did it, but they didn't really spy other quarterbacks. So I kind of seen it on film and thought, one of them, I think, actually the interception I threw to, I think that was in the second quarter, but I kind of looked on the thing and seen that I had a running hole. So the next play, I didn't really just have it in my mind I was going to do it, but once I seen them kind of back up, and I just took off and, trusted my slow speed. But yeah, I thought, and I kind of, I felt my, my joy coming back. And after I got up, just that's one of the best feelings in the world is after you make a play, you just turned up, and then your teammates turned up with you. That's one of the best feelings in the world. And I think that kind of gave our team juice. So, yeah, I think, just me losing my legs is definitely going to be helpful this postseason.
All right, we'll see how that continues at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday. Let's continue the program and hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. Coach, congratulations. Great to see you.
Thank you. Great to see you guys.
Let's keep meeting like this, and we'll talk about the Chiefs in a few moments, but let's reflect on what happened against the Chargers. Outstanding effort. I have a theory that the solid week of prep and the positive result against the Titans really set the tone for last week and what you got out of it on Saturday against the Chargers.
It really did. You have to put the work in, right? That's one thing I don't want our guys to understand. You never shortchange the work. With the way we work throughout the week has shown up in games throughout our entire season. When we have a really good week of work, and on the win side of things, when we go and play games, or when we've had short weeks, we've had things happen or we had to cut reps and all those things in practice, we don't play as well. So we'll continue to work like that this week. We have a full workload this week, and so hopefully it still, translates to a win.
Coach, we're going to talk about your defense a little bit, but we're trying to find a name for CJ dribbling the ball in the backfield and then making a play. But that's a huge play. You and I talked about this a little bit. I feel like maybe the bigger play was when he scrambled and he gets up and he flexes and he pounds his chest a little bit because everybody in the sideline got fired up by that. And then when you listen to it on the radio, you could hear the crowd have a response to that. Why do you think that fired everybody up the way that it did when CJ made that scramble and got up excited?
CJ is the leader of our team, and everybody, when everybody, right or wrong, they're looking to him, right? And so when you see CJ make the scramble, you see him make the play, you see his reaction, I felt it from our entire sideline. I didn't even have to really look at guys. I could just feel the emotion. You could feel like everybody just starts to flex their muscles a little bit, starts to pound their chest because they see, man, that's our leader making a play. We always talk about putting the team on your back. It's like that play right there, put the team on his back, and he let them know, I'm here. And at that moment, it was for me, it was like, man, we're we're in control of this game.
Right. Yeah, Andre Ware likened it to a basketball player that played an X, making a big shot, and then he gets hot. And it seemed like that because the rest of the drive, super hot, got the touchdown to take the lead.
Definitely seemed like that, and we started to move the ball more efficiently on offense. We started to move it at will, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though we had some blunders there where we gave the ball up, like we were able to score there. CJ threw a great ball to DeMeco. He's able to get in the end zone, and it's just those guys just continue to press forward. That's all I always say. When we don't have negative plays on offense, we have pretty good drives. Yeah. So it's all about us. If we can eliminate the plays, and most of them are self-inflicted, when we eliminate those, we can be a really good offense.
Coach, in a sudden change situation, the worst thing that happened, get an easy touchdown. Second worst, or maybe one of the best things, holding the field goal, especially when they get the ball on the plus area. I would think the best thing that could happen is you answer a sudden change situation with your own sudden change situation. And there were so many pivotal plays, as we said. But Kamari's pick, right after the pick that CJ threw, how big was that for you guys to not even give up points, not even give a yard? The very next play, he goes and gets the ball. How big was that, even though it turned into punts and punts going back and forth, but you didn't give up anything and you took the ball back? How big was that at that moment?
You talk about a momentum shifter, right? I mean, it's the CJ throws the pick, and it's like, I didn't feel any angst or anyone from the sideline guys. Defense goes out there. You can feel very bad about that play.
Yeah.
And like the energy that gives the Chargers. But for Kamari to go out, and, I mean, what a spectacular play that he made to him to go up and actually attack the football at the high snatch. It was just like, man, you silence them just like that, right? So that was probably one of the biggest play of the game, right? Because they have the momentum, they can go down. We stopped them on a couple drives, but now, and you feel like, are they gonna kind of break the will? Right. Are we gonna give up a score here? But Kamari, man, he silenced that from the start, and that's big play for us, and we needed it at that moment. Like we needed that play. It could have went a lot of different ways. The game could have went a lot of different ways if Kamari doesn't make that play.
We've talked about this before, but it's a chicken and egg thing with the pressure and the coverage and getting the ball away with the 4 picks. Which is it? It's really both, right? It's everybody working together in that way.
It's always both, right? When a DB is able to make a play on the football, like, did the pressure speed the quarterback up? Or if we're sticky enough in coverage to make the quarterback hold the ball, are the D linemen, are they executing the right way? Did they take the proper steps to be exactly where they need to be to hit the quarterback? So there was a lot of rush and coverage working together, which was definitely one of our biggest keys to victory, is playing discipline and coverage and having discipline rush. First off, not letting Justin get out of the pocket and escape. Thought the D-line did a great job of that. And then when they did get to the quarterback, a lot of times it wasn't, interceptions, but guys were attacking the throwing arm, right? That was very impressive. A lot of incomplete passes were really made by the defensive line because they didn't allow Justin to follow through with his throws.
Coach, from a play calling standpoint, don't give everything away, but you call the game, is that kind of a feel thing in a sense that, man, we can't get back there, boy, I want to heat him up a little bit, I need to bring pressure? Because the other day it felt like these guys got the hot hand, I'm just going to let them eat, I'm not going to, it was just 4 going after the quarterback. Do you kind of look at it like that, or do you kind of try and shake things up, or you just, these guys got the hot hand, I'm going with them?
Yeah, I always try to shake it up. Yeah. I always try to shake it up to make sure we don't have just a tail where we're always doing one thing or other. So I'll always like to mix it up, but when our D line is humming the way they were humming, it makes it a lot easier, right, to call the game, because you don't have to be so reliant on pressure to speed the quarterback up. Right. You can just call coverage, right, drop an extra guy back in coverage, and the D line is going to speed him up. So it's a luxury when your D line operates the way they operated this past Saturday, and we need them even more so coming up next week.
And there's some guys who don't get all the publicity. Mario Edwards, here's a player who's been in the league a decade, and he has a sack and a half in a huge playoff game. Part of your rotation on that defensive line.
And Mario has been great all year. Mario is very explosive player on the inside, like a 3 technique, that three technique position, we look for, quick, explosive players. Mario fits that to the T. And he's made a lot of plays for us, especially in the run game. They tried to wham us, trap us. Mario thought he did a really good job of settling down and stopping some of those run plays. And then when he's one-on-one with a guard or a center, just his quickness and elusiveness, he's able to beat those guys very quickly and get to the quarterback. Not just get to the quarterback, but he's able to finish. So he's had probably one of his most produced and outstanding job.
So a guy that we have talked about, but we didn't for a few weeks because he was not with us, and that's Azeez Al-Shaair. We had him in studio last week, and we were just like, we cheer for that guy no matter what he's doing. He could go shop at H-E-B, and we'd be clapping for him. The play he makes on 3rd and 2, because you've got a run blitz on where Henry's going one way, and it looks like, from my angle, it looks like, oh, no, Edwards is running right through an open hole, and Azeez shows up. And not only does he show up, he runs right through a guy that's given us some issue, Gus Edwards, as a running back when he was with Baltimore. How big was that play at the moment? Obviously followed up by Sting's playing 4th down. But the fact that Azeez makes that play at that time with that physicality, how did that charge everybody up? How big a play was that?
It charged me up. I don't know about everyone else, but seeing, a linebacker do linebacker things, that's like you got to make a big play in the hole. Like it's kind of, you don't hear that much in ball now. Everything is kind of going to coverage, but that's just grown man football. It's run 3rd and 2. They're running the ball downhill, and that's linebacker on running back, one-on-one in the hole. And you have to make the play in the B gap, and Azeez showed up with all the physicality, all the strength that he had to get that stop. Huge play for us, and I think. It was such a momentum shift, and they try to go for it. They typically wouldn't go for it there on 4th and 2. They've kicked the field goals in a lot of situations, but I think they felt like, man, we got to make a play here, right? And then Stingley goes and puts the fire out. Our best is their best guy in coverage. So it's just 2 back-to-back one-on-one battles that no one else is involved in. Azeez making a play on their back, and then Stingley backs it up with the play on their top receiver.
They had some success running the ball early, but you really clamped down. What changed? Because you look at the end of the day, they didn't do anything on the ground overall, but early there were some runs.
Yeah, the first drive, they had a couple runs on us. This goes back to we had to make some adjustments with our interior defensive linemen, just trying to slow down a little bit, and we were getting whammed and trapped again. The same runs that Baltimore had, same runs that Tennessee ran against us. People will run those run plays versus. So when our D linemen play with great awareness, they're able to recognize the setups and put the fire out. That's when they got to go to something else, right? Yeah. And we can stop those runs and make teams go sideline, run the ball to the sideline. I feel like that's when we're more effective as a defense.
We have so much more coming up on the DeMeco Ryans show. We have the locker room speech. We have the coach with Johnny after the game. We have the coach on the Chiefs as we continue our studio visit. And we have Will Anderson Jr. on Texans postgame, an interview to remember. It's all coming up here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
The same things that help your favorite team win are also the same things that can help your family business win. Things like hard work, dedication, and knowing how to make a big play. It's how teams win and how businesses succeed. And to secure your success, adding a committed, dedicated team member like Amity Bank. Because when you do that, there's no way you can lose. We're here, we're available, and we're ready to go to work. Amity Bank, we put in business banking. Amity Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Texans fans, we know you'll stand for a deep run and next-level performance. Your Houston Texans are working hard to make that happen. Folks, this is DeMeco Ryans. Next-level performance is what you'll find at your best in Texas Ford dealer. Ford vehicles offer the quality and technology to help you be at your best every day. So Texans fans, let's make a deep run together. Stand tall, work hard, and be your best. Ford is the best in Texas.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
Arriba
Texans. Join Somos Texans now for free as we celebrate the passionate, powerful, and vibrant Hispanic community in Houston, Mexico, and around the world. By being a part of Somos Texans, you will enjoy exclusive contests and events, Spanish language content options, membership spotlights, Texas news from our amigos at Telemundo, Mexico outreach opportunities, games, chances to get on the field during game day, and so much more. Únete a nosotros. Sign up now for free to become an official member of Somos Texans at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
More Texans radio coming up in a moment. Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Texans fans, who wants 50% off Pizza Hut pizza? You do. Duh. Texans win, you win 50% off Pizza Hut pizza on Mondays after the winning game. Every winning game. Use code TEXANS on PizzaHut.com and start your winner's party off right. What are you waiting for? Texans win, you win. It's just that simple. Let's do the math. Okay. Texans win, you win. Boom. 50% off. No one out pizzas the Hut. 50% off menu price pizzas valid the Monday after the winning game only.
For a wild card underdog, the Texans showed plenty of fight in a 32-12 blowout against the Chargers.
Hands off, Hickson running left, has the 15, 10, makes it across the 5, makes it to the pylon, makes it to the end zone!
Let's do it again this weekend against the Chiefs.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610, the Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Keeping it going here on the DeMeco Ryans program, presented by Amity Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans, and all of our playoff coverage all week long, brought to you by Houston Methodist Leading Medicine. Now, speaking of keeping it going, Texans still going, divisional round, 6th time in franchise history. They're going to crack at this to break through to the next level. That would be the AFC Championship game, the coveted, not ultimate destination, but the next step in your ultimate destination quest. And to do that, they have to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. The last time they took on the Chiefs in the playoffs, and this would be the 3rd ever meeting, the last time in the playoffs was 2019. We all know what happened at that game at Arrowhead. The time before that with the Chiefs in the postseason was 2015. So 0-2 against the Chiefs, but this is a very different universe. This is a completely different team. There are some members of the 2019 team that are still on this squad, like Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, John Weeks, Kahimi Fairbairn, but you know it's a completely different situation as you go up there now. What's more relevant is the fact that you played there less than a month ago, and for the Chiefs, after that game against the Texans, they played Christmas Day, as the Texans did. The Chiefs visited Pittsburgh, and that was their last, quote, meaningful game. They played the regular season. A lot of reserves. They got blown out by Denver. So Mahomes and his merry band of pass catchers have rested for a long time. By the time you kick the ball, it will be 3.5 weeks since they played in a real NFL game. How does that affect them? We won't know until we get there, but we'll all find out together. After that Texans-Chiefs game, it's the Commanders and Lions on Saturday night. The Sunday afternoon game has the Eagles hosting the winner of Minnesota and the Rams, and the Ravens and Bills square off on Sunday night. And you hope to face the winner of that game the following week. Let's get back to our conversation. Johnny Harris picks up. We were talking about running the football, and he talked about a big drive where they ran it a whole lot.
Speaking of running the ball, they get the McConkey touchdown. You get to 2 after that, so there still was momentum, but it's 25-12. It's still a ball game. I think there were 10 minutes left. And Mark threw down at me, I said, time and points. If you can cut off a chunk of time and get points, best case scenario. Not only do you do that, you put the nail in the coffin because you go about 7 minutes. Then you score a touchdown. And when you look at the drive, it's run, quarterback sneak, still run. You finished it, I would imagine, the way that you want to, in your image. Physical football, downhill football, you pick up 2 4th and 1s along the way. How big was that, Coach, for you and for the offense to finish it that way in this game?
Yeah, we needed that from our offense. We needed that confidence booster for our offense. Like it's a really challenge to the offensive line. Like, hey, we got to go move the football. We got to burn time off of the clock. We're going to run. Like, they know we're running it. You know we're running it, but you still got to line up and finish your blocks. Stay attached on your blocks. Strain, give everything you have, all the effort you have to make sure you finish. Because we, as you mentioned, it's time and points. So we had to grind the clock there, and that's what our guys did. Yeah. Like, they owned the challenge, they accepted it, and they did a really good job. Like, the 4th down conversions were really big for us. CJ getting the sneak. Like, that doesn't happen if the O-line can't move a guy. Yeah. Right? And we need a yard. We got to be able to go get a yard. We were able to do that, and Joe kind of picked up steam. The more carries he got, felt him just continue to really lean on those guys. A lot of DBs had to tackle him, and you don't want to keep tackling Joe all game. So there was a great job by them of closing it out, and I think it's really big for our entire team to see that when we need to do that, we're capable.
Yep. All right, more fired up. You after the Aziz stop on 3rd and 2, or Frank Ross after the blocked extra point and the return by D'Angelo Ross for 2, because he ran all the way down the field along the sideline.
Oh, yeah, Frank was fired up, man. Seeing Frank run down there was such a huge play. As I mentioned in postgame, I was like so upset about the touchdown that happened. I'm kind of not halfway looking at the PAT. And then I hear the big thump, and we got it, and see Neville just I see the kicker that batted the ball down. I see Neville just take him out. I'm like, oh, my goodness. Oh. And like, what was he thinking? Why is he batting it? Then, man, D. Ross just comes out of nowhere. Yeah. And then Frank is running. I don't know who won that race. Maybe I think Frank may have gotten D. Ross. We got to put a GPS on Frank to see his time.
I mean, the Ross brothers, they were absolutely flying. But it was good to see D'Angelo have that kind of game, coaching. It takes everybody. You talk about this all the time. It takes everybody on game day. And I look at D'Angelo, a guy that is on the roster. He starts at Green Bay. Then he goes to practice squad. He's back up. He's released. He comes back. And he continues to just stay the course and make plays. What does it say about a guy like that, just kind of going through that kind of realm throughout the year? You never know when your opportunity is going to come, but when you get it, take advantage of it. And he seemed to the other day.
D'Angelo is a guy who's always ready. Like, no matter what's asked of him, like the way he works throughout practice, not knowing if he's going to be up on game day or not know if he's starting, or because you never know how the week goes. But D'Angelo is a guy who's always locked in the meetings, can answer any questions you throw at him at multiple positions, because we ask him to do so many different things. And then I know he's one of our most reliable guys when it comes to special teams. Like, there's a lot to be said for a guy it's just trustworthy, right? And that's who you want in the game, guys you can trust, especially in those critical moments. Like, you're asking a guy to go block a kick. Well, can you go block the kick, but also stay off the punter and do it in a clean manner? Like, D'Angelo's trusted. He's gained that trust. He's gained the respect, I think, of all his teammates, because they know you can count on him at the drop of a dime. Wherever he has to do, whatever he has to do for our team, he's a really great example of what it means to play. Like, that's D'Angelo Ross. Doesn't get a lot of credit, a lot of praise, but man, he showed up big time for us, blocking a punt and also returning a 2-point conversion. That was a big time play for. Happy to see D. Ross get that recognition that he deserves. Yeah.
What's it like to play the Chiefs less than a month after you played the Chiefs? So it feels like a division game in that way. Obviously, it's a huge game, divisional playoff game, but you've seen them recently, so that's got to help a lot.
I hope it helps being able to see them, but it's also, I just go in with a fresh set of eyes as I watch them again, and not putting too much on what happened in the first game. And we'll have different guys out there. They'll have all their players out. They've been resting, right, since the last time we played them. So it'll be I look at it like this will be the first time we're playing them. Right? And so I go in that way just to make sure we got all the I's dotted, all the T's crossed to make sure, we're locked in for whatever they can throw at us.
Does it kind of help, though, that you were recently at the stadium and the whole infrastructure of things, that you know the lay of the land, so to speak?
The environment piece, I think it plays a part where our players, they're not going into a place that they haven't been before. Right? They understand the environment, they understand the weather. Like, you've been there, you know the hotel we stayed in, all those things that are kind of new. Like, okay, we were just here a month ago. All that stuff doesn't matter. Like, can we go out and still, with the game plan, can we go out and execute in the critical moments? Like, the game will still come down to, executing on third down and in a red zone. Like, can we own those moments? If we own those moments, we'll have a chance to win the game.
Coach, playing on this stage, playoff stage, I mean, it's still a young team. Last year, we had a bunch of young guys that never played in the divisional playoff round. They get through that experience against Baltimore. Obviously, didn't go the way we wanted to. Do you think that experience helps playing at that level against this team, the defending champs in their building, kind of us against the world mentality? Does that kind of give you the experience of last year help in any way, you think?
Yeah, I hope our guys have learned a lot about, first off, you have that letdown. You feel, you know what it feels like to not get it done at this moment and how close you are, right? So I hope that kind of spurs our guys to understand, like, man, the heightened importance of what it takes to really own the moment. Right. This is our moment here right now. Like, how do you go own the moment and to make sure that we continue to get more time together as a team? Like, understand from last year where we had mishaps and it didn't quite go our way. Like, what are we going to do about it? What did you learn from that? And how can you be better this time around?
What's practice like this time of year? And this time you do have a full football week to get ready Saturday to Saturday for this particular game. But I ask you this sometimes in November. Are you dialing things down at practice? How are you handling the intensity? What do you do in January, Coach?
Yeah, been going at it for a while, but I still – it has to be a normal week for me, normal work week. And because of our guys and just how we've responded throughout the weeks, just seeing our guys and, you learn throughout the season of how this team is in 2025 now. You learn about what I've learned about our team is when we have a solid week of work and we really put the work in through all 3 days, and our guys are locked in, intentional, deliberate throughout the week, it shows up on game day. So I'm excited to get a full week. We get all of our reps in. We can get true work in so our guys can go out and we know we did everything we could absolutely do in preparation to be ready for the battle on Saturday.
It is Patrick Mahomes. I know you know that. And it is a guy that you faced a little bit. How much do you think that helps your D-line coach when you rush a guy that's as unique as Patrick? Because – with Josh and Lamar, they can move out of the pocket. They can run and do those things, and you've got to be very disciplined about the rush. Patrick's a whole different level, seemingly, as you would rush him and the discipline it takes to go after him. How big a challenge is he just because he's different from the other guys in the way that he escapes the pocket and the things he can do?
Yeah, he is different in the fact that he loves to escape up through the B gap, like through the inside, and that's where he hurts you the most. You don't think of Patrick as this big time runner and like Lamar or Josh, but he does it in a more effective way because when he escapes, like he's gaining yards right now because he escapes up through the pocket. So it's going to take elite awareness and focus from our D line. They have to understand that B-gap escape is there. So whether you're in, we cannot get upfield. Like he's going to set short in the pocket, escape. So we have to close out those interior gaps.
Absolutely.
Right? He got us last game. He got us just on a huge run up in the red zone. He escaped through the B-gap, huge run to convert that allowed them to score points.
What about CJ running about the big run, the 27-yarder, and getting all pumped up earlier in the conversation? But as a whole, I know you want to see him protect himself, but it's so effective when he can take off and run with it from time to time.
Yeah, CJ, and he's done a great job of that, I think, this past game of when it's not there, you get him pressured and you have the ability to step up and make plays. It's similar to how we're speaking about Patrick. Not that you're always looking to run, but if the escape lane is there and you can do it, like, man, that's a huge play. Any way you can make a huge play, gain yardage on a defense, and you can kind of slow down the threat of their pressures and those things. Just when the quarterback runs, it slows everyone's down on the defensive side, just having the threat of run, right? You have to be aware of it. And you see all the quarterbacks, I think, that are left that we're talking, all the quarterbacks on all the teams have that escapability, and CJ has it as well. You saw it, I mean, going back to his college days, his last game versus Georgia, right? When he started to break contain, he started to run, that really opened up a lot for their offense in that game. So, tell CJ whatever you have to do to make plays, just understand, just like he was, beating his chest, like understand I think the energy and the enthusiasm that it gives our entire sideline when he does make those plays.
Okay, if you were coaching a game and you went back to the benches to talk to a particular player and you looked up and you saw a player reading a book on the sideline, what would you think?
What's wrong with this guy? No. First off, where did the book come from?
Yeah. How did it get out there?
How did it get here? That would be my first thought is, how did you get a book and what are you reading?
Team introductions, you're carrying it.
What are you reading about?
A.J. Brown apparently carries a book to the sideline for every game.
Really?
And he has a passage that he reads, and the cameras caught him on the sideline with this book. And I've been at sidelines almost my whole life, Coach. I don't know that I've ever seen a player with a book.
Never seen that, but AJ, whatever keeps you grounded, man, keep doing it. I guess it's working for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's our Amity Bank Ask Coach question of the week.
It is.
And Coach, one more thing. Speaking of getting your mind right and all that, the music you guys play in the locker room, we hear some gospel or something on the way in, right? And it's early. It's well before the game. But it seems like that kind of gets the guys in a really great frame of mind. It's a collective thing at that point.
Yeah, they start out with a lot of gospel music. I hear it coming in, and it's I think it's just to recenter ground guys as well. Then they start blasting some other stuff. I'm like, can we keep the gospel music going throughout? No, but that music, it provides energy to a lot of guys, and I'm thankful for our guys that they do have gospel music. You don't hear that much, probably in a lot of locker rooms, but for our guys to have that awareness of, what keeps us all going, what keeps us grounded, keeping the main thing. I'm proud of our guys for having the gospel music playing.
Oh, we've got a lot more coming up with DeMeco Ryans, the locker room speech, the Amity Bank amazing plays or play of the game. Boy, we could pick a lot of plays from that one. Will Anderson Jr. on Texans postgame with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. And DeMeco afterwards with Johnny, right after the Texans beat the Chargers. This week, we have a big week of audio for you. Texans Player Show Tuesday night, 6 o'clock, ND Kalu, and we'll feature the interviews that the guys did on the pregame show with Arian Foster and J-Joe, because if you missed it, you missed some really good stuff. So that'll be tomorrow night, but more coming up with DeMeco Ryans next on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
At Hyundai, we make a big deal about the little things, like the little fact that 9 Hyundai vehicles have earned IIHS top safety picks this year, and offering a little thing called America's Best Warranty, because delivering safety and quality, pretty big deal. Visit your nearest Hyundai dealer today. There's joy in every journey.
Right now, for a limited time only, get 2.49% APR for 60 months on the Hyundai Tucson. See your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end January 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Texans won their wild card clash with the Chargers.
Herbert looking, firing left side, and intercepted. Murray across the 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, pick 6.
That's the complementary football that, we've been looking for and we've been needing as a team, and it's just outstanding performance on all three phases. Really proud of all of our guys.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
How close can you get with Verizon Access? Front row close. Red carpet close.
Oh my God!
Backstage passes close. Playing quarterback for your favorite NFL team close. Okay, not that close. But watching from the sidelines close? Get into the experiences you love, like concerts, games, and exclusive pre-sales just for being a Verizon customer. Verizon Access, you're in. Woo! Learn more at Verizon.com/access.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swag. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
The excitement is building for the 2024 Houston Texans season, and as a Lux member, you can access the Texans like no one else. Entertain your top clients and employees in a Texans Lux Game Day suite while cheering on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Texans. Limited memberships are still available, but going quickly. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com now to schedule a private tour with our Lux team and secure your ticket to the best game day experience available.
Now, more Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
It's the DeMeco Ryans program. Mark Vandermeer with you. Texans and Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium Saturday at 3:30. Counting the hours down till that. Looking back, after the win over the Chargers, we all know what Rex Ryan said. By the way, he apologized for that. And then this morning said that the Chiefs should be on upset alert visiting. My goodness, how things change in the national media perspective in the course of a week. Anyway, after the game, in the locker room, joyous, here's the head coach talking to the team.
Go, everybody out! Hey, man. Hey, outstanding job by everybody. How was that bye week? Hey, man, you talk about complete team football. We've been talking about all year. Talk about playing complementary football. Everybody, O-line, D-line, CJ, great job, man. Great job. Hey, the play we needed to get us going, to play the Huts, and then run, man. Excellent job. Keep leading that way, man. Outstanding job by you. Good job, man. I got so many guys, man. Joe, way to run the ball, man. We needed it most. Joe, way to close it out. From my man Sting, All-Pro Sting. All-Pro Sting. Hey, best in the business, man. Keep going. 2 picks a day. Man, put the team on your back. Outstanding job. Everybody, D-line. Keep spinning, baby. Love the way you guys hunted right there, guys. Man, you talk about pressure. Talk about a quarterback who didn't throw picks. Right? That's what it looked like right there when that pressure was on. Great job all the way around, man. And you talk about redeeming the time. We get more time. All right, we get more time together. That's your team. We got a special team. Let's keep it going, man. Everybody, keep giving me everything you got, man. All right, one more week. Whoever we got, again, it doesn't matter. It's about us. When we play ball the right way, that's what it looked like. You guys are a dominating team, all right? Keep believing in each other. Keep giving everything you got for each other, man. Outstanding job.
I'll never get tired of post-game victorious locker room speeches, and I'll never get tired of this next play. The Amegy Bank amazing play of the game. Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Now, we could debate it all day long, but this immediately got into a category of one of the best plays in the history of the franchise. Not because it was so well designed necessarily, although I saw a funny tweet about Ben Johnson of the Lions turning this into an actual play call because, he does that with other teams' so-called mistakes that work out. Sometimes he turns them into an actual play. But anyway, this was a mistake because you're not supposed to have the snap go through you, but Stroud picked it up on a hop and made an incredible play that really turned the whole game around. I've been soliciting nicknames for this one. I don't know where you put it as far as nickname, but the word snap has to be in it. I've heard, oh, snap, snap out of it. Sean Pendergast suggested escape Hutch because Hutchinson got the reception. Look, I don't know what you're going to do with it, but it is a top 5 play in my estimation because it helped win a playoff game when things were not going well. Here it is, the M&G Bank amazing play of the game.
Stroud calls for the ball. And the ball goes through Stroud. He picks it up. Scrambles out to the right side. Can he get rid of it? Airs it out downfield and caught at 5-yard line and taken to the 50-yard line. X marks the spot. An amazing play for the Texans on 3rd and long.
There were many other amazing plays of the game when you have 4 interceptions, 2 by one player, when you have a blocked extra point return for a 2-point conversion, when you have so many plays in a game. Nico Collins goes for 7 catches and 122, franchise best playoff mark for a receiver, mixing over 100 yards, everybody contributing all over the place, all that pressure up front. Will Jr. with a sack and a half. Mario Edwards with a sack and a half. We talked about him with the head coach. But speaking of Will Anderson Jr., man, what a performance and what an interview on Texans postgame with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. Let's listen in on that. It's good.
Sit down in that seat, my man.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Bring some of that locker room energy in here, man. What was it? Yeah. How's it feel, man?
Man, it feels great, man. This is a special group of guys, man, and we're stepping out on this thing and embracing it, man. You don't know what the locker room's going to look like next year, so we want to take full advantage of this.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna need you to be straight up 100 with me. That Baltimore game didn't sit well with y'all.
It didn't.
And it looks like y'all took it out on the Chargers.
I was telling the guys, like, it's boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like, one round, you get hit and you get knocked down. Now it's about the other few rounds you're finna go. And I told them how we gonna respond. Like, we're gonna throw our guards up and keep jabbing, or we're gonna lay down. Or we threw our guards up and keep jabbing.
You did more than jab tonight.
You
might have jabbed a little bit, but y'all threw haymakers all night.
Haymakers. Let me ask you this. You had a sack and a half tonight. Will Anderson Jr. joining us here in studio. The sack, not the half, but the sack was one where we were rewatching this, and you were lined up. First of all, you were lined up over a tight end, which always feels a little disrespectful. But then the tight end goes out on a route, and I'm like, how did they forget Will Anderson? What is that like when all of a sudden you go, oh my God, there's nothing in between me and that guy right over there?
Well, let me tell you something. A couple of my teammates and coaches said, one, I should have took the ball. And then another one said, I took it easy on him. And then another one said, what he say? He said, I took it easy on him. I should have took the ball. And then I almost missed. So I can't win. I was like, I got the sack.
So nobody in the press box was saying that out.
No. We were like, man, I feel bad for Justin Herbert right now.
Are we talking about the one where you ran through JK? I mean, like that. That's the same.
That was the half. I think.
Who was that last year that they tried to block you with a back like that?
Miami in preseason.
Was it Miami preseason?
Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, that's just like when you come out, you got like a 5-yard head start, and you already got the guy about 50+ pounds. I mean, what's going through your head at that moment? Because you just swatted him away. It's got to be.
I think that's just the mentality all week. Like, our mentality was like, man, we got to go out physical. Like, they playing with our name, man. Like, we're attack front, so we pride ourselves on being dominant up front and being physical up front. And I think that's one thing that we really took personal this week.
When you said they're playing with your name, are you talking about all the noise outside the building?
Yeah, like I just, and I thought we did a really good job of handling the noise this week. Like, at the end of the day, it's about us. And, we said that we have to execute better, be mentally sound. But at the end of the day, like, of course, somewhere the noise is going to slip through. And I thought we handled it really well. Like, we went out there and we put that we belong here. Like, we're a playoff team, and we got the guys to do it, and we just got to keep rolling.
Here's more with Will Anderson Jr. and Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner on Texans postgame following the Texans win over the Chargers.
Hey, talk to us a little bit about CJ's night tonight, his impact. I think the story of the game, obviously the headliners of defense, y'all were off the charts, but I think the story of the game offensively was C.J. Stroud, and specifically C.J. Stroud off script, off schedule with his arm on the big throw to Xavier Hutchinson, as well as there was probably 3 or 4 runs where CJ's making his mind up. He's going to run the football when he's still 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. That's a different CJ than what we've seen this year. Seems like his mindset maybe a little bit different in this game, but just from your perspective, I know you're close to him, but from your perspective, how did that seem to unfold?
Bro, that's just CJ. Like, everybody want to say all this, say all that. Like, he's been doing that. You know what I'm saying? His instincts took over. He owned the game today. He led those men up and down the field for 4 quarters, man, and he took control. And that's who he is, man. He's a great leader, and he has fast instincts, and he knows how to, make things happen on the fly. And that play that you're talking about, like, bro, it was unbelievable, and that gave us a spark. Like, that made us start, like, hey, let's go. Like, we offense rolling, CJ rolling, like, let's keep going. And that's who he is. He's the spark of this team, man. And I tell him that all the time. I say, man, you're an inspiration. Keep going and don't let anybody ever change that about you.
Willie Anderson Jr. is joining us in studio. Texans win today, 32-12 over the Chargers in the wild card round. It's on to the divisional round. We'll see who you guys end up playing at the end of the weekend. How did it feel to have the front seven? I think you guys had practically everybody for this. Aziz and Christian hadn't played in the same game yet all year. You guys had everybody. Foley's back in this game. What was that like? How much confidence did that give you guys to know, okay, we got all the guys here in the front seven this game?
Yeah, it gave us a lot of confidence. I told the D-line after the game, I said, God's favor doesn't always just look like success. God's favor can sometimes, I need to sit you down, and I need to prepare you for what I'm getting ready to do for you. And I thought that was a great thing tonight. Like, God sat me down, him down. That's God's favor. It made it look like how we wanted to, but he prepared us for this moment. He's preparing us for what we're getting ready to go through. And that's what I love about it so much. And just to see those guys spin, man, it's a beautiful thing to do. DeMeco, still got it, man. He's old school, and he brings just a different type of juice to that room where sometimes I got to sit back and be like, I don't know about that old school.
Hey, man, you gotta get to the other thumb addressed, man. What you got going on over here, man?
So, hey,
when you play as wild as you do, fingernails and thumbs don't have to stand a damn chance, do they?
Hey, I'm struggling right now, but we maintain it. We maintain it, man.
Yeah. Your fingers aren't crooked yet. I
got one.
Oh, okay. I take it all back. That one is, okay.
I ain't never seen the thumbs chewed up like that. Really. That's a hell of a deal.
Continuing with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner, talking with Will Anderson Jr. following the Texans' win over the Chargers.
What about Aziz Al-Shaair? Because I think one part about tonight's defense that you didn't have against Baltimore was that Aziz was back and Foley was back. You had some of your pieces, especially in the middle. But Aziz makes a play on, I don't remember if it was a 4th down or 3rd down.
I think it was third down.
It was third.
That was, because y'all stopped in the next play on 4th down. That was nasty. Those instincts. And all the linebackers, so there's a tendency in our world to go, Aziz, he's a really good player. Man, the linebackers have been great, man. We'll be all right. Clearly, when Aziz is out there, it's a different story on the defense. Just a little bit about Aziz and what he means and what it's like being out there with him.
Bro, believe it or not, I know we have so many playmakers on defense, but Aziz is the heartbeat of that defense, man. He's the quarterback of that defense, and I'm not just saying that because he's the middle linebacker. The way he leads, the way he commands, the way he gets people lined up and still does his job at a very high level just speaks volume to the type of player he is. And when he's out there on the field, we all feed off of him. He gets everybody going. He lightens the mood. Like, if something happened, calm down, let's recenter, let's focus, let's start smiling, everything like that. And he regrouped the guys. And this play that you've seen today, man, that's Aziz. He wants it so bad. He'll practice his butt off. He'll practice that same rep. Coach, I need it again, and he'll do it again. So that's who he is, man, and that's our leader.
Will Anderson Jr. joining us. We were talking before you came in, Will, about how, the offense, by and large did a lot of really good things today. But when there were mistakes made, it felt like you guys picked that, the fumble early by Mechie. You guys picked them up by getting you guys get that sack to get the long distance situation, and they get off the field with just a field goal. CJ throws the pick. Kamari comes right back with a pick. There's a fumble early by Mixon. You guys get the 4th down stop. Do you guys, is there something tangible on the sideline? Okay, when you guys are going out there in a situation where the other side makes a mistake. Okay, we got to pick our guys up right here.
Yeah, most definitely. Coach asked us this offseason what team we want to be. Speaking of Aziz, and I was saying, I want us to be physical. I want us to be fast.